Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. More fake AI Netenyahu. Yeah, he's dead. Iran takes the gloves off. A lot of people gonna be dead. Before we get into that, let's be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, it don't look too good for the imperialists who are trying to attack Iran. Iran is going ballistic in the Middle East. Salute, family. Let's get right to the content. Oh, yeah. And AI Netanyahu is still active. No real Netanyahu. We only get the AI version.
Right. So fresh footage of Benjamin Netanyahu has been put out yet again. This time with US envoy to Israel, Mike Huckabee, laughing off those death rumors.
Yeah,
and then another clip went out. 2 for 1. This time with Netanyahu sat in a command room style clip beside his war minister Israel Katz and his chief of staff Ayal Zamir. But again, we're left pondering over the legitimacy of these videos too. Not only because of the inconsistency some people are claiming they can see in them, just a simple fact, Israel are still putting these clips out. Their desperation to prove Netanyahu just is alive, just getting more and more incredulous each and every day. The thing Israel needed those videos to do, it's the one thing they're clearly no longer doing, therefore. They're not closing the rumors down. They're not restoring confidence. They're just generating yet another round of buzz, yet another day of freeze framing, of side-by-side comparisons, of finger counting, of lighting arguments, shadows, metadata, all the kind of forensic gulping you get when a government has trained half the internet now to think that every official image they put out might be just one more bit of stitched-up stagecraft. So let's start with the Mike Huckabee clip then. Have a look at this.
Mr. Prime Minister, I wanted you to know the president asked me to come and make sure you were okay.
Yes, Mike. Yes, I'm alive.
I checked that, and I'm happy to see that. But he wanted to make sure because, you know, you guys get along too well.
I know, and we shake hands with 5 fingers in each hand. You know, but I have to tell you, I'm alive.
This is a fake Mike. This is AI Mike Huckabee too. He might be dead.
But I have this card.
Oh.
And yeah, don't read it. So it's a punch card.
Mm-hmm.
Today I raised 2 names on the punch cards, and you see how many more to go on this.
After killing Larijani, Iran had already said they finna kill all these people. See, the U.S. I don't know what the fuck Trump is thinking. You're killing government officials. This is a war. Europe is trying to warn. That's why Europe is saying hell no. They don't want they go because now any Marco Rubio, any of these government officials can be killed. And what the U.S. gonna do? Declare war on Iran? What they gonna do about it? But they can now be assassinated. A major assassination campaign finna be going on. All of you, they putting our lives in danger. But that's what they want, because they want to get enough citizens killed to where we have no choice but for millions of us to have to go fight to save their ass in the Middle East. That's what they want.
You know what the good news is? My name is not on the punch card.
Your name is on the list of the good guys.
Thank you.
And what the president, the U.S. forces are doing is incredible. We're very proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with him and getting rid of.
But the truth is, them bitches might do. We might not see nothing but AI elite. We need to look at Trump and all these people, because these people probably already went into their nuclear bunkers because they know the grand finale finna take place real soon. That's a fact. If these bastards keep showing AI pictures of people in Israel, then the world needs to go find out where these motherfuckers at, because they might start releasing nuclear bombs and don't give a damn what happened to Israel, because they're not gonna be there.
These lunatics would like to develop nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to every American city after wiping out Israel. They ain't gonna do that. We're wiping them out.
I love it. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks. Take care.
Thank you.
Oh, how happy they are. How jovial. Thank goodness I'm not on your kill list. Huckabee giggles, doesn't he? though no names are conspicuously mentioned, which is perhaps notable since Iran's head of security, Ali Larijani, was assassinated yesterday.
Yeah, and they paying
Israel Katz certainly took to gloating about that news the moment Israel got word about it. But Huckabee says Donald Trump sent him to make sure Netanyahu was all right. And Netanyahu answered, well, yes, Mike, yes, I'm alive. And the whole thing ends up packaged as a little nudge and a wink to the audience, a little bit of banter, a bit of, look at these silly rumors. Grok first called that.
I'm going to tell you the craziest part, too. I think these motherfuckers took COVID shots and they got tracking. I think the COVID shot is also a tracking motherfucking device. I'm just saying, I think the COVID shot is a tracking device. And I think a lot of these motherfucking Iranians, a lot of them government officials, I've seen them with the mask on doing COVID and they was playing the COVID game with the world. I think if your ass took that COVID shot, I think the small hats in the U.S. can track your ass anywhere on this motherfucking earth, nigga. And they'll keep telling you it's different ways that they tracking your ass. They will let you think it's a spy in your camp. They will let you think that they done track your telecommunications, but all they doing, your ass done took that COVID shot, and that shit is showing up on their radar like, you know, like it's toxic material, bro.
Well, that one AI generated too, and then quickly reversed itself. And Huckabee himself had to post that it was real and that he should know because he was there. But come on, is your word really going to be good enough here, Mike? You're probably the most Zionist Christian evangelist walking the face of the earth. Of all the people to do this with, surely a rival with no skin in the game would be a better look. Not a fervent loyalist, but then it's Huckabee that people are having issues with here. Because if you're wondering if there was a possible AI slip here, well, this is the claim.
Look at that nigga face morphed. You know what I'm saying? And see, I tell you, AI Mike Huckabee, that's not even real Mike Huckabee. Because he's a shape-shifting demon, which he probably is. But his face just shape-shifted.
I'll leave that one up to you. What do you think? Is that a natural way for someone's face to shift seemingly in a single frame? Do leave me a mention in the comments and let me know what you think. But the fact of the matter is, insofar as there can be any right now, is that these government status updates are not just logging the rumors, they're treating the rumors as a front in this war now. Yet they're the ones actually feeding it. One report talks about necessary operational security during a lull in Netanyahu's public appearances, yet he can still go to a cafe in Jerusalem. Another says the Prime Minister's office released videos because rumors persisted, yet these are not putting them to bed. The rumors started because of the clips. They're now exacerbating that same issue. Every single video draws scrutiny and accusation. Another says the story had moved into wider discourse. Well, no, it hasn't, not really, because people still aren't convinced what they're seeing is real. And they're still questioning, where is Netanyahu? So the visibility around him is already being handled as a managed security matter rather than normal democratic public presence. And that changes the burden on every single clip. If the public leader is not simply appearing in the ordinary run of political life, but is being distributed through these controlled bits of reassurance material, the propaganda arguably is all it amounts to, during wartime secrecy, then the footage isn't evidence of anything. It feels artificial the moment it drops, and increasingly desperate the more footage that keeps getting pumped out like this. People can feel it. They get a sense of it. And when people can feel that, they start looking for clues. And that's the really stupid part in all of this for me, that Israel seems to think more of the same can still repair what more of the same has already damaged.
I'm here with Israel's defense minister, our chief of staff, the head of the Mossad, the chief of Air Force.
Now, remember, for the last few days, I've been telling you, if he alive, he got to be sitting right there in the middle. And that's what everybody been saying. Why did they have 7 security meetings and this other guy was in the middle? You see? So now they keep hearing people saying, damn, they know we got to put AI Netanyahu back in the middle of these security council meetings. But what they can't explain to, okay, if he's been alive this whole time, why the hell have he missed 7 in a row during wartime? It don't make no sense. 7 in a row?
Senior commanders, in the past 24 hours, we knocked out 2 of the terrorist chieftains, the top terrorist chieftains of this tyranny.
This is fake.
Our aircraft are hitting the terror.
Look at these people. Look at the faces on some of these people back. I was looking at the people in the back.
On the ground, in the crossroads, in the city squares. This is meant to enable the brave people of Iran
people,
to celebrate the Festival of Fire. So celebrate and Happy Nowruz.
Yeah.
We're watching from above.
Though you had the other clip released the same day. Another office clip, as it was, another forced smile, another "yes, I'm alive," another formal line besides generals and ministers. Another shareable bit of reassurance package for a feed that's already decided the packaging is the story. And they're stuck because silence lets the rumors run still. And yet fresh footage gives the rumors new material to work on. And every attempt to prove normality now looks like a performance of it instead. It's not a technical problem with one upload. It's the structural problem they're creating with this line of clips with the evidentiary power of all of this official imagery that's now been.
See, Zelensky was doing the same shit though. He not dead. Zelensky might be dead. We need to check on that. But he would do these AI videos, and he was deep in a bunker, damn near hell somewhere in the earth. He was in the earth hiding from Putin. But he making these videos like he's standing in the street. He bought planes. And people just pointing out all this shit, green screen BS, you know.
Put out in public. Israel Katz and Eyal Zamir sat there matter in that because they're not random bodies in the room. Put them beside Netanyahu, and the clip is supposed to say command and continuity and live chain of authority, business being done. It's supposed to say the machine's intact, the hierarchy is intact, the man at the top is intact. But the more obvious that function becomes, the less innocent the image feels. People stop looking at the likes of Katz and Zamir as proof the meeting is real and start looking at them as props in the attempt to make this look like proof. And that's humiliating for a government that wants military imagery to settle this argument. It can't even borrow the uniforms to do that now. So what is the fault here in this particular video clip? Well, some people are looking at the air vents in the desk and thinking they aren't uniform. That one doesn't convince me at all. But others have pointed to this image from a meeting dating back to August of last year and think it's been given the AI treatment for this new video. And certainly the optics are rather familiar, aren't they? But whether true or not, it actually doesn't matter anymore. People don't believe what is being presented in these clips. Official video used to close such notions down. The leader would appear, the clip would land, the public receives it, the argument would be shut down. But now official video creates distance instead, so that when the leader appears and the clip lands, the public will inspect it. And the argument ends up widening instead, and the rumors just spin harder. Netanyahu's now reached the point where even a genuine clip could hurt him, assuming he is still alive, I suppose, because the link between image and belief is completely gone. Is this frame real? Is that frame fake? Can we debunk what we are seeing or not? You end up left with a prime minister whose media office cannot release a fresh video now without half the internet treating it with suspicion. It's not some internet hallucination detached from politics. That is the politics now. The state has taught the audience to not trust them. Huckabee's made that even more pathetic because
it's crazy. He could have been dead and people just not noticing they've been using fake Benjamin Netanyahu AI.
He's brought the American side of the information machine into the same spectacle now. Trump's ambassador to Israel, a man who exists in Israel to fawn and flatter and sell and excuse and amplify, is now on camera helping Netanyahu laugh off rumors and then online confirming that the footage is real because he was present. So the US-Israel alliance is not just sharing missiles, cover and propaganda, it's now sharing proof of life duties, it seems. A diplomatic chaperone for a clip that was supposed to make the problem disappear. Instead, it's added another actor to the embarrassment who frankly was no more trustworthy to begin with. The old media rule used to be that a powerful state could put out the statement, put out the image, put out the briefing, get the officials on.
The problem is Mike Huckabee, why he ain't been all over TV championing to the Americans why this is our fight, or we supposed to lock arms with Israel. We ain't seen Mike Huckabee since the Tucker Carlson interview where Tucker completely humiliated him. Now he pops up AI Mike Huckabee and AI Benjamin Netanyahu. Who knows? They could have been together when they got hit.
On air. Let the respectable people say the respectable thing, and most audiences would take the hint and move on. That rule's not vanished everywhere, but in this case it is plainly failing. The Prime Minister's office can release video. Grok can contradict itself as Elon Musk contorts it to his whims. Huckabee can confirm he was there, but his word isn't worth a whole heap. Friendly media can say the clip's authentic, and still the atmosphere doesn't clear because the underlying problem is not a missing verification badge. The underlying problem is that in this era of AI, on top of Israel's historic propagandizing already, it's Hasbara. People don't believe it. So Israel can keep on producing as much imagery as it likes. It can't force people to believe them. And the deeper insult to Israel here is not that enemies hate it or that conspiracy communities exist. those things are constants. The deeper insult is that the state no longer gets the institutional presumption it thinks it deserves. It can release what may be authentic video, and large numbers of people will not now buy it. That's a downgrade in power. Not military power, not economic power, but narrative power. And they've always sought to control the narrative, haven't they? Narrative power matters because once you begin to lose it, every explanation ends up costing you a lot more. Every denial lands that bit softer. Every reassurance arrives already damaged. And every appearance carries the possibility of another self-inflicted mess. Netanyahu's office is also caught by the very style of leadership it spent years cultivating. This is a man sold as perpetual command, perpetual control, perpetual strategic poise, the indispensable adult in the room, Israel's savior, the man who can always look the part even while the region burns around him. And he's not there. He's not there for a war he spent 30 years fantasizing about. Therefore, the more tightly controlled the footage looks, the more artificial it feels. The very professionalism that used to sell authority now reads like an overproduction. And that leaves Israel with bad options and no clean way out of this. It can say less and leave space for the rumors, as they are, to mill around, as they will no doubt continue to do so for a while yet. It can say more and feed the rumors even more material, as seems to be their insistence, and continue making things worse. It can bring in witnesses like Huckabee and make the whole thing look even more needy. It can keep putting the likes of Katz or Zamir in the room as if that's any more convincing. It can keep trying to show that everything is fine, and with every release remind the audience that normal political confidence does not need this much effort to convince, and therefore it fails to. Israel is still acting as though authority is being demonstrated by them in the form of these clips, though, real or fake, debunked or not, authenticated or not. But the authority's already moved somewhere else, because it now lives in whether the source can command belief at all. And on that front, the machine is plainly struggling now. You can hear it in the official updates. You can see it in the repeated, ongoing video releases. You can see it in the ambassador coming out to do a turn now, if he actually did it at all. You can see it in the public reaction. They're not dealing with a one-off content problem. They're dealing with a trust problem that these videos don't solve, whether they are real or not. Benjamin Netanyahu is therefore sitting inside a communications trap made partly by enemies, partly by the internet, and very heavily by his own side. Israel's propaganda system has spent so long trying to manage reality that it started losing the ability to show reality and have reality accepted. And that's why each new clip hurts them. Not because they're necessarily fake, but because even the real-looking ones now arrive as exhibits in a credibility trial that Israel keeps losing. The state can keep uploading Netanyahu, and they may well do, but it can't upload any belief when it comes to him. For more on the latest goings on in the Middle East, do stick with this channel as I expose all the stuff the mainstream media refuses to cover, more of which you can get right here. Please also hit like, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so already, so as to ensure you don't miss out on all new daily content, as well as spreading the word and helping support the channel at the same time, which is very much appreciated.
Was a previous photo of him and Huckabee. And we can see Huckabee with the same tie, by the way. A couple of things were changed with the fake. And as we mentioned yesterday, deep fakes or fakes with these types of AI video generations, they're usually much better when you use a prompt that includes the images and includes something so that the system can base itself upon. Otherwise, it will be a bit less accurate, if that makes sense. Then, of course, both of them had a photo together, and it was outside. That photo was taken with Benjamin Netanyahu and Mike Huckabee in what appears to be another just photo shoot between both of them. Let me just share that with you here. Netanyahu. Okay. That was the image that he posted. Have a look. Several things, you know, shadows, shadow in the back, this, all of these things. Now, clearly we have a problem here, a problem with Benjamin Netanyahu. And then again, and now he's recently publishing another video with a couple of people close to him. We're not getting these genuine vibes from the videos and images that are coming from Netanyahu. And with each image and video, we have problems, whether to do with the clothes, the fingers, hands, rings disappearing, all of these things. And you might ask, well, if he has someone with him, how can that be fake? Well, that's another part of the whole thing. These people are in it with him anyway. We're talking about a club of mass murders. That's not going to be a problem for them. And with Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, Netanyahu himself is talking about, and Israel also spoke about, assassinating a figure in Iran, or two senior figures inside of Iran, one of them being Ali Larijani. Ali Larijani, and one of the heads of the Iranian Basij, or the head of the Iranian Basij. And the Iranian side, they confirmed that the head of the Basij was assassinated, but there was no confirmation that the security secretary, senior security secretary, Ali Larijani, Security Council in Iran, was assassinated. Are the Iranians going to confirm later on that something happened with him, or is there something that they're not really confirming here? Well, now we have a confirmation, actually. Now there's a confirmation that Iranian media is talking about he is being martyred. Okay. So they killed Ali Larijani and they killed the head of the Iranian Basij. Why are they doing these? Why are they having these targeted assassinations?
They foolish, they lashing out, and they only making the revolutionaries younger and more angrier and not wanting to. It's Iranian officials already saying that, hey, wanting to negotiate get you killed. Wanting to talk about peace and unity with the imperialists get you killed. Now the people who don't want to talk, who don't want to negotiate, who just want to be in a war room, those are the people that's going to be in charge. This is going to be all bad.
Nations. This was a recent confirmation that he was assassinated. Okay, so why are they assassinating more senior figures inside of Iran, and what is that about to do to Iran in general and the operational perspective of Iran, and what is going to happen after this? Well, there are a couple of things here to clarify. First and foremost, the Iranian side, they had their senior figures assassinated since the beginning. Now, we saw after those initial assassinations, Iran had a response that no one really could doubt. The United States confirmed that it was a surprise for them, how intense that was. Then we had a situation where, well, Israel is saying that it was surprised too, and Iran is still attacking. Donald Trump is trying to get more countries in to stop these attacks, and no one is going with Donald Trump because they are unable to stop these attacks coming from Iran, because they are unable to conduct an operation successful enough to a level where it would thwart Iran's abilities to retaliate, which was the main intention, by the way. The fact that Israel and the United States started with the top figures and then they targeted security hubs and senior leadership hubs was intended to prevent Iran from conducting a response, a proper response. They didn't want Iran to have the capacity to do that. But Iran continued. And that is due to one very simple thing, by the way, which is Iran has at least 4 to 7 people to replace any leader at any of the senior, most important positions in the country. Even at an operational level, if some figures are targeted, they have people to replace them immediately so that there is no gap in the leadership. That is the first thing. That's why they had this efficient response from the beginning. The second thing is Iran, its leadership structure isn't now restricted to one certain location. It's not like they're waiting for someone from Tehran to tell them what to do or another senior. It doesn't work like that now. They have structured leadership, absolutely, but they also have command and control centers spread across over 30. Some reports say late 20, some reports say 40, but let's take the middle. Let's say over 30 hubs spread out across the country to conduct these operations against Israel and the United States. And the martyrdom of Ali Larijani, especially after the very important message he sent yesterday to the Muslim world, doesn't really do anything but highlight his position as another person, yet another person in Iran who sacrificed with his life due to him resisting the Epstein child trafficking coalition and the genocidal Zionists.
All these people getting killed, they would be legends in the Shiite community forever. They refused to be bought. They couldn't be bought. They not sell out. They can't stand the imposters. You see, this their reputation being intact. That's it.
And this cartel, this operation against the Palestinian people, against so many countries in the region, and of course against Iran. That's what's going to happen. Is it going to deter anyone else? Well, has the assassination of the supreme leader deterred Larijani or deterred anyone else from operating? Or did it increase the fire in these people? Were these assassinations successful in thwarting the operational capabilities? Was anyone in Iran beginning to question the genuine success of Iran's operations? Nothing happened. They continued. But Israel and the United States, we're talking about bloodthirsty monsters at the end of the day, who are just out there for the killing. Kill, 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 to portray an image of victory against these senior figures inside of Iran or with the resistance movements. Look at Gaza. How many? They have been killing resistance leaders from either Hamas or any other movement ever since their establishment, even before Hamas was there. Every couple of years, they'll kill a few people. Sometimes in 1 year, they'll kill multiple leaders. And they continue. Likewise with Lebanon, likewise with other countries as well. And with Iran, it again signals that these operations, they don't really do anything at the end of the day. The only thing that they do is increase these people's legitimate and genuine keenness on continuing these operations up until they completely defeat both Israel and the United States. Now, is that also a cover-up? Because there was a recent statement coming from the IRGC talking about a successful assassination inside of Israel, simultaneously with the recent meetings that were taking place.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Canopy.
Mood is third-party tested, so you know it's safe.
And it ships legally and discreetly to your door, so you can say hi to your neighbors without any shame.
Oh, hi, Callie.
Hi, Barb. Everyone here hates your guts so much.
I love Mood Canopy because their real flour helps me deal with fake people.
Yeah, I love what you've done with your garden.
The account said that affiliated with the IRGC intelligence announced the elimination of a senior member of the Israeli regime. They did not provide further details, but we know that they have been operating for quite some time now to conduct operations inside of occupied Palestine and continuously attack Israel with barrage after barrage. And they're escalating even further now with the waves that we're going to get to in a second, alongside the Lebanese resistance. Now, the proof that these operations are successful are coming now with confirmation coming from the United States. The United States now reported that there was a fire, reportedly, not on Abraham Lincoln, but on USS Gerald R. Ford in the Red Sea, according to them. There was a fire, and now they're taking it back to the United States of America. We didn't even hear about that aircraft carrier being targeted. So was it a message being sent by either Yemen or any of the other of the resistance fronts, or was it Iran? Did someone else do something to this aircraft carrier? And where is Abraham Lincoln now? George H.W. Bush is on the way. What is Abraham Lincoln doing? Why isn't it next to Iran? Why are there no signs that they are having this operation to stop Iran from shutting down the Hormuz Strait? And where are things going to go to exactly? All of that proves that Iran now still has the upper hand when it comes to this operation. And they have conducted two recent operations. One of them is Wave 58 and one of them is Wave 59 against the genocide state and US bases in the region. The operation 58, Wave 58, was dedicated to the children of Minab and the youngest martyr of the Ramadan war, whose name was Mujtaba, 3 days old. And they targeted the Nahariya, Beit Shemesh, Tel Aviv, Western Al-Quds, Jerusalem, and bases of the terrorist American army at Victoria, Ali Salim al-Kharj, and the 5th Naval Fleet. The operation was carried out from dawn today with precise pinpoint and super heavy systems. Khurram Shahar with 2-ton warhead, multi-warhead Qadr, Fattah, Khaybar, Shekan, medium range Fatah and Qiyam, destructive drones, and in an impact-oriented operation by the grace of Almighty God, completely successfully. They said they finished that operation, and they published a video about this operation.
یا صاحب الزمان یا صاحب الزمان ای خدای بزرگ، ای قادر متعال، قدرت مطلق تو هستی و تو عنایت نما و این موشک ها را بر سر صهیونیسم جهانخوار فرود آور. مرگ بر آمریکا، مرگ بر اسرائیل، مرگ بر اسرائیل. مرگ بر آمریکا، مرگ بر اسرائیل.
So that was the 58th wave, and we can see that they have an abundance of missiles. Now, wave 59 was a very interesting wave because during that wave, Iran used a new missile called Hajj Qasim, a ballistic missile that was unveiled in 2020. And they targeted, this was most likely used against one of the American bases in the region. And they targeted again Beit Shemesh, Tel Aviv, occupied Al-Quds, as well as Al-Udaid, Ali Salim, Fujairah, Sheikh Isa, and Erbil. They targeted them with a multitude of missiles, a variety of missiles as well. And they also published a video with that operation. Let's have a look at the operation Wave 59 coming from Iran.
حسین ابن علی ایها الشهید ادرکنا شمارش معکوس 5 4 3 2 1 الله اکبر.
Now, these attacks are causing a lot of damage. I mean, massive destruction. And despite a lot of censorship, we saw some of the landings. Some people were publishing videos of the landings of these missiles on the occupied territories, as we can see in one of these videos over here, without any Israeli interception, and in many cases without any sirens too. And the reports that are coming from the occupied territories speak about a very minimal amount of time for the people to go in bunkers because there are no sirens. No one is hearing any sirens of these attacks coming from Iran. Of course, there were other videos of the missiles that were landing because one of these waves was at dawn. This one is another video. So we can see no interception whatsoever, not even an attempt. And this is a heavy missile, most likely with over 1.5 ton warhead. If it's the Khorram Shah 4, it could have 2 tons of TNT inside it, landing. And again, despite a lot of the Israeli censorship, we're seeing more of these videos coming out of the destruction and of the damage that is coming. One of them was on an Israeli train station as well in the occupied territories, as we can see in this video over here. And again, some people are still publishing these videos despite the heavy attempts from Israel to stop the publications. This is another video as well for a missile landing in the Tel Aviv area. If we have a look at this video over here. And a couple of more videos, I believe there were in relation to Iran. The others were in relation to Hezbollah, and we'll get to that shortly. The attacks that are coming from Hezbollah. Yeah, this was one of the missiles that landed in the central part of occupied Palestine. Again, hardly any images nearby. Most of the videos were from afar of the missile landings coming from Iran, and the waves are happening basically day and night. And Israel, what they're doing, like I showed you the other day, they are destroying any building that gets hit, closes the area. And if you look at it from outside, you can think it's a construction site, basically. This was another image of the recent attacks too, which leads us to the Lebanese resistance. Hezbollah, they carried out a new operation. That new operation, by the way, the attacks of Iran, one of them, in one of the attacks, although they said central parts and they did not really clarify about this specific attack, it was targeting the Israeli Dimona area, because there were sirens being heard in that area, and that could indicate that they're targeting Israel's nuclear sites or nuclear research centers, because in those areas, Israel doesn't have just a Dimona facility, which again could be a front, but they're also targeting the Israeli research centers potentially to do with the nuclear weapons inside the country. And again, that is coming without Israeli confirmation about any of these attacks. Which leads us to Lebanon. In Lebanon, Hezbollah targeted Israel, and they began a new wave against Israel, calling it Khaybar. This Khaybar operation from Lebanon began this evening, and the attacks that came have been more intense than before, with reports of 150 missiles being launched today. That was the logo of the operation. They're beginning a new operation. It said the 17th of March, begins at 8:30 occupied Jerusalem time. Actually, that should begin as we're streaming, perhaps. Yeah, it's going to begin in 25 minutes. Okay, we'll cover that too if we're still here. We'll cover the new operation from Lebanon. So that means the previous attack, the 150 missiles, to conclude they called it the Al-Asf al-Ma'kul operation. That was to conclude that operation and then declare the entry of this new operation, and probably because it's going to be heavier. But what did they do in the end of the previous operation? They targeted Israel with 150 missiles in one day. And those missiles were literally overwhelming Israel. There were multiple videos coming out of the missiles easily being launched and landing without any interception whatsoever. This was one of them.
The Prophet ﷺ said, the best charity is giving water. $100 gives 100 people.
So that was one of the operations that came from the Lebanese resistance, and there were several other videos of their attacks that were conducted today, targeting primarily the areas in Nahariya, Haifa, and more towards the deeper northern occupied parts inside of occupied Palestine, with, again, multiple missiles and a barrage of missiles, actually, that was very intense this time, with a lot of attempts from the Israeli Iron Dome to intercept many of these missiles, as we can see in this video over here. And they also, of course, published some of their operations coming in. This was another video, actually. Let me just share this with you. So most of these missiles landed from Lebanon against Israel, again, despite multiple Israeli interception attempts. This was, by the way, the map area that there were sirens in. This is the Dimona facility in this area. Nevatim is also close. And the research center also of Israel's nuclear program is in this area over here, which again indicates that Iran could have potentially targeted these locations too. And the Lebanese resistance, they also published some videos of their operations. Let's have a look at one of their recent videos. That was one of their operations recently. And they had another operation that they launched a wide range of missiles with. Let's have a look at this video. And one of their recent attacks was actually an advanced cruise missile, as in the reports that they targeted the Palmachim base in Israel. And again, they're only escalating with the level of missiles that they're using. Have a look at this. Now, that wasn't all, by the way. That wasn't all from Lebanon. There's more. And they're doing that very conveniently with all of these attacks. One of them was a guided missile that actually has a camera with it. And by the way, with the Lebanese resistance, which a thing you need to remember is that some of their operations get published later on for security purposes or any other purposes that they have. So this was also a very interesting attack with a guided Almas missile. Have a look at this video. a lot of attacks coming from the Lebanese resistance. I mean, they're not stopping today, and I'm telling you, the sirens today, they were literally non-stop everywhere. Central Israel, the north, anywhere, all of these locations targeted, some of them simultaneously with Iran. And the interesting part, by the way, is that some of their attacks were being launched at Israel while Israel was attacking in Lebanon. See, so Israel is attacking in Lebanon. Israel has an easier, Air Force mission in Lebanon because the Lebanese resistance has less air defenses than Iran, although they took down several of the advanced Israeli drones, the Hermes 900, several of them. But they're not like Iran. So Israel is operating there heavily, but now that they are at an all-out war with Iran, by the way, a war that we haven't reached the peak of. I mean, this is not the peak. This isn't the peak from Lebanon. This isn't the peak from Iran. This isn't the peak from the resistance in Iraq whatsoever. Because from an Iranian perspective, they're actually still opening. They're still attacking in a way to open channels to reach a solution. They're saying they're no negotiating, but they're not attacking everything that they can attack. Neither them nor the Lebanese resistance. And you can see that, by the way, the United States is also refraining from attacking.
Israel and the U.S. just attacked the largest gas field in the world, the Pars gas field. Half of it belonged to Iran, half of it belonged to Qatar. So Iran definitely going to attack all the gas fields in UAE and Saudi Arabia. It's going to be bad.
Certain locations in Iran with the attacks of Israel. That's why they're trying to achieve these wins, right, by targeting some of their figures, assuming that this is going to reduce the attacks or give them like a moral victory, when really and truly we're seeing none of that. And the Iranians are continuing heavily, but you can see the United States isn't attacking, for example, the Khark oil fields, right, the strategic assets over there. And that indicates that they don't want to cross that line with Iran because they know what's going to come to them after that. So that's on that front. Now, multiple very interesting things happen simultaneously with internal politics inside of the United States to do with this operation. And it was very interesting to see that Trump's director of National Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, resigned today. Why did he resign? Let's see what he had to say here. That was a post of his. After much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center effective today. That means he thought about it for a long time, so he already had doubts. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. This is the first time that a serving member of the American security establishment is saying that the United States is making moves due to Israeli pressure and powerful American lobby. Well, the Jewish Zionist lobby in America. It has been an honor serving under POTUS and DNI Gabbard and leading professionals at NCTC. May God bless America, he said. That's his letter. Let's have a read. After much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center effective today. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, 2024, which you enacted in your first term. Until June 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS. Early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States, and that you should strike now. There was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war. Look, he's confirming that Israel dragged them into the Iraq war. So basically all of them who died there died for Israel too. It wasn't for freedom. It wasn't to spread democracy. That cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. We cannot make this mistake again. As a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times, and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. I pray that you will reflect upon what we are doing in Iran and who we are doing it for. The time for bold action is now. You can reverse course and chart a new path for our nation, or you can allow us to slip further toward decline and chaos. You hold the cards. It was an honor to serve in your administration, to serve our great nation. Joseph Kent. Okay. Here's my observation. Firstly, if he was already serving under Trump, then there was something wrong with him anyway. So we're talking about a person who has something wrong with him. And this man was pro-Israel. Knowing Trump, knowing what he did from 2016, withdrawing from the JCPOA for Israel, and he was still having this position. So we need to understand that. Bear these things in mind. The fact that a man like him is writing that actually makes it potentially more impactful, because he wasn't critical before, and he's seeing that, well, it wouldn't have happened if the United States had a decisive victory. Okay, let's remember that too. It wouldn't have happened had Iran not been landing these attacks successfully against the United States, destroying its bases in the region and hammering the child-killing butchers in Zionistan, occupied Palestine. He probably wouldn't have done that. But now that he's talking about it outright, this just proves how much it's all a farce. And he's also mentioning previous wars. I mean, can it get any clearer than this? The director of National Intelligence, National Counterterrorism Center, The man is in it. And he's telling you, we went to Iraq for Israel, and now we're going to Iran for Israel. And he's calling on Donald Trump to stop this and have some reflection. Pray for him. Dude, it doesn't look like any prayer is going to work with Donald Trump. He had like a couple of dozen people holding their hands and putting their hands on his shoulders and praying for him. He's hell-bent. The Epstein files are stronger. We're stronger than their prayers. Yeah. Once Netanyahu pulls the cards, you can forget about that. They can try as much as they like. But it's quite telling. I mean, this is a disaster. And let's think about it internally. Let's speak about this politically from the United States. Imagine you are the United States of America. You are the country that is doing all of that, you know, projecting military might and what have you and all of these things. And you have your senior counterterrorism officer telling you that you are going on a war for Israel and because of pressure of its lobby in America. What is clearer than that? There's nothing clearer than this. America is occupied. The United States of America might as well be called the United States of Israel or Zionistan or Epsteinistan. That's the reality of the United States now. ZOG. So I think the Americans are realizing that. I mean, the American people realize that. There are now these figures coming from the Trump administration. I mean, this guy's probably one of the most relevant person that relates to the question of terrorism. Again, that this is another important factor because they constantly talk about terrorism. That's part of the propaganda campaign. They had the false flag of 9/11 to launch a war against a term called terrorism that they can plaster on everyone they don't like. And hey, presto, the majority of them happen to be Muslims with beards and turbans in Tora Bora and in other parts, but it can include others too. You know, now you have domestic terrorists in the United States and they're white Christians, you know, nurses and what have you, men and women who just happen to love their country and not like foreign intervention. 11 murders, 11 assassinations so far, 12 even, according to a recent report from ICE. The other day, they killed an Afghani man who was actually working for them in Afghanistan for 11 years. He had a young child and he had a wife. They imprisoned him and he was killed in prison. Talk about serving the United States abroad. And now they have the heart of the American administration going against this whole thing. Pretty telling. Who are the terrorists? Who are the culprits? Who are the Zionists? It's very telling. Now, Israel, of course, said that they targeted, and oh, by the way, okay, we're having a shower, ladies and gentlemen. There's a shower happening now, as we speak. Okay, it's going to be an interesting live stream. A shower of missiles landing on Israel from Iran. The skies are turning bright on top of occupied Palestine as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. Another multi-warhead is landing. This is one of the recent attacks of Iran, by the way. There are a couple of videos that I want to share with you. Now, just as we speak, heavy missiles landing from Iran against the genocide state.
Iran just put out a statement. They finna blow up all the oil and gas fields in Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates. That's serious business. They say they finna blow them all up. All the civilians need to evacuate those areas. I told you, Israel and the U.S., I don't know what they did. They just made a terrible mistake. So gas finna go sky high.
Okay, let's have a look at some of the recent videos that are coming in. Oh, okay. Okay, this appears to be part of the 60th wave. I'm just getting this information from Persian channels, actually, so it's taking some time to kind of verify and translate. Okay, this is the 60th wave of attacks coming from Iran as we speak. Let's have a look at the launches. Okay, so that was the 60th wave. Clearly, because there's no clarification yet which areas were targeted, as in no statement yet, but it was published from the Iranian media. But there are also landings in Dubai on an American base in Dubai as we speak. I mean, this happened just 10 minutes ago. Let's have a look.
会掉到这里来吗？
不会。哦呦，打国际城了。
So very limited interception coming from the United States of this attack against its base in Dubai, according to the recent reports. And we have also some more videos coming from Iran's cluster warhead missiles. This is in occupied Palestine.
جي شو هاي؟ ابعد ابعد شظايا والله شظايا. يما شو هاي؟ لا شو هاي؟ يا حبيبي شو هذا؟ هذول فوق روسنا والله.
The people recording, by the way, are from the West Bank. That's why they're laughing and celebrating. In case you're wondering, by the way. Because Israel is murdering people in the West Bank every day. Okay, there are a couple of more videos coming from the UAE. Let's have a look. So we can see some interception attempts here from the US forces. Looks like there were some explosions, so they could have hit a couple of these bomblets. Well, either bomblets or a bigger cluster warhead, because some of the Iranian warheads, they'll either have like 80, like the ones you saw landing in on the genocide state, or ones with about 20, if I'm not mistaken, which would be bigger. So these appear to be some of them. And some of them are landing. Yeah, so that's Dubai now for you guys. That is the UAE. More videos are coming in as we speak. Let's have a look at some of the other videos as well. That was also from Dubai. And this video too.
会掉到这里来吗？
不会。哦呦，打国际城了。
靠！真打国际城了。
哦，我说那是什么东西啊？飞上去？导弹。
不是说不打吗？
不知道啊。 会掉到这进来吗？
不会。
哦呦，打国际城了！靠！真打国际城了！哦，我说那是什么东西啊？飞上去？导弹。不是说不打。
And these ones are landing on Israel. Okay. And we're due to hear some more stuff now as we're streaming from a new operation coming from the Lebanese resistance. They said that they began a new wave of operations. They actually began this operation. Okay, so the videos are not coming yet, but here's what the Lebanese resistance is attacking now, has attacked in the past hour. They targeted an occupation gathering south of the border town of Maroun al-Ras with a drone. They targeted the Misgav Am settlement with a drone. They also targeted a gathering near the Mais al-Jabal with a rocket barrage. That's the Lebanese resistance. So this is the new wave of operations that they have. They targeted a gathering of soldiers in the Aqaba Rab 30 on the Lebanese-Palestinian border with a rocket barrage, the Taiba project with artillery shells, and they targeted Israeli enemy soldiers in the Taiba project for the second time with a rocket barrage. An occupation gathering in the march site opposite the border town of Merkaba with the rocket barrage too. So 10 operations so far. That is within less than an hour. And these missiles are landing from Iran on Israel. They haven't yet declared which areas they targeted, but we're clearly seeing the cluster warheads and the heavy warheads landing on Israel this evening in the 60th wave of Iran. I'll open the space up for the chat as well. If anyone has any questions, by the way, happy to go through them as we're going through the live stream. Thank you for everyone who sent supers so far. Much appreciated to all of you. And if you have any questions in the chat, if you wouldn't mind highlighting them as well. And also, in the meantime, I'll share with you something very interesting. You see, we spoke about the assassination and martyrdom of Ali Larijani. And they know that his assassination wouldn't solve the problem. As a matter of fact, they're publishing articles about why it's actually troubling. Look at this. The question that should be troubling is who will replace him. The Israelis are worried about the fact that they're targeting figures in the Iranian establishment, but they don't necessarily know who is going to replace them. Is that a country that is confident about what it's doing? Or is that a country that is petrified from what it's doing, and a country that knows that these operations are not going to be productive? They know. But they want some signs of victory because the whole operation is failing miserably. The nuclear program is still there. The enriched uranium is still there. The tech is still there. The knowledge is still there. Everything is still there. Not only that, but the Iranian side is saying now, today the head of the parliament, Qalibaf, said that the situation in the Strait of Hormuz is not going to be the same again ever. There are going to be security arrangements. What does he mean by that? That means that Iran will play the most important role in what goes in and out of the Hormuz Strait. That's why Trump yesterday was saying that, oh, actually, you know, we might not need all of that oil. That's why he was saying that. To prepare himself. Ned K. Mahmoud, what is the status in Gaza? Are things better, worse? Also, general status of things in Iran? Well, in Gaza, it's not good because Israel.
Restricted warfare. You may recall during the World War II when the Nazis declared unrestricted warfare in submarines, how they started hitting a lot of American and Allied shipping in the Atlantic Ocean. That certainly helped out their cause at the beginning because they didn't want the American assets to come over to help the Europeans in the war, but that ultimately proved the undoing of the Nazis. Will something similar happen in this war here with the U.S. and Israeli issue with their war against Iran? Overnight, the Israeli defense minister, Ismail Katz, essentially declared unrestricted warfare on Iranian leadership. He said significant surprises are expected today across all fronts that will escalate the war to a new level. We have authorized the IDF to eliminate any Iranian official once a targeted circle has closed on them without the need for additional approval. Now, there has been continued significant number of Iranian leaders have been assassinated by the Israeli side since this war started. It's obviously starting off in the opening round with the Ayatollah Khamenei. And then there have been several others since then. Overnight, there was, or night before last, there was Ali Larijani, which was a former commander of the IRGC and a significant experience. Was, I think, a former foreign minister as well. Was one of the big leaders in the country up until this point, and was basically was, if not the leader, even despite the official new supreme leader being Mojtaba Khamenei, he was exerting a tremendous amount of leadership, had a lot of experience. Now he was assassinated, and then the head of the Basij force was assassinated. Overnight, there was another major official in Iran that was assassinated with I think it was the intelligence services. So everybody has a target on their back. You can imagine that the president, Pezeshkian, you can imagine that the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, every one of them have targets on their back. And in fact, leaders across the country do. I am not familiar in history where any country decided to target all of the military and political leaders across the board and said, we're going after all of the leaders here. We're going to try and decapitate them. To an extent, some of that was done with Hezbollah in 24-25, and they took out the leader there, the supreme leader of the Hezbollah with Hassan Nasrallah, and then almost all of his senior generals. I mean, this just decimated the group. Now, as we've seen, that still wasn't entirely successful. In fact, it significantly diminished them for a time, but we see that they have now recovered their strength, and they are actually helping Iran right now with some coordinated attacks against Israel, and to the extent that Israel felt the need to invade southern Lebanon. which they're doing now, attacking relentlessly into the capital city of Beirut. So if you think that's going to knock somebody out, the evidence that when it has been used has not been very successful. But that seems to be what Iran is, or Israel is basing their war strategy on right now, to just destroy all the leadership. But now that's not the only thing, because as Jack Keane said yesterday, they're also trying to destroy the apparatuses of state. So you'll see here, really Israel is trying to disintegrate and dismantle the organs of state that even keep the thing afloat.
All we want to do is take away their offensive capability now and in the future from attacking, to include nuclear weapons. The Israelis, Stuart, they have added a little bit more to that. They're helping us do that and doing a significant heavy lifting. Of the last weekend, when Central Command reported 15,000 strikes against Iran have taken place, 9 of those 15,000 have been done by Israel. So they are significantly involved here. But the other thing that they're doing is destroying the organizations that sustain the regime. IRGC, Law Enforcement Command, the Basim militia, which is a repressive arm, the police infrastructure. And the mission they've given themselves, in addition to taking down the offensive weapons now and in the future, is to set the conditions for an eventual regime collapse.
So you see there, that just straight up, regime collapse. So now then, this is actually a logical next step. If you're going after all the organs of state, to the police, not even just the military per se, not the army per se, not even the IRGC per se, but even the police, anything that contains and allows security to be maintained in order to be maintained in the country. They're going after all of it. And now, not just the organization, they've also been hitting checkpoints. They've been hitting police stations. I mean, they are literally trying to take out all the internal mechanisms that allow the state of Iran to exist as a state. Now, the question is that going to be successful? Can you destroy a state and bring it to its knees? Now, recall one of the things we talked about here before the war even started, and we saw it play out. Don't think that this has gone away, and that is the so-called dead hand operation. If they lose control at the Tehran level, at the senior leader level, supreme leader level, they have orders to fall back on. Well, there's no evidence that anything has changed with regard to that. As a matter of fact, if anything, that has now accelerated. There are 31 military districts spread throughout this huge country of Iran. So if you're successful at taking out some of these senior leaders, it's not as though you're going to dismember the opportunity for the rest of the country to continue to defend itself. Understand this. There has been some news out recently that Israel had said what they wanted was an opportunity for the opposition in Iran to rise up. The United States said that's kind of what they were hoping on, that these initial decapitation strikes would cause the people of Iran, the opposition that didn't like the government, to rise up in protest. And then by knocking out the organs of state, then they would be able to rise up and take power. And then presumably that would be somebody friendly to the West or friendly to Israel. There is reporting out in the the New York Times here day before yesterday that said the Israelis have admitted that they know that's a failure. So they know that's not going to happen. They said, in fact, if the protesters rise, they figure they would just all get slaughtered. But they acknowledge that's not going to happen. So if now then that's not going to happen, they're going to say, well, then we'll just destroy the organs of state, with the idea that the country will just disintegrate into chaos. I don't know if civil war, just fiefdoms, who knows what, something to spread the thing out and to make it not viable as a state. But will that work? Because so far, now Abbas Araghchi, who we've mentioned several times as the foreign minister, he's saying that, look, and people are saying, look, why don't you seek a ceasefire with the United States? And apparently America is asking for that. See, Witkoff apparently is open to that discussion, which would preclude being destroyed like this. And he says, we don't believe in a ceasefire. We believe in an end to the war, an end to the war on all fronts, he said. He emphasized that Iran is ready to listen to mediators' proposals, but they must meet Iran's conditions. So far, he is unbowed, and by all accounts, so is the rest of the government. There's going to be there was an interview overnight with Abbas Araghchi, which we'll show later in one of our other shows today, where he says, listen, we know what Israel is doing. We know they have this assassination campaign going on. And he goes, even I may not survive this. But he said, if it does, I'll be replaced. If they kill the supreme leader, he was replaced. If they kill that one, he'll be replaced. It's a country of 93 million people. He says, you're not going to take us all out. This does show, just on a tactical capability, that the Israeli side has exceptional capabilities in intelligence, in targeting, in the ability to launch strikes at moments of opportunity. No one questions that. That is absolutely, really, it's kind of amazing when everybody knows you're trying to come after the senior leaders, and yet the enemy is still able to get them. So that is, I've never seen anything as effective as that in my life. But the question is that going to work? And by the way, I think it's important to point out here, we continue to operate on this assumption that there are no consequences to the actions, that we can do whatever we want, and then the other side just dies or sucks it up and just says, sucks to be you, kind of thing. But listen, when you live by the sword, you may one day die by that sword. And just look at how crazy the United States has been, and how just beside themselves with anger and frustration that so many in the U.S. has been about the alleged assassination attempt that the Iranians were rumored to have put out a hit, basically, on President Trump. They are claimed to, we claim anyway, I've never seen any evidence to the claim, only this we have said that they did, but they put out a hit, accordingly, in these terms, on President Trump. Now, obviously, it was successful. But you see how that just made the whole country, right or left, angry. How dare you do that? Well, Israel has done that to Iran, obviously, now, and it just continues on. What do you think the result is going to be inside of Tehran? Do you think that it's inside of the whole country, that they're just going to wilt, that they're going to say, well, you killed our leaders, I guess we'll just give up and go home? Or will it have the same effect on them that even the threat of it, even the claim had on us, which is umbrage and like, how dare you do this? All the evidence shows so far that's exactly what's happening inside of Iran, that they are pulling together, that they are coming even more united against this common threat that threatens everybody, no matter what their political stripe is. So if you're thinking this is going to weaken them, it's likely to have the opposite. It's also likely to have a desire for tit for tat revenge. You have assassinated our people. It's only a matter of time. It's almost inconceivable to me it could work out any other way, that we'll start seeing Israeli and possibly even Americans assassinated. They'll have targeted operations on them, maybe even beyond this war, maybe even after it's over. But once you unleash that norm, as Israel has now done, that this is a normal thing, and we're just going to have the assassination of all leaders across the board, military, scientific, civilian, governmental leaders, etc. Everybody's a target. It's not going to stay there, folks. Once you unleash some new way of war and make it normalized, it's going to end up coming back. That's just how it continues to work. That's how people are, and it's going to matter. But look at something else. Let's say that this does happen. Let's say that Israel is successful and that they actually have this state where now that it's actually at risk of collapsing and just devolving into some of these little military districts and their own little fiefdom. That would actually accomplish some of the objectives of the Israeli side. They just don't want a unified state of Iran that could be controlled, that could potentially have nuclear weapons and all that. What would Iran do if that's the case? Do you think that they will do nothing? That they'll just watch their country literally fall apart and take no more action? That's not a very smart, that's not a very wise thing. That's not a very likely thing. As a matter of fact, let's see, let me get the right one here. Professor Morandi, who we've had on a show from University of Tehran, says, listen, he was asked specifically a question, what would Iran do, and why have they actually so far not destroyed all kinds of oil tankers throughout the Gulf, other oil infrastructure? And he made a point of saying here, that's not what they want to do as of now, though. As of now, watch this.
So there's no reason for Iran to go all out on day one. If Iran wanted to do that, Iran could have destroyed all the tankers in the Persian Gulf. it could have destroyed all the oil and gas installations, and there would be no more oil and gas from the Persian Gulf for the next few years. And that would destroy the global economy. It would destroy the global economy. It would change the lives of everyone across the globe. It would create mass suffering. Iran doesn't want that. Iran wants this war to be managed and to defeat the Americans, to defeat the Zionist regime, to put them in their place, to tell them, to make them recognize that the era of Western dominance is over, but it does not want.
And so you see that's their objective is not to just burn everything down. But the point being, this is what I'm trying to get through to people so much to understand. We keep thinking everything that we do has no consequences and that we can only inflict pain on them and there's nothing that the other side can do against us. But you see there that Professor Morandi was talking about, there are cards to play. Just imagine yourself in this, folks. Just imagine that you're being attacked by a superior force and you're trying everything you can to defend yourself, but they keep picking off your leaders one at a time. You replace them, but the guys you replace are less capable. And at some point, maybe people are saying, well, now we don't have any good replacements and now we're losing control of our security apparatus and now the whole thing could fall apart. Are you, A, going to just wilt, duck your shoulders and say, well, darn it, they got us. I guess we're just going to die and everybody.
War spiraling out of control. Trump and Israel done messed up and hit the Iranian gas fields. Iran has warned the citizens of the Arab nations that they warned their leaders. Now it's all over. Don't be nowhere near no energy fields. No oil is already skyrocketing right now because Iran is one in the world. They finna destroy all the energy fields in those puppet nations. The Arabs is over. And if they blink, Iran probably will hit their palaces. This is what the U.S. and Israel wanted. They get defeated so bad, they trying to drag the Arabs in it so they could retreat.
Everybody's going to be over and they're going to win and they're going to leave us as a wasteland. And now then they get to win with nothing. Or B, are you going to take the assets that you have and the military capacity that you have and the vulnerability that's around it? And they have demonstrated that all of our air defense systems, whether that's the Iron Dome, the David Sling, the THAAD, the Patriot system, you name it, all of it has minimal or limited capabilities to defend against incoming Iranian fire. And that's everything from drones all the way up to their hypersonic missiles and everything in between. They have shown that whatever they shoot at, they can hit. So if you're in a position to where you start to get defeated by a superior foe, are you just going to roll over, or are you going to do exactly what Professor Morandi said the Iranians could do? And they have demonstrated that they have the capacity to do, to include the tankers, to include oil facilities. You got to understand, you can't push too far. And if you start having too much success, there will be countermeasures. Right now, as Professor Morandi mentioned there, the objective is to manage the war. They still want to survive. Nobody wants to die. They don't want to pull out this, some call it, I think the Israelis have something called like a Samson initiative or something where, hey, kind of like Samson in the Bible, that, you know, to destroy his enemies, he ended up killing himself and bringing the whole edifice down on top of him with the two pillars. There's no doubt that Iran has something similar in mind because they're human. They're normal. All of us are like that. We're not going to go down and let somebody destroy us when we have the means to respond to inflict pain on our enemy. But they're not going to go down that path if they can get something that they want. So that's why they're still saying we're open to negotiations if it's something that we can live with. And we keep viewing it, and the people in the West, people in Israel, keep viewing Iran as just this pathetic little weak thing that we can just push around however we want to. And if they dare to do anything back, well, we'll just up the ante and we'll push a little bit harder. And then we'll just destroy them and there won't be any kind of reaction. As a matter of fact, somebody else has that same idea, and that is President Donald Trump, who this morning, and you can look at the timestamp here, these two tweets or True Socials went out less than 10 minutes apart. So the first one is, he says at 8:35 a.m., I wonder what would happen if we, quote, finish off what's left of the Iranian terror state and the countries that use it. We won't, or we don't, so we don't use the Iranian oil, but be responsible for the so-called strait. That would get some of our non-responsive allies in gear and fast. So understand what he's saying. What if we finish off what's left of the Iranian terror state, and the countries that use it, would be responsible for the strait? Obviously, he's talking about the European countries who he's trying to get to help us go through the strait. So that's one thing. So then that's it. 8:35. 8 minutes later, he says, "Listen, U.S. allies need to get a grip and step up and open the strait." So it's like stream of consciousness. On the one hand, he's just saying maybe we'll finish off the country, and then who cares about the strait? But then 8 minutes later, he again goes back to our European allies and says, "Hey, y'all need to step it up. We need to get this thing open." But you see that the President Trump there is contemplating and thinking about, hey, what if we just finish it off? Well, what do you think he's talking about when he says finish it off? There's some concern that he's thinking maybe some kind of boots on the ground kind of situation. And in fact, he was asked about that yesterday, and he seems to not be concerned, because there's been some concern that, listen, you go in here, I think the Iranians actually said this, this could be your Vietnam. This would be your era's Vietnam, where you'd get involved in something, you can't finish it, and you'd be the graveyard of empire and all that kind of stuff. And so one of the reporters from, I think, Sky News asked President Trump this.
The Iranian regime told Sky News, if you put boots on the ground in Iran, it will be another Vietnam. Are you afraid of that?
No, I'm really not afraid of anything.
Yeah, he said, "I'm not afraid of anything." And, and I'm thinking, Mr. President, you really need to be afraid of some things. He said he's not afraid of that. Speaking of Vietnam, let's just show you something here. This just gives you the scale of what's happening. The green inlay there, that is the size of Vietnam, is overlaid on top of Iran. Now, as I've been telling you, Iran is 4 times bigger than Iraq. You can kind of see that off to the left of the screen there. But this is Vietnam overlaid. Understand that at the height in 1968, we had 550,000 American troops in that small stretch there. Do you see what I'm saying there? 550,000 American troops in the green area alone. And you see that it's completely engulfed by Iran. And just look at the topographical map, and you can see what's underneath all that. And you see all of this difficulty stuff with this mountain ranges. I mean, jungles are hard enough, but mountain ranges, I mean, that is just unforgiving for any kind of an offensive. 500,000 troops would not be enough to go through, and that we would just get swallowed up in all of that terrain. So you should be afraid at the thought of going in there. But, well, see, that kind of leads me to the concern. What else might President Trump be thinking about? If he's saying, I want to finish them off, we don't have a land army. By the way, do you realize that in the entirety of the American active duty Army and Marine Corps, I don't think that we have a total of 550,000. We have right up to it, but that's total troops, folks. That's institutional stuff. That's like instructors. It's logisticians. It's all kinds of supply people. All kinds of other things, like the schoolhouses, etc. Everything, to include the armor, the infantry, the air, our drone forces. I mean, all these kind of things that we have. That's just in the ground forces alone. So if 100% of everybody went in there and they all became infantrymen, it still wouldn't be enough. And if the European allies won't even send ships to escort vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, you can be damn sure they are not going to send divisions of their soldiers to get chewed up and die on the mountains in Iran. So then where does that leave us? Because we have some real problems here, folks. I mean, just take a look at if you're going to say you're going to, finish them off, if that's even a viable threat, what does that mean? Boots on the ground? I just showed you that's not going to happen. I mean, you don't have them. You literally don't even have them to make a legitimate possibility. And it would take a half a year if you gave the order today to even hurry them up there. We don't have a half a year. Naval power, we've obviously proved that didn't work. We have a third of our Navy there, and most of them are beyond standoff range because we dare not get inside the range where some of our ships could get hit. So that's not going to do anything. Air power. Well, we obviously have an overwhelming amount of our firepower in the air, B-52s, F-35s, F-18s, F-16s, F-15, all kinds of stuff. F-22s. We've dropped a lot of bombs. We've shot a lot of missiles. But yeah, all it's done is blow a bunch of things up, and it certainly hasn't brought Iran to its knees. So maybe you're thinking, well, just keep doing that. But how many months can we keep doing this? We're already running low on a lot of these standoff weapons. For example, we fired, I think the report was 400 Tomahawk cruise missiles in the opening 36 hours, I believe is the number. We make 90 per year. You understand that? 90 per year. So you blew through close to 5 years, probably, and who knows how many we fired since that time. But it will take years, plural, to replenish just in the first 2 days. So you see that you're limited to it. And we have global requirements, so you can't just keep doing that. So you can't just keep pounding from the air and say, well, we'll just get them till they're destroyed. Remember, I told you that in the Korean War, the 1953 period where they were trying to do an armistice, we completely leveled almost all of North Korean country. Pyongyang had allegedly 2 buildings left standing, and they still never succumbed. The Gaza Strip, Hezbollah. You see what I mean? The examples keep going on because they're humans. They react the same way we do. See what we did in the Battle of the Bulge or Bastogne in World War II. We don't give up, folks. We don't give up. Why do you think they're going to after less than 3 weeks? Okay, well, if that's not going to work either, then what are you going to do? Well, then this assassination campaign, maybe that'll work. Maybe that'll just weaken them in. There's too many of them. You can't just keep doing it, because at some point they're going to figure it out. The Iranians are, about how to prohibit this from happening and separate them and divide people around and move them out to more difficulties. And they're going to figure out ways. They're going to figure out how they're being so vulnerable. At some point they'll figure it out. So you're not going to be able to kill them all. You just can't do that. So that's not going to work either. And as CNBC was reporting this morning, right now, let's see, let me look at the number as we're speaking here. As right now, the actual price of oil, and this is a live look right now at the price of oil, because this is kind of your ticking time bomb. You see it's $99, and now it went up to, there's another jump. It went to $99.15. That's live right now, folks. That's what has everybody's attention, not just in President Trump's orbit, but the entire West, or actually the entire world. It's a global commodity. It's affecting literally everyone.
We got to get to, because they done hit Iranian gas fields, and Iran is going ballistic. Iran wanted to destroy it. Iran wanted them to. So, Iran wanted to do that. They made a horrible mistake.
Administrative. Donald Trump's unlawful war against Iran is spiraling out of control. Things are escalating. The United States and Israel are confirming that they've just targeted Iran's largest natural gas processing facility earlier this morning in southern Iran. Iranian reports indicate that these facilities are affiliated with the South Pars offshore gas field, were struck by Israel. Israel said, we did this with the United States. This is massive escalation, folks. That is how Iran is perceiving it as well. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, they've now issued evacuation orders for 4 energy facilities in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates following this morning's Israeli, and we know these were joint Israeli-U.S. strikes against energy infrastructure in southern Iran, and these facilities.
Once Iran hit them gas fields, that's it. The global economy is fucked. These people don't care. They love chaos, but it's fucked. Gas prices finna go sky high. Nothing the Arabs can do about it. But Iran released a statement saying they warned them. He talking to the people, the Arab people. Say, we warned your leaders. They didn't listen. So you need to move away from any of those gas fields, any of those off. We finna blow all of that stuff up. They going back to finding another way to make money. It's over for the Arabs.
facilities include the major facilities in those nations that I mentioned. A spokesperson for Qatar's foreign minister just issued the following statement. The Israeli targeting of facilities linked to Iran's South Pars field, which is an extension of Qatar's North field, is a dangerous and irresponsible.
It's too late. It's too late. Double game. Iran warned y'all to stop those people from playing with them. You got the U.S. bases. They want you. Who cares about your statement, Qatar? Your gas and oil field, they getting blown up. Put your military in the battlefield. You got anything to say? All these statements and shit without no missiles don't make no sense.
Responsible step amid the current military escalation in the region. Targeting energy infrastructure constitutes a threat to global energy security as well as to the people of the region and its environment. We reiterate, as we have repeatedly emphasized, the necessity of avoiding the targeting of vital facilities. We call on all parties to exercise restraint, adhere to international law, and work toward de-escalation in a manner that preserves security and stability in the region. Now, we're hearing from Donald Trump right now. Moments ago, he posted on his social media platform. Let's see how he is addressing this escalation. Donald Trump writes, I wonder what would happen if we, quote, finished off, end quote, what's left of the Iranian terror state and let the countries that use it, we don't, be responsible for the so-called straight, and then he spells it STRAIGHT. That would get some of our non-responsive allies in gear and fast. DJT, that's your response to all of this right now? What are they saying in Iran right now? Iran is, their leaders are saying, we previously made clear and repeated warnings that were given to your rulers in Arab nations about entering down this dangerous path and gambling with the fate of your nations. And they say, evacuate now. We are hitting your energy facilities. Wow, wow, wow. We now see right now, Bloomberg is reporting, folks, that multiple oil and gas facilities in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, they've been evacuated right now as a result of these. They're calling it Israeli strikes, but Israel's saying we did it with the United States. Israel strikes this morning against several energy sites in southern Iran and threats made by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard against these facilities. We're hearing now from the chief propagandist at the White House, Caroline Leavitt. She says, we don't need the Strait of Hormuz for our energy. Let's just let the others deal with it. Here's what she said. Let's play this clip.
Has there been any movement overnight on behalf of our allies that has softened their position about going through the Strait of Hormuz?
Not overnight, but the president and his team, especially Secretary Hegseth and Secretary Rubio, continue to be in touch with their counterparts in Europe and, of course, our allies in the Arab and Gulf region to step up and do more to help the United States in securing the Strait of Hormuz. This is to their benefit, more so than it is to the benefit of the United States. Thanks to President Trump, we are a net exporter of energy. We don't need the Strait of Hormuz for our energy here at home. For the American people, of course, we want the strait to be open for the global oil market and to stabilize prices and bring them down again. And we have options the military has options to continue doing that. But the president is right to call on our allies to step up to do more. You know,
and then Caroline Leavitt says NATO is being very unfair to us right now. Very unfair, NATO. This is the messaging from the White House right now during this massive escalation as oil's it's going to hit $150 a barrel soon, and you're attacking NATO. Here, play this clip.
You know, one of President Trump's guiding principles is fairness, and he has long called out NATO for being what he believes an unfair alliance for the American people, the American taxpayer, and our U.S. armed forces. You look at some of the trade deals with our NATO allies. The president has worked to renegotiate and reset those to make them more fair for the American people and American workers. You look at the fact that the United States has thousands of troops on our allies in NATO's soil, where we're paying these countries billions of dollars, and our troops on their soil serves as a deterrent for them. And the president wants the American taxpayer and our American military to be treated fairly. He feels sometimes with NATO they are not, and he's right to call that out, and he's right to call on them to step up and do more, especially when reopening the strait benefits them even more than it does the United States of America.
There are troubles here at home as well. The Department of Homeland Security remains shut down, and Mark Wayne Mullen has his hearing. We're going to hear from him.
More from Caroline Levitt right here. She says, rest assured, everybody, there is a plan. Here, play this clip.
What is the plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz quickly?
The president is going to continue to talk to our allies, both in Europe and also in the Gulf and Arab region. The United States military has a lot of capabilities, as you have seen play out over the last 18 days. They still do have tricks up their sleeve. I won't broadcast them for the media, but rest assured there is a plan. They're working on it. We have seen some progress with respect to that. But of course, the president, again, continues to call on our allies to step up and do more. Nancy.
Now we're hearing from Commodore Ali Raza Tangsiri, the commander of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. He just put out the following statement. And he says, your presence on the streets has become our trump card. And from now on, it will lead to new equations in the region. With the target bank updated, hashtag oil facilities associated with America are now on par with American bases and will come under fire with full force. We warn citizens and workers, stay away from these facilities. There's a Senate hearing taking place right now with Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence. You'll recall Joe Kent, who is her number 2, resigned based on his objection to the war in Iran. He resigned yesterday. Senator Warner just cross-examined Tulsi Gabbard about Donald Trump, saying that he was shocked and surprised that Iran has been retaliating against its neighbors and shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, which everybody knew was going to happen. It should also be noted that the Trump regime, based on the advice, if you want to call it that, of Laura Loomer, also got rid of one of their top Iranian advisors as well in the past few weeks. But here's what Warner says to Gabbard. So do you not tell Donald Trump these things? Because it's pretty obvious to everybody that what's going to happen with the Strait of Hormuz, what's going to happen with the neighboring Arab nations. And Tulsi Gabbard has just been having one of the worst hearings imaginable. I mean, because she's just a liar with everything. Here's what she says. Here, play this clip.
He chose to omit the parts that contradict the president. The president continues to say as well that, he had no idea, was shocked that the Iranians had moved to take over the Strait of Hormuz. Did you provide any intelligence that would say that it would be that it was not likely that the Iranians would try to move on the strait?
I'm not aware of those remarks, and I think those of us here at the table can point to the fact that historically the Iranians have always threatened to leverage their control over
why would the president say he was amazed?
I'm not aware of those remarks.
What about the comments the president made that thought that he was surprised again? Reports that Iran struck the adjacent Gulf states.
Again, I'm not aware of those remarks. We have been
let me ask
and
you
continue
this.
to provide.
Did you brief the president? Did you brief the president? Did you brief the president if he starts a war of choice, that the likely result would be that Iran would strike adjacent Gulf nations and close the Strait of Hormuz? Did you brief him on those two facts that I think have been consistently the assumptions of the intelligence community?
I have not and won't divulge internal conversations. I will say that those of us within the intelligence community continue to provide the president with all of the best objective intelligence available to inform his decisions.
Senator. Real quick, I need to tell you about one of my favorite sponsors, Smart Credit. Your credit score may have taken a big hit over the holidays, and you may not even know it. I know.
Buddy expected, and that was the pre-war producer price index. So if this war wasn't going on and we got this PPI readout, we would be like, holy SH, you know what I'm going to say next. This is bad. Now you layer it on top of the war when we get those PPI readouts and those inflation readouts, folks. I don't think it's an exaggeration that inflation will soon be going above 5%. And you can be like, oh, Ben, you're saying you're being hyperbolic again. Watch. Inflation will be above 5%, I think, clearly by the end of this year, perhaps even higher where things are going right now. But here's how they reported on CNBC the new horrible inflation data. Here, play this clip.
What does that tell you? I mean, I understand the short term, we're taking the Fed activity out from the 2-year, and that's why you see those.
I want to start today by painting a picture for you, because what we are seeing unfold in the waters of the Red Sea and across West Asia is nothing short of a tectonic shift in global power. For decades, the United States has projected an image of invincibility, symbolized by its $13 billion, 100,000-ton nuclear-powered supercarriers. These floating cities are supposed to be untouchable.
A major new question is now driving global attention across the Gulf and beyond. Did Iran really hit the Gerald R. Ford, the United States Navy's most advanced aircraft carrier?
Norfolk-based aircraft carrier will leave the Red Sea to undergo repairs at the U.S. Navy base on Crete.
They are the centerpiece of American military might. But today, that myth lies smoldering in the waters off the coast of Saudi Arabia. According to harrowing new reports emerging from both informal channels and corroborated by sailors on the ground, leaked information that the Pentagon is desperately trying to suppress, the USS Gerald R. Ford has been hit, and not just a minor scrape. We are getting reports that during the latest wave of Iranian retaliation, the Ford was pummeled by a combination of loitering drones and anti-ship ballistic missiles. Now, official U.S. Central Command will tell you there was a minor fire in a laundry room, that 2 sailors suffered non-life-threatening injuries, and that the ship remains fully operational. But let me be very clear with you. That is a sanitized, damage control fairy tale designed for Wall Street and Main Street. The truth, which we have pieced together from Iranian news sources like Press TV, Tehran Times, and even whispers from European maritime security sources, is that the fire raged for over 30 hours. 30 hours. This wasn't a laundry fire, this was a catastrophic event. The internal compartments, the lobby areas, the passageways where sailors eat and sleep were engulfed. We are hearing reports that the damage to the interior berthing areas where over 4,500 troops are stationed is extensive. The Pentagon can spin this however they want, but you cannot have carbon monoxide poisoning affecting dozens of sailors, as has been confirmed, without major structural and internal damage. Before we go any further, I need you to do something for me. The corporate media is not going to show you these images. They are not going to tell you that American hegemony is bleeding out in the Red Sea. So, I need you to hit that like button right now. Share this video far and wide. Leave a comment. Just drop a dot if you have to. Or tell me where you are watching from, because we need to overwhelm the algorithm. We need to make sure the truth about Iran's victory and America's humiliation reaches every corner of the globe. And if you haven't already, smash that subscribe button. This is honest journalism, and we rely on you to keep the lights on. Now, let's get into the meat of this, because the situation is far direr for Washington than they want you to believe. Let's talk about what really happened today. The USS Gerald R. Ford, the pride of the U.S. Navy, was operating in the Red Sea, approximately 100 kilometers off the coast of Jeddah. It had just transited the Suez Canal days earlier, sent there to menace Iran as part of this disastrous Operation Epic Fury, or Lion's Roar. The Iranian military, watching their every move, had already issued warnings. They had already drawn a line in the sand. And when that line was crossed, they didn't send a strongly worded letter. They sent drones and missiles that actually know how to find their target. According to details emerging from the New York Times, reluctantly and buried deep in their reports, and confirmed by international wire services, the crew of the Ford was helpless for more than 30 hours. Imagine that. Imagine being trapped on a ship, a metal box in the middle of the ocean, with fires raging uncontrollably. The official story claims the fire started in a laundry room. Really? A laundry room's? That is the best they could come up with? It's insulting to the intelligence of the American people. What actually happened is that the ship's support facilities, and likely the flight deck or hangar bays, were compromised by Iranian munitions. The Ford is a first-in-class vessel. It has all sorts of teething problems. We'll get to that in a minute, but it doesn't just spontaneously combust for a day and a half. The Iranian military has confirmed that they consider any logistical or service center supporting that carrier a legitimate target, and they acted on it. The fact that the fire took 30 hours to contain tells us that the internal damage was severe. It tells us that the water mains were probably ruptured, that the electrical systems were fried, that the advanced dual-band radar they boast about might have gone dark. 2 sailors injured? Try dozens treated for smoke inhalation and carbon monoxide poisoning. That's what happens when you have a fire in a sealed environment. The Pentagon relies on the fact that most people don't understand naval architecture, but we do. When a ship this advanced is dead in the water for 30 hours due to fire, it is not fully operational. It is a wounded beast limping to port. And you know what makes this even more poetic? This ship, the USS Gerald R. Ford, was a disaster before it ever even saw a shot fired in anger. This is the ship that was supposed to revolutionize naval warfare. It cost taxpayers a fortune, billions over budget. It had issues with its electromagnetic aircraft launch system, or EMALS. It had issues with its advanced arresting gear. It spent years in port being fixed because it was too high-tech to actually function. It has spent its entire career breaking down. So, when Trump and Netanyahu decided to ramp up the pressure on Iran, they sent a ship that was already plagued with mechanical problems into the most dangerous maritime environment on Earth. They sent it to the Red Sea, where the Yemeni army has proven they can hit anything they want, whenever they want. This wasn't just arrogance. It was strategic malpractice. And behind the scenes, we are hearing about a rising disaffection among U.S. generals. They know this war is faltering. They know that the Iranian resistance is stronger than anything they anticipated. They told their political masters that they could degrade Iran's military in a few weeks. Instead, Iran has degraded the U.S. Navy's reputation in a few hours. The American generals are looking at their losses. We're talking about destroyed radar systems worth over $1 billion at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, bases in Kuwait and the UAE in flames, and now a crippled carrier. And they are asking, what is the end game? There is no end game. There is only the realization that the era of the United States, waltzing into the Middle East and dictating terms, is over. They thought they could assassinate political leaders, a cowardly tactic they have used repeatedly, and that the Iranian people would crumble. They thought killing a commander here or there would break the will of the resistance. But they forgot that you cannot kill an idea. They have achieved no meaningful change inside Iran. None. The legitimate government in Tehran remains steadfast, while the U.S. and its allies are burning through billions of dollars with nothing to show for it but burned ships and dead soldiers. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, or rather, the waterway that the United States can no longer control. The Strait of Hormuz. This is the jugular of the global oil economy. A fifth of the world's oil passes through this narrow channel. And for decades, the U.S. Navy has patrolled it, threatened countries around it, and acted like the global policeman. But look at the state of play today. Just last week, U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright had to admit on live television that the Strait of Hormuz is not safe. He said it explicitly. No, it is not. Do you understand the magnitude of that admission? The most powerful navy in the history of the world is admitting they cannot secure a vital waterway. Why? Because Iran controls the terrain. They control the coastal missiles, the fast attack craft, and the anti-ship ballistic missiles that can turn a supercarrier into a floating bonfire. We have reports, and I want you to really let this sink in, that the U.S. carriers, both the Ford and the Abraham Lincoln, have pulled back. We are talking about a strategic retreat of nearly 800 to 1,400 kilometers. They have fled the Gulf of Oman, They have scurried back toward the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean. They are hiding. They are keeping their distance because they know that if they get too close, the Iranian military will send them to the bottom of the sea. Donald Trump, sitting on a golf course in Florida, had the audacity to say that other nations need to step up and protect the strait. He said countries that rely on the oil should send their own warships. That is a white flag disguised as a policy statement. That is the United States asking China, asking Europe, to clean up the mess they created because their own fleet is too afraid to go in. France has already said non, and even Trump himself, in a rare moment of delusional clarity, admitted that Iran is a powerful country. He sees the resistance. He sees the destruction of American bases. And for once, the bravado is gone, replaced by the quiet panic of an empire in decline. And then there is Netanyahu. If the Pentagon is lying, Netanyahu is the man screaming, "The sky is green," while the sky is on fire. He stands in front of cameras, parroting the same tired lines about existential threats and imminent victory. But victory over whom? His war machine has achieved nothing. Absolutely nothing. Israel has been hit with over 400 ballistic missiles since this round of escalation began. Haaretz, an Israeli newspaper, is reporting shortages of interceptor missiles. The vaunted Iron Dome, the David Sling, they are being overwhelmed. And while Netanyahu babbles about Iran, the Lebanese resistance is firing rockets into his northern settlements. His ports are being threatened, his economy is cratering, and his people are running for bomb shelters. He continues to rely on the special relationship with Washington, but Washington can't even protect its own aircraft carrier. How is it going to protect Tel Aviv? The American empire is a paper tiger, and Netanyahu is the village idiot trying to hide behind its crumbling walls. The Iranian strategy of unity of the arenas is working perfectly. They have the U.S. Navy running scared in the south, they have the Lebanese resistance pressuring the north, and they have the Syrian front active. Subscribe and stay tuned.
As aggression with no
the benefits to clear capital concerns, I think, about the Netanyahu and Trump war getting out of control. What do you know? What do you hear? What are your concerns?
I cannot emphasize enough, Judge, and all of you, our audience, this is it. This is the ultimate escalation moment. So we are beyond any red lines. The latest echo I had from Iran a few minutes ago was, we are ready for total war. And I'm quoting literally.
Now, when
we have been provoked to go into total war. And I'll explain to you now why. Yes, Judge, please.
No, that's what I was going to ask. So without telling me who told you this, you obviously believe it. It's obviously a credible source. What do you know or believe they mean by total war?
Because of what happened a little while ago, in fact, a few hours. I was at my dinner here in Southeast Asia. When I came back, this was exploding everywhere. Trump, Netanyahu together, and under pressure as well from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the Emirates, which are pushing them to go all the way against Iran. They bombed the South Pars gas field in Iran. This is the largest gas field on the planet. And South Pars is linked to the North Dome in Qatar. It's the same geology. So South Pars and North Dome, Iran and Qatar together, this is the largest concentration of gas and export of gas on the planet. And South Pars, the refinery part of South Pars was bombed today by Israel, US. And that provoked an immediate, for the moment, rhetoric response from Iran. An evacuation order already issued for several installations all across the Gulf, and the list of installations that is going to be bombed in the next few hours. This is, I think it's midnight here in Southeast Asia, it's around 7 to 8 in West Asia, so it's going to be certainly tonight. The Iranians are going to bomb the Samref refinery in Saudi Arabia, very, very large. The Al Hosn gas field in the Emirates, enormous. The Messayed petrochemical complex affiliated with Chevron, by the way, in Qatar. The Ras Laffan refinery phases 1 and 2 in Qatar. This is immensely serious because this is the largest gas terminal on the planet. And the Iranians are saying they're going to bomb that in retaliation. And the refinery in Haifa. That's the full list, which is going to be bombed in retaliation by Iran. And that explains what I heard only a few minutes ago. We are ready for total war, because this is the ultimate escalation, because it's not about bombing military targets in Iran anymore. This is about bombing civilian installations and provoking the collapse of the state in Iran. So we are way there, way there. There's no comparison to what was happening until a few hours ago. So this is the ultimate escalation. So now it is, for all practical purposes, total war. And Iran said, if you attack our gas infrastructure, our energy infrastructure, we're going to attack all the energy infrastructure of the Persian Gulf. That's where we are now, Judge.
Wow. This is a video of South Pars, Iran. The footage shows the facilities on fire. This is exactly what you were talking about. What did well, you wouldn't know directly, but what do you expect the Americans and the Israelis thought they would accomplish by bombing this? They're only going to wreck the international economy.
Exactly, but they were not thinking about international economy, and they were not thinking about the immense repercussions all across the globe. They are absolutely obsessed in smashing every structure that is now resisting in the Iranian state. They tried everything. They killed Ayatollah Khamenei. They bombed everything in sight, according to them, but not what really matters, which are the underground missile stations and drone stations in the eastern and southeastern part of Iran. These are absolutely intact. They could not get their regime change. The whole structure of government, it's now, we were told hours ago, still today, it's not only 4 layers that were first established by Ayatollah Khamenei of replacements in case they are killed, military commanders, provincial leaders, etc. It's 7 layers. So if you kill Larijani, you have Saeed Jalili, which immensely competent, a former supervisor of the Iranian nuclear program. He's going to be the next secretary of the Security Council. He has been appointed today. So it's this absolutely stupid policy of decapitation doesn't work with the system that is completely consolidated and decentralized at the same time, the decentralized mosaic strategy, which now includes decentralized mosaic strategy on attack, total attack in terms of total war against every possible node of US-Israeli presence from Israel to the Persian Gulf, and now includes the energy infrastructure as well. So there's no limit to this. If this happens only tonight, depending on what happens in the next few hours, and we see the extent of the Iranian attacks on this list of especially refineries and energy installations, especially Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar, the repercussions for the global economy, we cannot even imagine. For the moment, apparently no. For the moment, the barrel of oil in West Asia is over $150. Tomorrow could be 200, Judge, easily,
Wow.
or even more.
Well, that will put tremendous pressure on Trump when people can't fill up their automobiles on pickup trucks in the U.S. for under $150.
Exactly. Well, they are not considering because now it's a psycho killer mentality, Judge, and not only among those psycho killers of that death cult in West Asia, but inside the Trump administration. And Trump now is beyond deranged and completely controlled by this psycho killer logic, especially because he's desperate. Everything that he tried backfired. He is cornered. There's no off-ramp. And this particular bombing of South Pars, which was obviously an Israeli initiative, cuts off any possibility of an off-ramp, which, by the way, did not exist until a few hours ago because the Iranians were over and over again. This is our list. We don't want a ceasefire. We want all U.S. military bases out of West Asia. We want reparations for everything that you caused against us. We want, and that was part of it started with 9 points, then 6 points, then it broke down to 3 main points. And of course, there is an extra point, which they mention over and over again, a solution for Lebanon. So a solution for Lebanon is inexorably linked to the Iranians agreeing to a ceasefire later on. For the moment, there are no off-ramps whatsoever. So Israel and Trump are betting on destroying the Iranian state, period. It's not about liberating the Strait of Hormuz anymore. We are one step beyond.
Chris, do we have the interview with Jeremy Scahill? Jeremy is, of course, you probably know him, a well-known investigative reporter. Here's what he revealed this morning.
Well, Ryan, so yesterday we did a story that was based on talking to 2 senior Iranian officials. And what they told us was that over the course of the past week, Steve Witkoff, who is the special envoy for President Donald Trump and was alongside Jared Kushner, the lead negotiator in the fraudulent pretend nuclear negotiations that preceded this bombing. And of course, the U.S. started bombing Iran February 28th, when there was supposed to be another round of negotiations just 2 days or 3 days later in Vienna. And so, Witkoff had dealt with Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister, during those negotiations. And one of the things that we've reported is that there was actually much more direct negotiation that took place in these talks between the U.S. and Iran that had been actually reported. And so what we reported is that throughout the course of the previous week, Steve Witkoff had personally sent a number of text messages to Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister, and that senior Iranian officials said that Araghchi ignored them completely and didn't respond to them.
She ignored them completely and didn't respond to them. What does this tell you about who's interested in a ceasefire?
The Iranians already said the only possibility of a ceasefire is if you follow our list. It's what I wrote last week about the eviction notice. In the eviction notice, the number 1 is no more U.S. military bases all across West Asia, period. This is non-negotiable. And these past 24 hours, more than that, the situation of the Strait of Hormuz will be completely reorganized from now on. They already installed a toll booth, and this toll booth will continue. It will probably evolve into some charging 10% for each tanker, that crosses Hormuz, which could bring them over $70 billion a year. And crossing through Iranian territorial waters, Judge. This is what I wanted to start our discussion today, if it was not because of the South Pars tragedy. The Pakistani tanker, Karachi, that crossed the Hormuz and going all the way to the Arabian Sea, final destination Pakistan. First of all, this is how the toll booth works. The cargo was paid in Petro Yuan, not in US dollars. Number two, they paid the toll to the Iranian authorities. Number three, he navigated very close to the Iranian border of the Strait of Hormuz, from the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman. So this is how it's going to be from now on. You have to follow these steps. Otherwise, you cannot cross, period.
How is this playing geopolitically on the countries that are not involved in the violence? For example, we haven't heard, maybe he's spoken and it's just not covered in the West, a peep from President Erdogan of Turkey. Where is he on this? I'm sure he's plotting some way to take advantage of it.
Absolutely. He's hedging as usual. He spends 24/7 hedging all the time. Because for the moment, Turkey is not directly involved in Hormuz. So and Turkey, they receive their oil and their gas via the BTC oil pipeline and the BTS gas pipeline. They all start in Baku. And they receive also energy through the Blue Stream and the Turk Stream from Russia. They don't depend on the Persian Gulf. And that's why he didn't say anything.
Are the Turks still selling oil to Israel?
Yes, they are, Judge. And the BTC, once again, Baku, Tbilisi, Ceyhan, to remind all of you, our audience. When the oil arrives in Ceyhan, in Turkey, in the Eastern Mediterranean, they are loaded into cargoes and they go to Israel. Israel receives, it varies the numbers. It could be between 30 to 49% of Israel's oil coming via the BTC. So Erdogan, if he was directly involved, is very simple. He could make a phone call to this Ceyhan terminal in Turkey and say, look, no charging any tankers going to Israel. Very simple. He didn't do it.
Wow. Tell me about BRICS and the effect of what Prime Minister Modi of India recently did on the future of BRICS.
Judge, it pains me tremendously to be a realist in this matter. I was born in a BRICS nation, and I followed three others very, very closely. And in 2024, I spent 6 months in Russia. Basically, the main reason was because I wanted to follow the preparation for the BRICS summit in Kazan. So obviously, for all of us who defend BRICS as the #1 multilateral institution trying to organize a new system of international relations and going towards a multipolar world, when we see what is happening now, we have to recognize, it's our professional duty to recognize that BRICS in deep coma. And it's going to be very, very hard to raise from the dead before the summit later this year in India, which just betrayed BRICS all the way. First of all, they betrayed Russia because when Trump told them you cannot buy oil from Russia, they said, okay, yes, master, etc. And now they had to come back to Russia, and Russia said, so you want our oil again? Okay, no more. We were giving you a lot of discounts before. No discounts anymore. You have to pay the spot price. And of course, what they did to Iran. 48 hours before the decapitation strike on February 28, Modi was best friends with the war criminal in Israel. And he said that Israel was the fatherland and India was the motherland. So we have a BRICS member openly aligned with the Epstein syndicate. If this is not betrayal, what is betrayal?
Wow. What would have motivated Prime Minister Modi, who's not a stupid person, to have alienated himself from what was destined to become the alternate financial the capital of the world?
Weapons deals with Israel. His personal and the BJP's organizational and the Hindutvas that they support absolute hatred of Muslims, including Muslims who are part of BRICS. So this explains the very close connection between this Indian supremacism, which has nothing to do with the deepest India, cultured India, and Zionism. And of course, interests, financial interests between the Zionist axis and elites in India, including some of the richest entrepreneurs in India. Wow. So that's it. They made their choice, Judge. They're going to have to live with it. The problem is BRICS cannot live with it.
Well, can BRICS exist without India?
Yes, they can. So, I would say that a rational decision by BRICS would be to at least suspend India, if not expel them. They won't expel them because they are too polite, especially Russia. But ideally should be a suspension, a reprimand. And people like Lavrov telling India, okay, which side are you on? The case of Saudi Arabia is already settled because Saudi Arabia, it's in and out of BRICS, on the fence all the time. But after what they have been doing, especially they have been instigating Trump to go all the way against Iran, one of the full BRICS members. Saudi Arabia should be out of BRICS. And the Emirates is another very complicated case. Emirates are a full member of BRICS as well. And Emirates is, once again, in conjunction with the Israelis and Trump, they are campaigning for go all the way against Iran. So BRICS is collapsing in front of us. It's a very, very, very sad state of affairs.
All right. The Iranians are releasing a statement. Chris, do we have it from the beginning or are we jumping in the middle? Or can you increase the size so I can read the print, Chris?
انرژی و گاز مبدأ تهاجم در اولین فرصت در آتش می‌سوزد و به خاکستر تبدیل می‌شود.
This is a firm warning and a red line for the criminals who attack parts of Iran's energy infrastructure in the southern region of the country. As a result of this action, the fuel and gas infrastructure at the origin of the aggression will be set ablaze and reduced to ashes at the earliest opportunity. We declare the cowardly and criminally aggressive American military and savage child-killing Zionist regime. You are compelled to throw your soldiers into their doom and lose your dignity. The throats of your commanders and soldiers are under the boots of the warriors of Islam. In the strategic confusion you face, the reality of the battlefield is clear. Think about the astonishing, you came with a victory scenario and you are searching for ways to preserve your survival hidden in the underground think tanks. Your bullying is over. Your era of bullying is over. This is basically, this was in real time that I'm reading this.
Yes, absolutely.
Basically what you had told us about a half an hour ago when we started this conversation, we should expect.
Yes, and it could start tonight, Judge. It could start tonight or maximum 2 or 3 days. And they're going to hit all these targets. And if they do, wow. In terms of health for the global economy, this is it. Much more than the blocking of the Strait of Hormuz, which is not, once again, to try to introduce a lighter note. When the Iranians say that the strait is not blocked, no, it's blocked for hostile powers. If you follow that three-step that I was outlining a few minutes ago. You settle your cargo in Petro Yuan, you contact the Iranian authorities to pay the toll booths, and you navigate Iranian waters. You can cross the Strait of Hormuz anytime.
Wow. Pepe, thank you very much. As dastardly as all this has become, you are an oracle informing us of all of this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Geopolitical Trend, where truth
States is a liability, not an asset. As the Iranian missiles and drones were raining down on the U.S. bases in those countries, with very little, there was very little U.S. could do about it. And the U.S. aircraft carrier, the symbol of American power, they have positioned themselves as far away as possible. Right now, the USS Lincoln basically put itself behind the mountains of Oman, so you won't be able to be hit by Iranians. And another very telling statement by the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, he said, "Oh, don't you understand? Do you understand how hard it is for U.S. pilot to fly 36 hours straight?" And you gotta think, why are U.S. pilots flying 36 hours straight? Well, first of all, that means they have to fly very, very far away from Iran, outside the missile range of the Iranian missiles, because now Iranian missile and drones have a free reign, hitting all the U.S. bases in the region. And this is and on top of that, U.S. and Israel has been running out of missile interceptors. That was an issue back in the 12 Days War, and it's even worse now. Remember Wall Street Journal reported they spent about 25% of their missile interceptor arsenal back in the 12 Days War. We're now in day 16, day 17 of the special combat operation against Iran. So they're not getting those ammunition replenished because China maintains its rare earth ban to the U.S. military-industrial complex. So the more missiles they shoot, it's less they have. And they can't replace at the rate that Iranians have lobbed missiles. And Iran can also make those missile and drones much more economically than United States. Those missile interceptors, cost millions of dollars. Those Iranian drones cost about $30,000. So this is asymmetric warfare that United States will not win. This is why the Donald Trump administration is really desperate. Because this is not something they planned for. They went into this war with minimal planning because the whole Venezuelan operation had gotten to their head. They thought, okay, we'll just replicate our success again against Iran. We'll do a decapitation strike, and the rest of the Iranian government will fall into line. Well, that's not what happened, because Iran is actually a regional power, and now Iran has demonstrated it is Iran that's controlling the oil flow out of the Middle East, not United States. Iran gets to decide which oil tankers can pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran itself has been able to increase its oil export to China all throughout the war. And there's nothing U.S. can do about it because like a lot of people like Gordon Chang were saying, "Oh, why are we allowing
Gordon Chang
China?" Yeah. Well, first of all, right now, U.S. is doing what it can, try to increase global oil supply. That was caused by the disruption of this war. So Iranian oil going to China is actually relieving the shortage, because the oil that China buys from Iran, that means the less oil China need to buy from elsewhere in the world, because oil is a global commodity that's fungible. So this is also the reason the U.S. has waived the sanction against Russian oil. Europeans apparently haven't received the memo, because the Swedish minister just a few days ago was boasting about seizing another Russian oil tanker. It's like, look, your master has already said, let's not go after Russian oil anymore, because U.S. government is desperately now trying to increase the oil supply, which it's going to have catastrophic consequences for the world economy, because oil is not only used in transportation, but anything from manufacturing of plastics and also fertilizers. China already stopped their export of gasoline and diesel. People might be surprised to learn that China is a big exporter of gasoline and diesel, because China has a lot of refining capability, which is a big shift from the time when I lived in China back in 1980s, because back then China didn't have enough refining capability. So in the 1980s, China was a net oil exporter. China exported crude oil to Japan and imported refined petroleum products like gas, gasoline, diesel, chemical fertilizers. Now China is one of the world's largest exporter of gasoline, diesel, and chemical fertilizers. Now, but China just said, we're going to stop that. We're going to stop our export, because we're going to take care of our domestic, we're going to take care of our people's needs first. So this is going to have a ripple effect throughout the world economy. A lot of the places in Asia, especially Southeast Asia, where I live now, actually depend on those refined petroleum product coming out of China. Australia, for example, 32% of the jet fuel, they depend 32% of their jet fuel from Chinese exports. And now that supply is cut. China said no exports from now on. And China also put a ban on export of nitrogen, potassium, another one of those petroleum derivatives. And the nitrogen, potassium fertilizer is very important for agriculture. And right now, we're in the spring right now. This is the planting season. This is when the farmers are going to plant for this year. And so there's great need for fertilizers. And again, China have to take care of their own people first. So that's why they're putting the ban on export. But for the rest of the world, this is pretty dire. We're looking at pretty, especially if the war drags on longer. In many ways, China is actually well positioned to weather the storm better than other countries, because they're already somewhere from 84 to 86% energy self-sufficient. They just need to import 16% of their energy, and half of that is in forms of oil, and then another half of that is from the Gulf region. But China can increase its intake from elsewhere. For example, China has Russia right next door. China can increase imports from Russia. China also has long-term LNG contract from the United States. People don't realize that. China has signed an agreement back in 2022 to buy up American LNG. But then what happened was, this was basically United States want to increase Chinese dependency on American energy. But then what China did instead in the past few years, China has been reselling those LNGs to Europe at a premium because Europeans really need that gas. And now China has an option either to redirect that LNG back to China or continue to sell to Europe at a higher premium. So for Europe is getting screwed either way. I mean, they first cut themselves from the Russian gas, and now they're getting cut off on the Qatar gas as well. So they're going to have to pay. And China is also less. I just saw a recent New York Times article. United States is 40% more oil dependent, more oil extensive economy than China is, because China has diversified its energy source from renewable like solar, wind, hydro, and they're also building out nuclear like there's no tomorrow. China, I think they have plans to build like upwards of 30 nuclear plants. They are doing a massive build out of their energy grid, and they already electrified their country. They have a massive push for EVs, and they already electrified their rail lines. So their transportation network is less dependent on hydrocarbons right now. And on top of that, China has a massive reserve of coal, and they do have the technology to turn coal into oil. Given the right price. So this is why it's kind of ridiculous that Donald Trump is recently asking help from China to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. It's like, why? Why would they help you?
He's delusional. He's delusional, Carl. But you're right about the energy, because I was. It's in the public domain that the Iran's IRGC only allowed the Chinese flag oil tankers to cross. So that tells you right there where the relationship vis-a-vis Iran and China moving.
They have broadened that in more recent days. They said they will allow passage for oil tanker carrying oil that's paid in Chinese yuan.
Actually, that was the demand. That was one of the demands from Iran. And we all know what it means. We all know what it means. This is why the U.S. now is tapping into wanting NATO to go. And NATO countries are saying, what are you, out of your mind? We're not going. We're not going there. So
Iran is decolonizing West Asia at the same time it's de-dollarizing.
They're hitting two birds with one stone. That's a smart move on their part. On this aspect, Carl, just while we're talking about this one, in your opinion, do you think the U.S. and Israel badly underestimated Iran's capabilities?
I think some of the experts obviously know, but again, who listen to experts nowadays, right? Who listen to the experts nowadays? Not in Washington, and we all know the primary impetus for this war is Israeli pressure, because for Israel, they realize this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to drag United States into war against Iran. Because for Netanyahu was on record saying, "Oh, I don't care. I don't care whether it's regime change or civil war or balkanization. It's all good for me." Because the Israel's aim is to reduce the power of Iran. Preferably reduced to a non-entity, so Iran no longer presents a viable obstacle to prevent the greater Israel project. For Israel to roll across Middle East, and so that has always been their goal. But Israel by itself lacks the capability to do it. This is why they need to drag in United States. Now, people need to keep in mind, this Israeli pressure on U.S. to go to war with Iran has been constant. But for the last 7 U.S. presidents, they successfully resisted the Israeli pressure to go to war with Iran. So you wonder what kind of stuff was in those Epstein files they haven't released.
You're right. You are right. I think, I'm convinced Israel has something damning about Donald Trump regarding those Epstein files.
And this is why they got to do it now, because they finally got a president that could blackmail into do their bidding. And Donald Trump, from his part, he's probably getting some very bad advice from his advisor. I mean, right now he's already blaming his advisor. He's blaming his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. He said, "Well, Jared Kushner said it was going to be a quick victory," and so. Yeah, I mean, like they probably told him, "Oh, you'll be a walk in the park. You'll just be like Venezuela. We do a quick special ops, and then boom, we do decapitation strike. Boom, we can declare victory. We're out of there." Because I don't think it's Donald Trump's instinct to be dragged into a long war, a quagmire, right? I mean, like it's his instinct to go for the low hanging fruit where he can claim victory, and this is why he's. In his press releases, now he's increasingly frustrated because he realized this is not a short war. They buy way more than they could chew right now, and Iranian is showing that not the United States, actually hold the key to the Middle East stability.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, Carl. Before we get into the Chinese capabilities, I want to go back to something you mentioned about the countries in Asia. Especially, I'm referring here to Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and Australia. But mainly those two, Japan and South Korea, and even mainly is South Korea. And the reason I want to get your thoughts on this, it has to do with the U.S. pulling out the THAAD batteries from South Korea. How do you think this, first of all, how significant that is, and how, in your opinion, Carl, North Korea is reading this?
Well, I think I said before on your show that this pivot to Asia thing is not going to happen. and so I was a little bit off because pivot to Asia did happen, but it was pivot to West Asia, just not pivot to East Asia. And what happened is right now, not only Iranian missile and drones is showing that U.S. is a paper tiger in West Asia, but it also show people the whole U.S. alliance system is actually quite fragile. South Korea, you would think this is a very important country, one among the top 10 economies in the world. But guess what? In order to save their golden boy Israel, United States decide, you know what? We're gonna need those THAAD missiles. By the way, U.S. only have, I think, total of 11 THAAD missile system in the whole globe, and those are very expensive equipment. Like each THAAD launcher is about cost like upwards of $1 billion. And what Iran has been very good at, in this conflict is they went straight for the radars. Because without the radars, all this $1 billion THAAD launcher is useless. They have no eyes, so there's no way they can intercept anything. And Iran was able to take out four THAAD radars. So Iran managed to disable 4 out of 11 THAAD systems that the United States have around the world. This is why U.S. needed to move the THAAD systems from Korea to West Asia. Now, South Korea actually nuked its own relationship with China back in 2016 and 2017 when the decision was announced that the United States was going to deploy THAAD system in South Korea. And for this, China, China has put a lot of economic pressure on Korea. Korea lost billions of dollars in terms of business opportunity in order to host the THAAD missiles for United States. And now, poof, it's gone just like that. And you also, another lesson for those U.S. quote unquote ally countries is that they can see what's happening in West Asia right now. UAE, Qatar, they're all getting hit by Iranian drones and missiles. U.S. was not able to protect them. U.S. missile systems was not sufficient to protect them. And guess what? If a war, God forbid, that would break out over Taiwan, all those countries that hosting U.S. bases in East Asia, I'm talking about South Korea, Japan, Philippines, Australia, all of them will be on fire. And China has magnitude more missiles and more advanced missiles than Iran. And this is the lesson really to be taken away from this is, forget about war with China. United States cannot even handle Iran. And don't even think about stirring up a conflict in the Asia Pacific. And on top of that, in times of conflict, U.S. is not going to be able to help to protect them. There's already a rethink among GCC countries right now. They have already got together and decided they're going to curtail their financial commitment in United States in order to save that money to devote to rebuilding in their own region. Now that have multiplication effect on the U.S. economy, because the U.S. was counting on all those Gulf Arab monies to continually finance the AI bubble, right? Like when they proposed that $500 billion Stargate project, they're not talking about $500 billion coming from United States or even Japan or these countries. No. They're aiming for those Gulf money, oil money. Guess what? That money is can no longer be guaranteed, and remember, United States, if you take away all the investment into AI, its economy essentially hasn't grown. If you take away the AI bubble, the U.S. economy will be in recession, and so this is pretty bad. On top of that, all these U.S. tech companies, they have been counting on the data centers that have been built in the Gulf countries because AI is very energy intensive. So they thought they were being smart by, we'll move our AI center to where the energy is. We move it to the Gulf. Guess what? They're being led up by Iranian missiles and drones right now.
Which is true.
And so this is gonna put a big this is gonna put a big dent into this their whole plan for the AI economy. And this actually shows how little United States planned for this. Because U.S. went into this war without even trying to fill up its strategic petroleum reserve. Right, the U.S. strategic reserve had been drawing down since the Biden years, because as an effort to calm down the inflation, to win votes. But Trump started the war without even bothering to store up some oil. China, on the other hand, they have 1.5 billion barrels of oil in their strategic oil reserve. So China's oil reserve is the world's largest. They've been stockpiling for the last 4 years, taking advantage of the historically low oil prices. So they have something to fall back on. They have a rainy day fund that can last China 6 months, even if they don't import any oil. But they do. They're still getting oil from Africa. They're still getting oil from Russia, and so China will be relatively okay compared to countries like South Korea, like Japan, which is actually like 80 to 90% dependent on oil and gas from the Gulf. And this is another reason why United States had to waiver the sanction against Russia, because they're just like,
you're right.
This also shows the fallacy of the proposed U.S. blockade of Malacca Strait. U.S. Navy has been talking about using Malacca Strait as a choke point against Chinese energy supply for the longest time. And what happened? What happened right now is this is actually a preview. Who is really gonna be choked off is the so-called U.S. ally countries. Japan, Korea, Philippines, all very heavily dependent on oil coming from the Gulf. And so this one thing, if there's a silver lining out of this, is that after this debacle, they will have to think twice about starting trouble in the Asia Pacific, because there's no way they will be able to take on China, given their poor performance against Iran.
Well, you're right. Let me first of all just make a note for the community about Malacca Strait. I am going to be working, or I am actually putting together an analysis regarding this point, Carl. I will be sharing it with the community in a recorded video because it came under my attention what the U.S. is planning on doing. But given what we see now in the Strait of Hormuz, the Malacca it makes the Strait of Hormuz case like a child play in comparison to a Malacca Strait, and I decided to do an analysis for the community. I will release it soon. Now, I want to go back to GCC quickly just to confirm what you said, Carl, and I have it on good authority that there is now a legal conversations behind closed doors between 4 countries, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Qatar, and Bahrain, and the United States. The legal teams are trying to figure out, is there any clauses that would allow those countries to pool $2.2 trillion out of the U.S. economy. And we all know what it means moving forward. You're absolutely correct. We do not think strategically long-term, and it becomes evident and clear that Donald Trump has been forced into this war because that's the orders given to him. So that just told us where the story is. On the other hand, this also brings the other point you mentioned about Taiwan. And I'm going to ask you this question, Carl. How do you think Taiwan now is looking at the situation? And is it learning anything from the developments that's going on in the U.S.-Israel-Iran war?
Well, I mean, Taiwan should see what is happening to all these countries aligned with the United States, first of all. Taiwan itself is also highly dependent on oil coming from the Gulf. In fact, Taiwan, 60% of the helium supplies the Taiwan depend on to make semiconductors, to make chips, is coming out of Gulf. And so right now, the continued blockage at the Strait of Malacca is gonna jeopardize the whole chip production on Taiwan. There's a lot of consequences, a lot of fallout of this. There's chips and there's also agriculture, like I talked about earlier. Now it's planting season. If farmers don't get enough fertilizers, this is going to impact this year's harvest. Even if the Strait of Hormuz get to open today, it will take them a month to restore the oil production to the level prior to the war, because there are oil facilities that have been damaged.
I think taxes are something that makes all of us panic, whether or not you want to admit it. Being able to pass my tax,
and you can. It's not a tap. It's not like tap water you can turn on and off.
No.
So
you're right.
Yeah. So this is and one thing I think if anything Taiwan can take away, can take away is this, is they better start making accommodations with China, start negotiating, because they're right now, sooner rather than later, because as the time drags on, their negotiation position will be less and less, because right now, every day, every month, every year that passes, the relative position of China vis-a-vis United States continue to strengthen. So for Taiwan, their best case is negotiate early, to lock in the game right now, rather than later. And this is why this is why all the eyes of the world is on the Gulf right now. How this is shaping out. I mean, this is really like can you imagine? Trump is now yelling at NATO for not helping, and just a few days ago he was saying, "Oh, NATO is useless." You have people like Marco Rubio and PH says, "Oh, NATO is useless. They just take our money," and now they're begging NATO for help. First of all, United States is the largest military in NATO. If United States cannot open the Strait of Hormuz, what's a couple more warship from UK or France is gonna do? Not much.
And they are backing down. They're backing down. They're saying, no, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it.
Yeah.
So the U.S. now is stuck. Here is, we are funding almost 75% of NATO's budget. And yet they said, no, we're not going to, you created the problem, you deal with it. And even for us Americans, I speak for myself, I don't speak for all Americans. Even for me, I'm asking, why the heck are we getting involved in a war that is not ours? It's not my war. Why would I get involved? Why would I spend $1 billion a day, basically, so far? That's how much we've been spending since day one. $1 billion a day, Carl. Can you imagine taking that money and invest it in infrastructure here in the country?
I think it was yesterday or the day before I saw the tab was 21 billion. It's a total amount of money that has been spent so far. And so I did a quick math for the Chinese high-speed rail. It costs about from 17 to 21 million dollars to lay 1 kilometer of track. So for $21 billion, you could build 1,000 kilometers of high-speed rail in China.
Oh my God.
That high-speed rail that costs arms and leg in California that still hasn't been completed yet.
Worked.
Well,
well, where's the money? It's the system is corrupted to its core. You're right. If that money can be spent on building a high-speed road. When I was in China, I rode one from. I took one from Shanghai to Beijing because I wanted to experience that. Oh my gosh, 342 kilometers an hour. I saw it. I recorded it. I did a video for the community, but it was about the experience of it to see. You look at where a government is spending money. It's not spending it on war. It's spending it on infrastructure that helps people move from Shanghai to Beijing to do business, whatever, and hop on the same high-speed train and get back home.
And it does not depend on expensive jet fuel. that would be the oil.
You're right. You're right. It does not depend on that. It just and this, by the way, Carl, leads me to ask this question about now the global energy. Where do you see this going now? We're talking about a global energy security now that is really, you got countries now that they are, France, for example. France now is having serious problems that, economically speaking, or Germany, for whole Europe, that there is no access to oil now because the Strait of Hormuz is shut down.
Well, Europe is screwed anyway. They're little. They're little, like other countries, they can, this is going to be a big push for solar, for solars and Chinese EVs, which benefit China. China is a main manufacturer of solar panels and manufacturer of EVs. For Europe, I just don't see any good outcome because they're a little bit too far north in latitude to effectively get a lot of solar energy. They could still derive some benefit, but you won't be enough. But for countries like in Southeast Asia, where there's plenty full of sunshine, it makes strategic sense to do a huge rollout of solar now, especially now with the battery price for storing energy is a lot cheaper. And I'm gonna get solar panels put on my own roof, so I have my own energy independence. Wow. I don't need to worry about brownout anymore. And that's gonna happen everywhere. So people, again, this comes down to long-term strategic planning. China has been doing this for years, but everywhere else, no, not so much. U.S. itself is, it's going to be good for the big oil company in the United States. They're gonna make a lot of money with the rising oil prices. But if you don't work for those big oil majors, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to pay at the gas pump. You're gonna have to pay the toll.
That's true, and we're already seeing the prices going up. Let me play this clip quickly, and we're gonna continue with our conversation. Liking this video so far? Don't just be a watcher. Go ahead and hit the like, share, and subscribe button. And don't forget to tap the bell
so you will not miss any of my videos or live streams. This way, you will be supporting a channel that stands for the truth and objective reporting. The choice is yours. Thanks for your support.
All right, you got to stop buying generic Viagra. If y'all over 40, you can get 9 pills of 100 milligram generic Viagra for.
All right, let's get back now to a key topic to why we are having this conversation to begin with. And it has to do with the Chinese technology, military and technological support, or technical rather, support to Iran. What does that support, first of all, we're going to talk about this aspect. What does this support, in your opinion, Carl, says about Beijing's capabilities? When we are witnessing the accuracy of the Iranian missiles hitting targets inside Israel, Tel Aviv, Haifa, Shemesh, and other locations, and pinpointing exactly at the U.S. bases in Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. What does it say about China's capabilities?
There are a lot of people previously were criticizing China for not doing enough to help Iran. Well, this is because the way China conduct diplomacy is very different from the way United States conduct diplomacy. The U.S. diplomacy is Donald Trump putting out a tweet, or he's standing in front of the camera saying, "We're winning so much, you're going to be tired of winning," right? I mean, Chinese prefer quiet diplomacy. They don't like they like to speak with a soft voice, but they like to do things behind the scenes. And one of the things that were able to help Iran was helping Iran get off the GPS system, right? Iran realized, even back in the 12th day, before the 12 days war, they cannot rely on GPS because that thing will be jammed in time of war involving US and its proxies. So Iran has switched over to the Chinese Beidou satellite system. And we see a market improvement in targeting this time around compared to the 12 days war. The Iranians know what to hit, where to hit, and one thing, it shows that Iran has very good human intelligence on the ground, but they're also getting very accurate satellite feeds. So they knew, even the U.S. military personnel who have run away from their bases, and knew which hotel room, which floor in the hotels they're staying for the Iranian drones to strike. And they, this is why I put out a tweet, say, all these people who boasted that U.S. has so much more combat experience than China. It turns out United States has never fought a country with access to satellite intelligence, until today, until now. And that shows. And you have U.S. Refueling tankers getting destroyed on the ground in their bases. This is another reason why U.S. pilot had to fly 36 hours straight, because they now have to come in from much further away. I saw this is why when Spain refused to let U.S. use its bases to on Spanish soil to fight the war against Iran, Trump got very, very upset. And then Portugal volunteered, say, "Oh, okay, we welcome you to use our base in Azores." And I look at the map, Azores Island, that's in the middle of the Atlantic. but I mean, they do have some air base there, basically for the U.S. refuelers, for the U.S. tankers to make the temporary stop crossing Atlantic, and then from there they fly over to help refuel U.S. aircraft engaging in the fight against Iran. But it's very far. This is why U.S. pilot had to fly 36 hours straight, because now they have to fly from much, much further away from the Iranian missile ranges. And this is, and at the same time, there's a lot of disinformation right now on the social media. At the time when the U.S. air defense was shown ineffective against the Iranian missile barrage, you are seeing a lot of post on social media claiming that Chinese air defense system is useless. I saw this initially started with a bunch of Indian accounts, and then that was picked up. They're still butthurt because of the India-Pakistan conflict, where the Pakistanis use a Chinese jet J-10C to shoot down Indian Rafale jets. So they're still butthurt about that. So they're still claiming that Chinese air defense is completely useless in Iran. First of all, Iran do not have modern Chinese air defense system. The only only thing they have is from like 1957. They do not have anything Chinese air defense system that's manufactured in this century, and now like there were talks before about Iran possibly acquiring the latest, but the delivery has not taken place yet before Trump launched this latest round of aggression. So there's no confirmed Chinese air defense system in deploying Iran at all. But the reason why those posts become viral on social media is because people desperately need to believe in the superiority of the U.S. system, U.S. weapon systems. Because what really happened is it shows the most sophisticated anti-air defense that United States put up to defend its golden child Israel has been shown effective. No matter what you have, David Sling, Iron Dome, THAAD system, Iran is still be able to hit Haifa, hit Tel Aviv. And it actually also shows it's actually very difficult to do anti-ballistic missile defense, because you are basically trying to shoot a bullet with a bullet, right? And this is why the THAAD launchers are $1 billion each, and each THAAD missile interceptor is like tens of millions of dollars. Yes. It's very hard to do that, and you can maybe place some around like your most protective asset, but if your opponent have tens of thousands of missiles the way that Iran does, it's hopeless. It's hopeless. Yeah. They're just gonna either wear down your missile interceptors using wave of missile and drone attack, or that some of the, as long as they use enough missiles, enough will come through. Enough will get through. The whole claim of 90% interception rate in Ukraine, that's all bogus. Now everyone knows that's a lie. When you see those, when you see all these oil facilities, all these buildings, U.S. bases getting lit up, they're not doing 90% interception rate, not even close.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
I think in the case of Iran, to my knowledge, Carl, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I do know, read on one capability of the new type of radars Chinese have developed, especially in a reference here to JY-27B. I have a picture of it right here. This is a very, very highly sophisticated types of radars. To my knowledge, based on the readings that I did, this will have the capability of tracking, for example, the Spirit, the bomber, which is usually, or any other type of stealth that the US might have. Those kind of radars the Chinese have, they are very, very advanced. Now you add another picture to this, and it has to do with the Beidou satellite imagery. And I know it was a company in Shanghai that was authorized by the Chinese government to release the images. And the satellites, rather, to the Iranians.
Meets Our Vision.
Yes.
Yeah, Meets Our Vision is the name of the company.
That's the one, Carl. I know they were authorized to release those. And to my surprise was the deadly accuracy of pinpointing the target. We're talking about literally 10 centimeters from what I read. Even if you go by a meter, it's still deadly accurate. And I think this is what's helping Iran, targeting precisely in
this
Israel.
is why the West is afraid of China, because China commodify everything, right? Before, whether AI, satellite intelligence, those were exclusive domains of U.S. and its allies. And now China just make everything for free. It's like, okay, here's a satellite intelligence you wanted. Here's an open source AI. Here's a source code for like and this is why they are so upset. They're so upset because it destroys their whole model, right? In terms of AI, the whole so-called open AI, their whole aim was to be able to monopolize, and then they're going to charge rent for you to use their services. That was the business model of OpenAI. Sam Altman he was able to suck in all this knowledge, all those data for free, and now he's going to turn around and say, okay, oh, by the way, you want to use ChatGPT? We're going to charge you and charge it. But when China come out with open source AI like DeepSeek, when everyone can use for free, that destroys their business model. This is why all these tech bros in Silicon Valley hate China. Again, this in terms of satellite intelligence, now right after the war, a bunch of U.S. satellite companies says they're going to put like a 96 hours hold on the satellite updates not to offer information for the enemy, which is bogus because Iranians don't need that. Iranians get their satellite intelligence from Chinese and the Russians, and so what they're really trying to do is they don't want you to know how hard the Iranians are hitting the U.S. bases, and that they're trying to withhold the information from the Americans, from the Westerners. But now, thanks to the Chinese satellite company like Mitsar Vision, everybody can see what's going on. Everybody can see destroyed U.S. assets, U.S. bases in smoking ruins, and so it's a lot hard. And I also noticed a lot of the underground video footages of the tankers getting attacked or the oil facility getting attacked are coming from Chinese sailors in the Strait of Hormuz. So it makes me wonder, because I know those videos were first posted in Chinese social media and then reposted back on Twitter and elsewhere. So it makes me think, why is it mostly, not all, but mostly from the Chinese sailors? I think there's some kind of intentional suppression on the U.S. media platform. Unless you're telling me 80-90% of the workers in the Gulf of Hormuz are all Chinese, right? But it just so happens that most of the videos most of the feed we're seeing all these attacks are coming from the Chinese sailors. So I think I think that there's some intentional suppression of information on the U.S. media platform.
Well, for sure. I mean, there is a media blackout here in both here and in Israel, especially in Tel Aviv. I've been doing recently the last videos that I did for the community were about the clips that I came across, and I double-checked from overseas, not here, because they were in Arabic language, and I did the translation for that and shared them with the community, something I didn't see around here, and the U.S. will not share that information. And this leads me to think in terms, if we are thinking, Carl, can you imagine now China just sharing, this is just intelligence. What would have happened if China, for example, end up sharing, for example, the YJ-15 missiles with the Iranians, or the YJ-12 anti-ships, or, for example, the YJ-12 Navy anti-aircraft missiles? Where the conflict is going to be? What will be the outcome of the conflict?
Well, actually, China is sharing more than intelligence, because China is providing Iran with the raw material they needed to build those missiles.
I did learn about this. You're right.
They were providing the chemical precursors that's needed for Iran to build those missiles, this is a difference. China is cutting off United States from the rare earth. The U.S. needs to build more Patriot missiles. But Iran is getting whatever raw materials they need from China to build its own missile system. Through China and Russia can supply Iran over land, through the railway, and Russia can supply Iran over Caspian Sea, right? They don't have those places are out of the reach of the U.S. Navy, and this is a difference. And also right now China, because Iran has been pursuing kind of like indigenous weapon program. So this is why they Iran emphasize self-reliance, right? Which is fine, but currently the uranium technology, uranium missiles already doing enough damage to the U.S. asset, but China will provide Iran with all the materials they need to make that happen. All the engines, all the parts they need to make those to go into those drones. China can provide that. And that is going to be a big difference.
And I wonder if this will extend also to the air power, as far as the Chinese sharing really some advanced technologies regarding their fighter jets like J-10 as an example. I don't know if what do you think, Carl? Will China go that far?
Well, so the thing is, right now it's too late, because to train a jet pilot, it takes years of training to get them used to a new system, and the fight between India and Pakistan actually show that the modern warfare is actually more than pit one piece of hardware versus another, because Rafale is still a good jet. But what happened is, war, you're pitting system against system. And Pakistan Air Force had a much better system integration. They had the J-10C work using the PL-15 missile, and they were using the AWACS plane that would allow them to see much further and allow them to fire those missiles outside of the visual range. So they did that much better than their Indian counterparts. And for a system integration, it takes years. It takes years. Pakistan Air Force, they were training side by side with the Chinese Air Force for years before that conflict happened. So that would take time. It could still happen in the future, but it's a little bit too late for this conflict in particular, because this is the reason why NATO, despite all the equipment they give to Ukraine, wasn't able to make too much of a difference, because they just can't keep up with the pace of attrition. It takes years to train Ukrainian pilots or Ukrainian ground forces to use NATO equipment, and so this is another reason why Iran kind of pursue indigenous strategy in terms of weapon system. It does make sense, but I'm not precluding a cooperation further down the road, but it's not going to happen right away. And even I think the quickest, the best return on investment is actually air defense systems, because like I said, there were talks of Iran acquiring Chinese air defense systems, but we haven't seen the deal finalized or delivery taking place, because the air defense system can't compare to the fighter jets, has a shorter time of being being deployed. But still, that's even that will take 6 months to a year of time for training, for deployment. So that, again, I'm not saying that will not happen in the future, but it's a little bit too late right now to make a difference.
Wow, that's very, very interesting take, Carl. Thanks for sharing that one. So we're almost coming at the top of the hour here. We still have three other items we need to address. Two of them I forgot to mention earlier. I would like to have just your take on, and we're going to conclude this conversation with the upcoming visit of Donald Trump to Beijing. I'm almost wondering, why the heck are you going to Beijing for? What do you hope to achieve? So we'll keep that for the end, Carl. The first one I want to ask you is about India. You remember what happened when Indian University claimed the creation of the robodog? You remember that? I thought of you. I thought of you, Carl. And since we didn't talk last time, I kept it in mind. And I said, when Carl comes back, I am going to ask him, what the heck was that all about when that professor was lying about the creation of the RoboDuck, claiming it as an Indian production, when in reality it was a Chinese?
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Can.
Food is third-party tested, so you know it's safe.
And it ships legally and is free.
Well, actually, what it shows is, for right now, for other countries in global South, for them to kind of move up the value chain to leap technologically, they will actually need help from China. They need material input from China. They're going to have to import Chinese machine tool, Chinese technology. India is actually changing tunes in more recent months, because before they were the ones who became the first country to ban TikTok and to ban Chinese investment, and now they're suddenly now they suddenly changed their tune. Now they're suddenly lifting their a ban on Chinese investment, saying, "Oh, we need Chinese investment into the country. We welcome Chinese investment in our technological sectors," because they do realize they are behind, and they do realize they do need the both the technological know-how and also the Chinese capital to help them to kickstart their own effort of industrialization. And I mean, that's just a fact. This is what India discovered when Apple trying to relocate more of their assembly line to India to make iPhone just for United States. They still need to ship the machines, Chinese machines from China. They still need Chinese engineers to come to assemble them to make it work. So yeah, this is and India really played really bad a game in this latest round of conflict, because Modi went to Israel right before the conflict started, and India is somehow implicated in the sinking of that Iranian frigate, because they invited the Iranian frigate to participate in a Indian naval review, and which U.S. was also present, and per protocol of the review, the ship must be unarmed. They do not come with ammunition. So then later, when that ship left Indian ports, it got sunk by a U.S. submarine.
It was the Indian that provided the coordinates, Carl. That's why you can't trust them.
And also the during the first 2 weeks of the war, India was offering solidarity with all the Gulf countries, with Qatar, with Saudi Arabia, with UAE, but they said nothing. They said nothing about U.S. attack on Iran. They offered no condolences on the passing of the Iranian Supreme Leader. It's only when Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz, and suddenly, India start into kind of a firefighting mode. They realize that they screwed up, and then they start to offer condolences for the attack on the Iranian Supreme Leader. But it's too late now. Now they have to buy Russian oil, and then they had to go seek permission from Washington to buy Russian oil. And so now they received Washington permission. So before the war, India was buying Russian oil at about $50 per barrel. They get a $10 discount, because at that time the international market price was about $50 per barrel. So India was getting $10 per barrel discount from Russia. Now, after they receives U.S. permission to continue to buy Russian oil, they get to buy it at $90 per barrel. They have to pay the they have to pay market price now.
That's what's gonna go for the community. Just as a reminder, on the 19th, I'm gonna be having Giant Bahandari, and we will be talking about India. Just what I'm thinking about it. So, one more topic here, one more theme before I'll jump into the conclusion with the upcoming trip of Donald Trump. I'm sure you were aware of it. I'm going to show you a picture, Carl, and you're going to laugh. You remember they defeated the American team as well. What do you make of that SWAT team, the female SWAT team Chinese?
Yeah, I mean, that was just a funny meme on the internet. I think there's separate competitions among female and male, but they just compared the time. You know, the Chinese female team barely apparently completed their task under in time less than it took for the men's team from the other countries. But it's India and United States are actually very similar. They're very similar in that they both like to boast a lot about their capabilities. But yeah, I mean, this is why that meme, I think, became viral the way it did. You know, it's for people to making fun of them. But yeah, the problem is India actually, for the longest time, they pursued the long alignment policy, which actually worked very well for them. They didn't choose sides. They just decided to become neutral. They maintain a good, friendly relationship with Russia, with Iran, with United States. But it's really lately they thought by tilting, fully jump into the arms with the United States that they will get better preferential treatment. This is why Modi went to Israel, because they understand the special power Israel has with United States. So they thought by getting cozy with Israel, they'll get more favorable treatment with United States. This is like the counterexample to show it doesn't pay. It doesn't pay to be puppy dog of the U.S. This is just going to lead to humiliation after humiliation, as the other U.S. allies have found out.
Yeah. Well, since you mentioned the U.S., we're going to conclude with your take and your assessment about the upcoming trip of Donald Trump. I don't know if it's going to go through or not, but one thing I am certain of, Carl, is that if Trump goes to Beijing, but on whose terms? On whose terms?
I think this is
one thing Donald Trump doesn't get. Here is what he doesn't get, and I'll give you the floor here, is that the Chinese are masters of a quiet strength. They do not telegraph intentions. They do not brag. They do not respond well to public pressure. This is what this tit for tat bluster, which has defined his foreign economic policy, has not served him well in dealing with Beijing. And time is running short for American consumers. How do you see it?
Well, that's exactly right, David, because Trump thought he was going to go to Beijing with a lot of leverage over Xi Jinping. He thinks he will have Iran and Venezuela in his bag. This is what all these conservative think tank like Hudson Institute was trumpeting. Trump is going to control most of the world's oil supply. He will have Xi Jinping by the balls. And but now he's begging China to come to open the Strait of Hormuz. This is, I think this is why he's now signaling that the trip might not happen, because now he will go there and looking like a supplicant, rather than a triumphant conqueror. And this is why he said, if China is not helping us if China does not help us open the Strait of Hormuz, I might have to postpone the trip. Well, the real thing is it will be embarrassing. It'll be embarrassing for United States to take such a trip under such circumstances. It shows Donald Trump has very weak hands. When it comes to beg, essentially China to reopen the supply chain on rare earth, and to beg China to help to resolve the issue in the West Asia, which United States itself started it. And this is why I think this trip actually might not happen, because for China there's also not much to gain. It's just bad optics, have to host Trump while he was committing all this aggression in West Asia. And again, all these summits takes place, usually is for them to showcase some kind of deal. And then they can claim victory when Trump comes home. What kind of victory can he claim? Well, what kind of deal can he bag? I mean, like under such circumstances, he's. This is why I think he's having second thoughts about going to Beijing because he will look weak. He will look ridiculous.
Yeah, let alone being on Epstein files, the Chinese frown on stuff like that. And I think there is one more issue for him is that he will, if hypothetically, Carl, if he goes, he will arrive to Beijing, with something to prove. What is going to prove? But he doesn't have any leverage because the Supreme Court of the U.S. ruling that his sweeping tariffs were unconstitutional. And that, of course, didn't just hand him a legal setback. It handed Xi Jinping, in my opinion, a negotiating gift. Hypothetically, should this move forward? I just don't see it happening. But
anyway, I think there's.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think there's a high chance this trip will be either canceled or postponed. Yeah.
I was asked by a think tank in Central Asia to do an analysis about this, and I'm like, literally, I put it down in my report that we can say all we say, but we cannot guarantee that the trip will take effect to begin with, given the circumstances on the landscape have changed.
Beijing has never officially confirmed his trip, by the way.
That is true. How should we read that? How should we read that, Carl?
Because the only thing China said was before they were open. They were open to the idea. But they never confirmed that the trip. Because for Beijing, that's very important. With an official confirmation, that means everything is in place. The fact that China have never officially confirmed Trump's trip means this could still be up in the air. It could be something like all these things that Scott Bessent claimed that Beijing is committed to do this, Beijing is committed to do that. No, they didn't say none of that things. So yeah.
Wow. Well, I'll give you a last word, my friend, about literally where do you see, once again, we go back to our original topic about Iran, Israel. How do you see this moving forward, Carl?
Well, I mean, Iran has really shown that the U.S. empire is a paper tiger. I mean, it's by plunging U.S. into this reckless imperial adventure in West Asia, Donald Trump is again accelerating the American imperial decline. I'm all for it. Trump for president forever. we still have 3 more years, David. 3 more years. Imagine the amount of damage he could do. But yeah, this is why for China, Trump is actually the best president for of the United States for China. I mean, you cannot. It's really. I just put a tweet. I put a tweet on Twitter. I said, the biggest shock to the Chinese leadership over the last 10 years was the dawning realization they have vastly overestimated intelligence and competency of American leadership. Because how could such a powerful empire be run by absolute morons? But here we have it.
Well,
I'm here for it.
As a matter of fact, Carl, it's not confirmed, but it's just conversation inside the halls of power inside Washington, is that there's a conversation about invoking the 25th Amendment.
We'll have to see, if that happens. I mean,
but it's just at least a conversation over there. So, well, my friend, unfortunately, I can't read your tweet because the
And to see you're not in jail yet.
Yes. Good news. Trump, it's no secret now. He wanted and expected a short war. However, he now seems to be locked in a position of all or nothing. That either he can escalate and try to knock out America's main rival in the Middle East, which is Iran, or he risks being expelled from the region. Not him, but the United States military, if all these bases will be destroyed, and Gulf state nations would begin to grow concerned about the military presence being insecurity instead of a source for security. So where do you see Trump going from here on? We hear talks about Marines coming into the region and boots on the ground. Is this a realistic option?
No, no.
In your war planning, how would you assess this?
Ground troops are not realistic at all. But let me back up just a little bit. Haaretz had the only newspaper I'll read, and sometimes I don't even like it because Netanyahu owns all the rest of them virtually. But Haaretz had a really interesting subheadline yesterday. It said, "To win, Iran needs only not to lose. To win, Bibi and Donald need a spectacular victory." That sums it up. They ain't going to get it. So what's the business here? Whether you use Marines on Karg Island or Kark Island, as many Persians say it, the Forbidden Isle, think about the old Ulysses and the Odyssey. And that's the kind of thing this is. It's such deep water around there. You can load 10 super tankers at one time, simultaneously, 10 super tankers. So it's essential to Iran, to its oil industry, and in many respects, it's essential to countries like India and others that get oil from there. That would be a disaster, but that's the only prospective landing place that I could see that would be strategically important, and you might just be able to get a few Marines there. Any other place, you destroy them, they'd die. I mean, there's no question in my mind about it. And we've war gamed this. Someone asked me for the war game title and everything. I'm looking for it right now because it was back there a ways, but Lieutenant General Van Riper, who was my boss at the time, did it, and he did the first iteration, and we lost so badly they demanded, SecDef and others, he do it again. He did it again, and we lost again. And that was 20 years ago, before Iran had developed what is developed right now. And what do I mean by that? Do you know that they took out 5 of the multi-million-dollar, 2 of them were $500 million apiece, radars in other countries that have left us blind, and we can't replace them. And guess why we can't replace them? Because we can't get the rare earth metals from China in order to replace them, even if we could build them that fast. So this has been very, very fine-tuned by Iran, even more so than they were in that war game I was talking about, or the 2 iterations of it. Ground forces would be tantamount to saying we are losing, and we're losing in Afghanistan style and Iraq Second War style, or worse. In other words, $1 trillion of cost over a 10-year conflict that we would wind up having to have conscription and all that went along with full mobilization to put enough forces in Iran to make a difference and hold it afterwards. Not going to do it. You're not going to do it. The American people are not going to allow it. It's as simple as that. If Donald Trump wants to unwind his presidency significantly prematurely, if you will, do it. Now, I don't say that lightly because all of those men and women will die.
Well, no, regarding those radars, it's gallium, I think, the rare earth mineral they need.
Yeah.
And apparently China has about 98%
Yeah.
of, if not extracting, at least refining. So overall, the control is, if the US wants to go to war to China, it's going to have to ask China for permission first to.
And he just denied him a visit. Or he just canceled a visit. Picture this, will you? The number one strategic interest we have in a foreign state is China. The last interest we have in a foreign state, other than that Bibi sells us, is Iran. And we're canceling a meeting with the man in charge of the first so we can be the advocate for war with the second. This is nonsense. It shows how warped our thinking is.
I think the plan was for Trump to meet with Xi Jinping now in April and essentially have the Iran war finished with already.
Right.
And like a little trophy, on his mantle, standing there with Venezuela before they met. But of course, this is very different. Now he's got himself bogged down in a long war.
Venezuela's not a peaceful thing right now either. So, Trump just wreaks havoc wherever he goes.
Well, there's also this talk now. Trump first said, we need we need allies to help us open up the Strait of Hormuz, and then he said, well, actually, we don't need anyone. We're the United States of America. We can do it ourselves. Interestingly, said it like 30 seconds in between, so he changed his mind quickly. But nonetheless, it is an interesting question, though. And you participating in war planning, how likely is it? What are the main challenges in opening up the Strait of Hormuz by military force? What would that entail? Would you have to invade Iranian territory, or is this simply escorts? Because escorts sounds less permanent.
Escort is the principal means we tried when I was doing war planning in Pacific Command and involved in it, very much so involved in it. And the situation is somewhat different today, but the principles basically are the same. And what we tried to do under what we called Operation Earnest Will, we weren't quite so pedantic then. And then following with Operation Praying Mantis, that went back to the pedantry, was we tried to reflag Kuwaiti tankers so that, one, there would be some violation of international law when they went after them, and two, so that the Kuwaiti tankers could feel safe, the insurers could feel safe, the shippers could, otherwise could feel safe, the world could feel safe, and so forth. It went afoul immediately because Bridgerton, I think, was the name of the MV, very large motor vehicle that hit a mine. Skipper was furious with us. He was in the channel, as I recall. The channel, really, North Channel and the South Channel, for these big ships is not very wide. It's only a couple of miles wide, each of the channels. And the one channel, I think it's the North Channel, is very close to Iraqi shore where it could be interdicted really easily. You could put the mines in the water from the shore. You don't even need a boat. And that's what happened. And Bridgerton hit one. And then the next thing was, I think it was Samuel B. Roberts, one of our destroyers or destroyer escort, hit a mine. She had to limp her way all the way back, about 4 knots or so, to Norfolk for repairs. And then, of course, Saddam Hussein put 2 Exocet missiles in another one. So it wasn't a good time. We wound up ultimately being successful in getting the tankers through the strait. But as I said, that was a very different time and a different Iran with different capabilities. We also had to sink one destroyer, old World War II holdover destroyer, probably given to the Shah. We sunk her, Iranian, and then we put a bomb down the stack of a second one, and Ronald Reagan, actually the president himself, through General Vesey, the chairman, called us off because he felt it was to sink another warship would be too much. All to say that it's not easy, it's difficult, and it was difficult even at that time when we had overwhelming superiority in every realm of watercraft, if you will, and every realm really of the military. And Iran was not possessed of this incredible inventory of ballistic missiles it has.
When I started my record label, the business side of things, taxes, finances,
which I'm told they haven't even revealed the most sophisticated of, those that move at 3, 4, even 5 times Mach. That's so fast you can't bring them down with anything. Think Oreshnik and Putin unleashing the Oreshnik on Ukraine. Times maybe 1 or 2, because these would come in with fully fleshed warheads for whatever, whether they were going after Lincoln or going after Ford or whatever, they would sink her forthright. So this is fraught with problems and significant problems that have grown over the last 20 years when we've atrophied. Glenn, we do not have the military that we had in the first Gulf War. That was the peak of the United States military. Maybe not in terms of technological sophistication, but I would say even in that regard, it's a wash. Some are better, some are worse. F-35 being a case in point. We're looking right now at 30 hours of maintenance time for every hour the F-35 A, B, and C models are flying. We're looking at similar time because or we're looking at elongated times in many cases because Lockheed has not given up its proprietary maintenance approach to that aircraft. We're also looking at not fully mission capable F-35s flying, even though they aren't FMC, because it's combat. The Marines are the sturdiest at doing that. They'll fly it if it gets off the ground. But that means our ability to use some of the most technologically sophisticated weapon systems we have that can link all manner of things on the battlefield, which is what the F-35 is supposed to do, and doesn't need these big expensive radars and things to show it the battlefield once it's hooked up to everything, isn't happening. So all the strikes we're making in many cases are not that accurate. They're not that pinpoint like we're saying they are. All that said, we're bombing the bejesus out of civilians. We have learned from Bibi Netanyahu. What he's doing in Lebanon, we're doing to a large extent in Iran, not just hospitals and little girls in school, but civilians from one end to the other of our bombing campaigns. This isn't doing anything but what the four-star Air Force general testified to Congress last week it does do. It's fusing them. It's making them tight. It's making them angry. It's making them resolute. And though their situation is in many cases dire in terms of getting the things they need to live daily, they still are going to fight us to the bitter death, I think. And we don't understand that. And Trump saying that this is going to be over in a short time, someone is really giving him some bad advice if that is what's causing him to make these statements. If it's just his usual, I pulled it out of my rear end and said it, then that's a different thing. But if the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the Joint Staff in general and the Unified Command Commander, who I think is a flaming idiot, that's a sad thing to say, but I think he is, and others in the military are giving this sort of advice that all he's got to do is persevere, they should be taken out in court-martial. This is not the case. This is at best a year-long conflict with no resolution at the end of that year and all manner of perturbation of global economies. And I'm not just talking oil, I'm talking fertilizer and food stuff, urea in particular. This is just a real briar patch that Trump has willingly thrown himself into along with his buddy Bibi. And I haven't even talked about the prospect of, as I think is becoming quite apparent from the language I'm hearing and from others with whom I'm discussing this, fraught with the possibility of Israel using not one nuclear weapon, but several nuclear weapons. Because one would not, we've done the analysis. It depends on where you drop it, of course, but anywhere in Iran, virtually, it's not going to do much. Oh, yeah, it's going to vaporize and weld together some rock, and it's going to, make a big mushroom cloud, and radioactivity is going to be a problem if it's an air burst. If it's a ground burst, it'll be a problem too, but not quite as long or far reaching. Think Chernobyl, if you will. But you could drop 10. And, I don't want to say it's like dropping a straight pin in the Pacific Ocean, but it's like dropping a straight pin in the Pacific Ocean. In a country that big as Western Europe, we used to talk about this at the Fulda Gap, where we were going to concentrate 10, 20, 30, even 100 nuclear weapons on the group of Soviet forces, Germany. The Germans didn't like it because it did do a lot of damage to Germany. But in essence, the explosive value of that is contained in a certain parameter. And wow, have you got a huge parameter in Iran? So you're looking at him having to shoot 10, 12, 20 nukes even to make a difference. And he's got them. And he's got them on submarines. And he's got them elsewhere. He's got a lot of free-flying bombs. I'm told somewhere between 200 and 300. So I don't want to be the Grim Reaper here, but I'm telling you, this has got all kinds of potential ramifications that none in this administration now, nobody is thinking about.
Well, when I hear Israel making statements such as Iran will never stop before Israel is exterminated, this kind of language, it's the kind of language you would expect before that nuclear option was taken. So I'm a bit concerned about that rhetoric. But in terms of Israel reaching for its nuclear weapons, the Samson option, what would be the restraints on Israel, though? What would happen within the United States if Israel would start, engaging in nuclear war?
First of all, in '73, the only really vivid example I have, and I have it from my own experience, as well as from that reporter who went in to talk, BBC reporter who went in to talk to Golda Meir. Actually, he didn't get an appointment with her. He always did. She liked him. He brought her 24 red roses and really wooed her. And she liked him, but she said she was too hard pressed to give him an on-site in her home interview. But she would give him one on the phone. And when he asked her the question, will you use a nuclear weapon? And she said, without batting an eye, he said, I don't know how he knew that over the telephone, but yes. Now you can say she said that for public consumption because she knew the Soviets and we were listening. And she knew the Soviets and we were going to deal with Egypt if necessary, should it become critical, and she wouldn't have to drop the bomb. I think that's probably a fair assessment of why she said it, but it appeared in a London newspaper the next day, quoted as her saying that. Now, no one pays any attention to that today. No one probably even knows anything about it except esoteric professors like you and I. So would it happen today and not have the Russians and the US and the tension between the two, and therefore the caution and prudence brought about by that tension, not having that to bear on it, would it go ahead and happen? Yes. I don't even think he would tell Trump. I think he would just do it. And he has a chain of command, and he has people close to him and in the military who would keep the secret until the mushroom clouds floated up. So it's not like '73. It's not like these two superpowers have an interest in no nuclear genie being let out of the bottle and bringing massive pressure from both Moscow and Washington on, at that time, Tel Aviv. It doesn't exist anymore. Bibi's on his own, and he knows it.
You said the war could last up to a year, and I agree with you. I think this Trump talking about the war soon coming to an end. To be honest, I just assumed he was trying to talk down the oil prices, but unless there's a nuclear war, it certainly could drag on for a whole year. But does the U.S. have supplies, though? What do we know about the weapons? Again, Trump made the statements that the U.S. has unlimited amount of ammunition, but we kind of know that's not the case. So how long do you think the United States could go on like this? And also, how much more pain could be absorbed? Because I saw only last night the bases, the embassy of the United States in Baghdad was attacked quite fiercely, and then in the morning hours you saw an Iraqi, they call it Iraqi resistance, flying a drone over the embassy, and it just no one was able to take it down. It just flew around and essentially monitored the area, and it just looks like if the bases would be weakened to an extreme degree, the US runs out of weapons. I mean, the global economy goes into a tailspin. This is not like the usual forever wars, which are kind of contained and isolated from the world. This is going to pull in the great powers, going to bring down the world economy. The US bases of the region will undermine the regional alliance system. It just looks like this isn't, if it goes on for a year, this isn't going to be one stable year, such as the invasion of Iraq. This is going to spill all over the place.
The only advantage, you pretty much said it all. The only advantage accruing to the empire, the United States, of an extended war beyond a year even, is that all the things Donald Trump has been lying about in terms of having would be at least in low rate initial production, if not in full production, because it's going to take that long. So he's lying through his teeth when he says, I've had all the people at Mar-a-Lago, RTX, Lockheed, Boeing, Grumman, and they all agree. Of course they agree, you grifting idiot. They know they're going to make money out there yin-yang. But if you think they're going to gear up to make all this sophisticated gear in a short period of time, try thinking for Tomahawks, for example, maybe a year or two. Try thinking for THAAD, maybe even longer than that. Try thinking for a lot of these systems, at least a year, maybe two, maybe three before you're online with full rate production. So yeah, in that sense, it would help us. But by that time, Glenn, we're going to be dead. We're going to be, politically, Trump will be removed from office. I make that promise to the American people, to the Europeans you're advertising to, and I'm talking to. Trump will be dead. Trump will be impeached. He'll be out on his ear, whatever, because this war is not supported by the American people. You want to get them fully aroused about it, start a draft, start conscription. You'd have to do that. You'd have to fully mobilize. If we try to put the selective service system we have right now, broken as it is, into effect, we just did a study on this. Cost you probably $100 million over the 6-month period to get it even up again and working. Even if you work double shifts or triple shifts, 8 hours every 24 in each shift like we did before in World War II, you would never be able to get the system working within 9 to 10 months and then have your first draftees come in, and that 9 to 10 months, half of those 18 to 24-year-olds are going to disappear. And I wouldn't blame them a bit. Canada, Mexico, you want a little increase in your population with some young people, you're going to get it. This is just nonsense, Glenn. There's no way this country could gear up in a period of time that would allow Trump to withstand impeachment successfully and then be poised to go to a war that ultimately, by that time, probably other countries would be involved in too. I'm thinking really hard about Turkey, Baghdad, for example, maybe even that pusillanimous little kingdom known as Jordan, maybe even Egypt, maybe others in the area once they see what Netanyahu is really intending to do and will do to Lebanon. This is fraught with potential for much bigger than us being in it. It could be the entire world before we're through. And that's not a good prospect, although it is a very, and I'm going to put on my historian hat here, a very predictable thing given this inexorable shift of power that's taking place in the world, that the empire is disputing and putting every element that it can up, however incoherently and inexpertly and stupidly, because we have such bad leadership right now, fuse into all the rest of this and cause a global conflict. Easy to see it happening. Look at Zelensky right now talking about going to help in the fight against Iran. And that's not an insignificant statement when you consider the productive capacity he's generated for drones and the talent with which he's making the drones and the talent he has around him for using those drones in this new kind of asymmetric warfare. Transmit that to whomever, but he's talking about transmitting it to the U.S. and its allies in the Gulf, such as they are. By the way, there was an individual who said, I think it was Churchill, he said everything, didn't he, at one time or another? Only thing worse than having allies is not having them. Look at how fast Trump is shedding our allies. I mean, our meaningful allies. He's shedding them. He's already shed. Prima facie, he shed those in the Gulf. They don't want anything to do with us, and as soon as we're beaten, they're going to get rid of us if Iran hadn't done it beforehand. Look at Europe. Look at what Europe is saying. Spain sort of started it in a very ethical and moral way, in my view, but it's coming on for realpolitik reasons now and payback to Trump reasons too. We're not going to be with you. We're not with you. So what are you going to go to the Gulf with, Donald? You're going to go to the Gulf with the United States Navy and maybe that vassal state Israel, or not Israel, but Britain. Put them in the same category now, whose Navy is so formidable, I could beat it with my sandbox Navy. So this is really, really stupid. I can't say it any better than that. I don't know why we're doing it, except that Trump is trapped by Netanyahu and Miriam's money, and he is absolutely focused on getting the American people's attention off the Epstein files. That's the only thing I can figure.
Well, if you would, I guess, get back in, not necessarily with the war planning, but the diplomacy, what are the possibilities for the United States? Because this is my main concern. When like great powers, faces great risks, see that the options are becoming more and more limited, one often sees desperation, and one doesn't want to see this when you deal with nuclear powers like the United States and Israel. Of course, Israel is more of a loose cannon, but what are the options for the United States? What could it actually do at this point? Because Trump can declare victory and go home, but the Iranians, they're talking about a permanent political settlement. That means get the troops out of the region. They want the reparations, which could be achieved by taxing countries using the Strait of Hormuz, or even demanding that countries sell their oil in Chinese yuan if they want to pass through. I mean, there's a lot of things they can do to achieve their war objectives. So what is it that the US can do now?
The impediment to all the things you just said, and it's not the only impediment, of course, the Iranians are the principal impediment too. Arachi has been very explicit about that. How can we trust you ever again? Even saying one of the Iranians, I don't remember if it was Larijani or who, he's supposedly killed now. This is Bibi's favorite tactic, is go in and kill individuals, as if that's going to change anything. But they have said, if you replace your president, we'll talk. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. Would you want to go talk to this guy again? Would Putin want to talk to this guy again, other than to get him to lift sanctions, which apparently happened a little bit at least the other day? I can just imagine that phone call. Vladimir, you've got to help me. You've got to help me manage global oil prices. Yeah, right. Okay. What are you going to give me? Well, I'll relieve some sanctions on you. Okay, I'll help you. Now he's going to go out and probably not help him at all. But that's Trump. He's getting Trump's own strategic approach to negotiating back on him. He's put these people in the catbird seat with regard to negotiating. But to your point, I think the impediment in anything that might happen diplomatically, however frayed that term is with him, is Netanyahu, because Trump has got to give Israel a direct order to cease and desist to make anything work diplomatically. They will not. Netanyahu is going to his own and his state's death before he quits. That's a reality, I think. So Trump is trapped by that. He's trapped by the fact that that's Bibi's posture and he ain't going to change. How does Trump change if Bibi refuses to quit? And I'm not just talking about there. I'm talking about in Lebanon too. He's hell-bent for Lebanon. He's making 2 more states joined the court case at the ICJ, ICC. 2 more states joined, and they cited one of the reasons they joined his treatment of Lebanon right now. Certainly the other reasons that South Africa made the proposition in the first place, or the application in the first place. But I would dare say you're probably going to have 50 states signed up to that case before Israel is over, especially if this war continues in the way it is right now, if Israel is even a state at that time. So that's the impediment. Bibi is the impediment to having meaningful negotiations. Not that the Iranians would trust Trump, but you could do something, especially using the good offices of Oman, which are always so good, But not with Bibi. Bibi will not negotiate.
But, again, I keep going back to how this could have been done, because if you go through a lot of the literature, especially the one around 2012, 13, when there was a lot of, at least in academic literature, discussions about invading Iran, what one sees that more or less always the conclusions was the same, that this will just pull us in, it will spread, it will be uncontrollable, it will be the ultimate long war, so a disaster. But how is it that, again, with all the problems, most of them should have been predicted, but I heard Trump make the statement that none of the experts could have predicted that Iran would attack all these U.S. bases across the region, and
that's a bald-faced lie.
No, it should have been the most predictable thing. I mean, if they
I don't
listen to
know.
you, and yeah,
I don't know that General Kane walked in. You know, not 5 Americans know this, Glenn. Maybe 5 know it. I only know it because I was there when the act was created and when Powell implemented it. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff now is the equal of the Secretary of Defense when it comes to advising the National Security Council, his own boss, the Secretary of Defense, and the president, importantly. Powell did this twice in implementing this new procedure. Twice he had a dissenting chief on the Joint Chiefs. He went straight to the president, put that dissent to the president, and the president in both cases decided for the chairman. So he had to go back and tell the chief and the Secretary of Defense, who sided with the chief one time, you lost. That's the power of the chairman now. He can talk to the president on his own. Now, most smart ones, including Powell, would go up and tell the secretary, I'm going to see the president because I don't agree with you, Mr. Secretary. Maybe they don't even have to do that, really, but that's just good behavior. You know, you got to live with the secretary anyway. He's your boss otherwise. That's a new provision. Kane could go at any moment, and I'm told he did. I don't know how powerfully he did, but I'm told he did. And one of the people that got fired because of that was the 3-star Navy admiral, who one of the most important members on the Joint Staff, the director of the Joint Staff. He's the J3, if you will. He's the operational guy on the Joint Staff. They fired him. Hegseth, he said he sent him back to the fleet because he dissented or something. I don't know what he dissented on. Hegseth didn't express it. So that, and Kane having said what he said, I think, at least pushed back a little bit, Trump ignored, completely ignored. So the man he pulled out of obscurity and retirement and moved from being a 3-star to a 4-star and put in the chairman's seat, locked into Trump, you would think, dissented to a certain extent, and Trump paid no attention to it whatsoever. That tells you that no dissent from the military, regardless of how it was couched, would probably be accepted by Trump. He's got plenty of people to tell him otherwise, including like Laura Loomer and people who really know military operations, including like his chief of staff, who just got, I'm going to sound like a hardcore idiot saying this, but she just got breast cancer at a most propitious moment to bring sympathy on the White House. I'd love to see that x-ray. I'd love to know. You can't, how could I ever say anything like that? Because these people are liars, because they're cheats, because they make Bibi Netanyahu look decent when it comes to propaganda and it comes to lies coming out of their mouths. They do anything to hold on to power, anything to grift more money. Did you see that report about how much money they potentially have gotten for their family so far? Over $200 billion, with Jared Kushner being the leading figure in it. He's become such a leading figure in it that I'm told Trump has actually chastised him for making it so visible what he's doing while supposedly a special envoy for President Trump. They're amassing a fortune for themselves, and we're just watching it. But you can't get to Trump. You can't get to him with the right kind of advice, I don't think. I fault the military for not being more in his face, more constantly, and more courageously. But, you know, I mean, look at this guy that just resigned from the National Counterterrorism Center. I think he was the director of or whatever. Look at that guy's rep. He was a son of a bitch. He was a pure MAGA guy. He was, let's throw them all to the wolves and get them out of the country and all this kind of stuff. And now all of a sudden he's written this nice little letter and he's resigned. Principally, he says in the letter, because of the Iran war. It's a stupid war. And in the penultimate paragraph, he talks about his wife dying. And it's a poignant letter, but we forget that, just as we did with Charlie Kirk, we forget what kind of rep that guy had before he was assassinated, before he saw the light about Israel and he was assassinated. He was venomous. He had a poisonous mouth talking about things. And that's so true of many of these MAGA spokespersons who've now turned over, you know, because this is a stupid war, or because other things have happened, like this incredible affection we have for the state of Israel. And the latest development, too, is penetrating their minds finally that some of these people are in it, including the Secretary of Defense himself, for God, for Jesus. He's having a meeting today on St. Patrick's Day. He's having a meeting in the White House or in the Pentagon. It's not compulsory, but the Secretary of Defense invites you to this Christian prayer service. Yeah, you can't make this stuff up. This is horrible. Okay, your version of Christ, we're going after Armageddon. We're going after end times. We haven't intercepted. They've been sent to us, voluntarily sent to us, these messages. Got one this morning, a really articulate message from a contractor in the Middle East who is really irritated by the fact that he has to go to these meetings where they talk about this campaign being for God and Jesus.
It doesn't look good when you're arguing the purpose of the war is to remove a theocracy, and these are the arguments one
Replace
gets.
it with Armageddon.
Yes. I would have hoped for, if the argument is that the other side are, religious nutcases, then you would hope for some rational arguments to counter it. But no, I don't know, the Iranians seem like their arguments, their defense, their behavior, it seems rational. I haven't seen this, the irrational, act which we keep being told that they are this irrational mullahs just wanting to destroy the world.
It seems extremely rational to me. From a military perspective, what they're doing is quintessential rationality. The targets they're selecting, the precision with which they're hitting them, the apologies that they render to a fellow Gulf member when they hit something that isn't quite what they thought they were going to hit or whatever. But it's not that easy to do this sort of thing. It's difficult to do it, and yet they're doing it, and they're making an effort to do it.
When I used to think about taxes, I would just cringe. I used to use a CPA.
Unlike Israel, which just kills anything that gets in sight. Oh, if you're a leader, please come over. We want to assassinate you.
Yeah, I saw an interview with the Iranian president as well, where an American interview where the news anchor, she was asking, well, why would you attack our bases? And he had, he sits there a bit perplexed, like, well, what are you talking about? You attacked us. It was, we have to defend ourselves. And they kind of wanted him to apologize or something for, I don't know, it was very bizarre to watch. And you kind of start to also wonder, where's the, self-reflection here? Where's the rationality? Same as now, this reports that perhaps the Russians, well, I'm assuming so perhaps, but shared intelligence with the Iranians for American targets. Is how dare they? I mean, it's so, after 4 years contributing to the killing of tens of thousands of Russians, to offering the weapons, the intelligence, the logistics, the ammunition, the war planning, I mean, everything. And now we heard a rumor about them sharing intelligence, and this is somehow unacceptable. It's just, no, it's quite strange.
Just maybe 3 weeks ago, one of my otherwise sympathetic, empathetic colleagues was saying, how can you say that you could connect Ukraine and the Levant? And I said, just wait. Just wait. Zelensky will take the opportunity. A lot of this business of spread is just about that these people whom we have cultivated more or less in Europe in particular, decide that they're going to take advantage of this or that opening, and they take advantage of it, and before they know it, they've got a real problem on their hands. Look at the EU in this business of Russian Arctic LNG. Passed that rule, law, whatever, back about 22, that would go into effect after 5 years. They wouldn't buy any more of this really superior Arctic LNG, that they move on their own bottoms. So they can move it down to Bremerhaven or Le Havre or wherever they move it on their own bottom. So it's a really sweet deal. Putin gets cash up front, and they get everything on their ships and the LNG they need. Do you really think in January of 27 they're going to stop doing that? But that's what the law says. They got to stop doing that. They just bought the biggest load they've ever bought. They bought every cubic foot of Arctic LNG for Europe. Don't blame them. I mean, their economies are going to be ruined if they don't have this energy. So this is the complicated kinds of things that they're doing to each other, and don't really understand how all these things are connected. And they're going to understand big time how they're connected with when West Texas Intermediate Brent crude up around $200. And I've seen it there. I've seen it there, equivalency, when we had the Arab oil embargo, and I couldn't even drive to Washington from Fort Monroe, Virginia. The lines at the filling stations were too long, and if you got in the back of the line, you knew when you got to the pump it would be empty. We're looking at prospects for that again.
Well, just as a last question, then, how do you predict this war to develop from here on? I know there's too many unknown variables, too many things can happen and go wrong, but I guess what is it realistic for Iran to achieve, and for the American and Israeli side on that? I mean, there's no going back, at least, to the way things were before the war. So where do you think this is heading? Whether or not, it lasts for a month or a year, how will this end?
I could see, not very clearly and not very realistically, and I'm not expecting it, but I could see Trump suddenly having an epiphany, one like he had, for example, with regard to Ukraine, apparently, at least during the campaign. I mean, I was listening to him consistently, and he kept on message that he was going to stop that war and he was going to, do it forthwith. I think he really was genuinely committed to that, and then he hit reality. But if he had a moment like that and he persevered and he just said, "We've won. I'm out of here. That's it," and turned to Bibi and said, "Over to you," Bibi would have to quit, or he would have to go full Monty. And if he went full Monty, he'd be alone, completely and utterly alone. I think even divorced from the American president at that point. So it might be bad for Iran in that moment, but it would be good for them and good for the region, I think, in the long term, as long as we could contain the aftermath. So if Trump were to suddenly decide that I don't have any future as a grifter, as president, or as anything, unless I get out of this mess I've got myself in, and the tendency for him there is to declare victory and leave.
Contact Roberts Air for all your heating and cooling needs.
That could happen.
Yeah. Well, hopefully the Iranians let him. And
yeah, I don't think they would keep it up. I really don't. They keep up pounding Israel, maybe, but I don't think they would keep up the global part of it.
No, it's well, it's hard to say at the moment, but of course, I don't think if this war goes on for months and months, it's going to be very devastating.
Every month makes it harder to get out. Yeah.
Yeah, because I keep making the point, the Iranians can't afford simply to have the US and Israel come back again in a few months. But I think after this, if it keeps going for a few weeks or 2-3 months, I think this will be I don't think anyone's going to come back for them in the future. This is it. There's unless some miracle weapons are created to open up the Strait of Hormuz, or otherwise, no. I think their deterrent doesn't require victory. I think it's it's simply not by denial, but simply by elevating the cost. I think that would suffice here. Again, maybe
it's interesting what you just said teed me to this. I hadn't thought about it except inadvertently or at an angle. I got all my maps out on the living room floor here, huge array of maps, especially of that region. I used to go into my seminars and I'd tell my students when they present their case studies, and they got the message after about 2 or 3 seminars, don't ever come in here to brief me or brief the rest of the seminar on a case study without a map, or maps, plural, because you can't do it without a map. Geography is important. All to say what you just mentioned teed me to, there are some things that are almost immutable, like geography of straits and choke points and terrain in general. You can't hardly do away with them as long as we're still doing business the way we're doing it in the world, which is a huge component of this conflict, Glenn. We do not want that route that is China's Southern Base Road Initiative route, and will be very, very much on land, not on the water at all. Doesn't require any water. We don't want that. And we don't want the others that go across the heart of Russia and the heart of Central Asia, because it takes us out of our domain. We are a maritime nation. We go out of our domain if most of the world's commerce travels over land. It's also cheaper to go over land. So these realities of geography are coming back to haunt us.
Well, geopolitics, though, it's the study of how geography influences politics. And what you're referring to, though, was the fear expressed in the beginning of the 20th century by Halford Mackinder, the British, as they observed the Russians building these intercontinental railways. The concern was, because in the past, railways would just feed ocean-going traffic. So it would just go out to the coastline and then go on ships. But they said, suddenly the transcontinental railroads, now they could replace maritime power. So while the British had been focused on, as long as we're the dominant maritime power, that is our, how we'll stay dominant. But suddenly the Russians threatened to turn this on its head by essentially giving competitive advantage to land powers. This kind of influenced in a big way, though, both British and American policy ever since, in terms of preventing these Eurasian powers from coming together. But that's what I'm thinking with Iran now.
If you've read Peter Frankopan's The New Silk Roads, A New History of the World, you understand how empires were actually stopped in their tracks virtually because of the economic power created in a relative empire or competitive empire by changing the trade route to overland rather than sea. You had a maritime power that was made, like the Portuguese, making lots of money and charging rates that the sea travel demanded, sometimes a little more than that. And then all of a sudden, you get this internal empire, as it were, and the Persians played in this a lot too, in what was probably the most powerful empire the world's ever seen. Not Rome, East or West, but Persian. They played with it with land routes and put them out of business, put the seafarers out of business. That's what China's doing now. It's a repetition the other way.
That's the Greater Eurasian Partnership envision, though. This connecting the Eurasian land powers also by land. That is China's Belt and Road Initiative. You have the Russian, Iranian, Indian international north-south transportation corridor. You have, of course, Russia wanting to be an east-west bridge and north-south bridge. This is BRICS facilitating as well. It is geopolitics being essentially reimagined. Halford Mackinder's worst nightmare, essentially.
Yeah.
However, I would put it, I would be optimistic.
There's another dimension to it too. I think they don't want the powers that be, the Rothschilds of the present world. They don't want this to be exclusive of the Western Hemisphere, particularly Europe. They could do without the 340 million in the U.S. They'd like to have Brazil and Canada, but they could do without the. And this bothers me, really bothers me. We don't get this. They could create not autarky, but they could create a meaningful economy without us.
When I got shingles, I was 52 years old. I thought
Yeah, they could, because that's where most of the world is. That's where 70% of the world is. Throw Europe into it, it's more like about 75% of the world. Throw Brazil into it and Canada into it, you've kicked it up to 76 or 77%. And to hell with the rest of it, we've got what we want. They don't want to do that. They being principally, I think, the Chinese architects. But they don't ultimately lead us. Right now they do, and that's why Xi Jinping is very circumspect about what he's doing. I think he must have thought very long and hard about that latest pronouncement, where he now is going to replace Bretton Woods. He's going to replace SWIFT. He's going to replace all of that. And he's going to dare the world with the renminbi being the replacement for the dollar. That's a real step for them, because I know their Central Party school warned against it. It's an empire destroyer. It's a great power destroyer when you have that kind of financial power. It cheats you. It robs you of your good sense. It makes you live on others' hard work. You know, they buy your debt, in other words, and let you go ahead with your profligate ways. And Xi didn't want that, but he's bit the bullet now.
Yeah. Well, I thought it's not a bad development. I think the reason why there's an instinct going against the Eurasian land powers creating this non-maritime connectivity is because in the 19th century, it was the Russian Empire, and it could become a hegemony in Eurasia. That's a threat to the British. In the 20th century, it's a Soviet empire. They could form a Soviet hegemony in Eurasia. But now in the 21st century, there is no hegemon. There is China can't dominate on its own. Russia can't. Iran can't. India can't, because it's not one center of power. There will naturally be some soft balancing between them. So the U.S. wouldn't face a Eurasian empire which would come after the US. Indeed, my thesis is if the US pulls back, they would contain themselves, like balance a little bit each other. But of course,
I don't think they want to do what I just described.
No.
If they have to, they will. They have to, they will. They'll ostracize us. Imagine that. Benign neighbors to our north and south. The advantages we've had for 200 some odd years, both as a nascent country, a colony of Britain, and then a national entity, all those advantages wiped out in a second, because everyone around us is antagonistic to our existence, economically and philosophically, antagonistic to our very existence.
Yes, on that note, Trump could be seen as a man of peace, though, because because the way the U.S. now the Russia and China's come together, overcome historical like suspicion towards each other. How Russia and Iran, with all their centuries of antagonism, are now closer together. I mean,
Took us to do it.
Yeah,
It took us. We changed 1,000 years of history.
Yeah, so that's like just it's trust building now. So not what was intended, but maybe something good can kind of come out of all these horror stories we're seeing these days.
We need better leadership. We need better leadership, and we need it fast.
Very much agree. In Europe as well. Anyways, I know you have places to run, so we'll leave it there. And thank you very much for.
Sites were hit in Tel Aviv. The sensors have been. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to the show. It's your host, Danny Haifong. As you can see, I am joined by Alistair Crook. He's a former UK diplomat and expert on all things Middle East, geopolitical analyst. Alistair, great to be back with you today.
Thank you very much. It's also a pleasure to join you.
Yes. It's great. Everyone hit the like button as we get started, as that will help boost this show. But Alistair, let's get started right away. So yesterday, or over the last 24 hours, was wave number 61 of Operation True Promise 4. According to many reports, at least 100 sites were hit in Tel Aviv. The sensors have been breaking of late in recent days and weeks as this war continues. A major train station was hit. It seems like the escalation against Israel, according to Iran, is in large part because of the assassination of Ali Larijani, which happened in the last 36 hours, the head of the National Security Council. Now, in the hours before this show, Israel has hit major gas lines in the south of Iran, I believe. And now Iran, as we were talking about before the program, Alistair, is looking to target gas and oil fields all across the Gulf states in the region, Kuwait, Qatar, etc. I'll pull up some of those images, but I want your reaction to where we are in this war now as we are now in the third week, and as the escalations on all sides, especially the U.S.-Israeli side, become very inconsistent and almost haphazard. What's your assessment of the situation?
Well, essentially, despite what has happened to Larijani, who was the head of the, if you like, the security apparatus, the Supreme National Security Council, his loss, will be felt. And also, as often is the case with Israeli assassinations, they often target the most moderate people, and they are replaced by people that are more hardline. We don't know who's going to replace him, but he was a very learned person, a very intellectual, clever man. He was a philosopher, and he will be lost. He was also, to a certain extent, with his connections to the reformists. So he was a centrist more than anything else. And of course, he will, as you know, it's the standard practice, it has been in Iran, to anoint and have prepared your successor and your successor's successor as well. Everyone has to do that these days. Since the beginning of the war, it's mandatory for all the military and for all the political leaders to have a successor who's ready just to step straight into the shoes. And the war itself won't be much changed by it, because the war is led really by Kalibaf, the former mayor, who is a former military officer. He was also Speaker of Parliament. He's a formidable figure and much admired in Iran. And he has been in charge of the side of the immediate response to events on the ground. It doesn't always go to the full Security Council. There is a smaller, more specific, more expert committee of military and technical officials that deal with the war as it unfolds. And Kalibaf has been managing that really since the outset. And indeed, he was the person managing, if you like, the response to the violent protests that took place in January.
All right, you got to stop buying generic Viagra if y'all over 40. You can get 9 pills of 100 milligram generic Viagra.
And Alistair, what do you make of these reports? I know that you said on conflict forums there you're publishing a very important piece that's coming out very soon. And there's also reports, I think, that go along with what you are about to release that talk about how Israel is having not only a lot of difficulties with the missile fire and the fact that they are likely running out of interceptors as we speak, as Iran hits them every single day since February 28th. But now Israel is, according to a cable that the State Department has leaked to Washington Post, said that they told their U.S. counterparts they hope for an uprising, even though it lead to a massacre. But that cable said that Iran is not cracking and it's willing to fight till the end, leading to a need to reevaluate the goals of the war. What have you made of this, Alistair? Because over the course of this war, now we are into week 3. It appears while the escalations continue and the strikes continue on Iran, there's a lot of questions about even an intel officer, the number 2, I believe, to Tulsi Gabbard now leaving. There's a lot of questions about Joe Kent. There's a lot of questions about what exactly, not only is this war for, but is it winnable at all?
Well, those are big questions. But let me first of all say, in these last few days, because we follow the news, particularly the Hebrew channels very carefully, the Hebrew press, what we have seen has been quite a noticeable shift. The vibe is different, very different in these last few days. And people have been saying, well, it's time for Trump to declare victory and to get out. I mean, senior military officials from Israel are saying this, and others are saying the same. And so for these days, it's been very odd. I mean, for us, we've looked at it, and you can see that something has been taking place, but it's not clear what that is. I mean, it's obvious from the whole range of comments that were coming in about 3 or 4 days ago. And recently, as yesterday and the day before, when you look at the Hebrew press, there was no comments about the war. I mean, it was just off the pages. There was commentaries about rivalries between coalition partners in the government and who might be going up and who might be going down, and other ones about legal aspects and the Attorney General and so on. But everyone seemed to be avoiding the big issue, the elephant in the room, the war with Iran. And it wasn't clear why or what was really going on. However, today, it seems we've got some inkling of what's been happening or what is happening, because Yediot Ahronot, which is a Hebrew paper, has an interview with Ronan Bergman. Ronan Bergman is a sort of premier political correspondent. He also writes for the New York Times in the US, but he's renowned and a serious commentator. And he writes in his column today that Netanyahu has given up on the total victory, which you know has been his theme for all this time. He's given up. And Bergman says that Netanyahu is saying that it is clear that, and this is a big change on the part of Netanyahu, Netanyahu is saying, you know, we're not going to achieve the success we hoped for in Iran. We're not going to destroy the state. The state is not going to fall. There's not going to be an overthrow of the state by an opposition. It's not going to happen. And we are going to have to redefine our victory in different ways. And he goes on to say that, you know, we still have these other wars. And Bergman says, well, and, you know, the wars are not going well, whether it's in Gaza with Hamas, or whether it's in Lebanon, or whether it is elsewhere, for example, in Iraq. I mean, all of these are faring badly. So how are we going to redefine victory? And Netanyahu comes up with a strange sort of formula saying, well, you know, Iran was a threat, but it's not existential threat anymore. It's just a threat. And we have other threats. Threats go up, threats go down. And, you know, we have our alliances and our forms, and we are emerging as a global power thanks to these efforts. really doesn't hold together very convincingly. But this is the story that he's putting out. But at the same time, Katz is announcing that henceforth any Iranian official that they identify or can locate, they will kill. Automatically, it doesn't need authorization. Blanket authorization is given to kill all and any Iranians that they can see and identify. So that's an escalation on that part. The second big escalation that has happened just in this period, today, effectively, was that I don't know who led this, whether it seems as if it was led by Israel, but that the reports indicate that it was with the green light from the US, from Trump, the attack on the gas field South Pars. South Pars is this huge gas field which is shared with Qatar. It's divided between the two. But this provides much of the gas resources for Iran. It is a serious source of energy for Iran in terms of the gas. And so what we've seen in consequence, in addition to it, is that now the IRGC has warned 5 gas and oil facilities throughout the Gulf to be evacuated, that all the staff must leave it immediately. And we've seen overnight a huge escalation in response to the assassination of Ali Larijani, the head of the National Security Council in Tehran. Apparently, he was. They managed to identify him staying overnight in an apartment of his owned by his daughter, I think. And so they're all killed, and all his security detail are killed too. So there has been a massive attack into Israel, and Hezbollah has also been pummeling the center of Israel. Major attack across Israel from Hezbollah. Of course, the censorship in Israel is near total, and as yet, the Israelis, very deliberately, and we have evidence of this, that the Israelis are careful. When you see a film which purports to show some sort of the result of a strike by Iran in Israel, what you generally see is a little bit of debris lying around, or perhaps a damaged car, and we're told, light or no injuries. And we know, because an Israeli journalist has said this, that actually what's happening is it's deliberate. The Israeli official journalists or broadcasting journalists are going, and they deliberately avoid showing any main damage, but just focus on something trivial, a sort of damaged car or some debris on the street, as if they're acting as real journalists, as if they're giving a picture of what's happening. And it's not the picture at all. They're just deliberately filming a sort of minimal sort of effect and publishing that as if that's all that happens. So total, we don't know. And Israel too. It's been sort of rather a magical war from that side, because, every time it was, no injuries claimed, or, one Sri Lankan was injured as a result of this attack. And I think this is the first day that they've actually said that 2 people were killed. Otherwise, this is a war, where there are apparently, according to the Israeli studies, they've not admitted really to any deaths. A few injuries, people are in hospital, but no, I mean, it's a bit like America. America's doing the same thing pretty much. How many people are dead or killed? Oh, well, you won't get those from the United States, from Hegseth. He just says, well, 6 people died in that refueling tanker that came down in Iraq. And others, there are injuries, but they're all back in service. They're all they've been rehabilitated into service again. So the idea that no one has been killed or injured in the attacks, across Erbil, where there's been heavy attacks on American bases in Erbil and in Iraq, people apparently have had some psychological effects, but light injuries. So we don't know. We don't know what's been attacked. We do know that there have been serious attacks with some of the advanced weapons. The Khorram Shah weapon was clearly being used towards Israel last night. But what effect these are having, we don't know. But it's really instructive now to learn that Netanyahu is trying to reverse his narrative. Instead of calling for the big war, the war that he persuaded Trump to lead on, this war is now, he says, not going to be pursued because it's, if you like, it's unwinnable. They're not going to achieve their main objectives. They're still going to go after Iran as other adversaries, but it's going to be redefined in a new way. It's going to be redefined as that Israel has these threats, but these threats are not absolute. They are relative. They go up and they go down, and there are other threats, and we have different threats, and we will win in all of them, and that is going to be our victory. But actually destroying Iran and having collapsing the state is no longer possible, likely to be achieved, and therefore is not on the agenda anymore. Big change, and it comes at a time when Trump is escalating.
Yeah. Maybe you can talk about how Trump is escalating here, because as you said, the censors are just incredible. Israel was obviously preparing for what Iran was going to do and has tried to cover up all of the damage as much as they can, or as you said, highlight that it's targeting so-called civilians rather than making huge damage on Israeli infrastructure. I'll just show here, there have been some getting out. There are power outages across the capital, or at least the capital as the world recognizes it, Tel Aviv. There's also been just massive images of last night of these missiles that Iran has been launching, especially those so-called cluster missiles like Hiroshima 4, which have been used for many days now. And it's not just in the against Israel they've been used. There have been images over Dubai of these munitions, these submunitions being released from this missile in the sky, and many have noted that it's pretty unprecedented that Iran is using these and really evading all of these air defenses. But to your point, Alistair, if you could react to the energy question, because prices, as I was showing as you were talking, they continue to go up. It seems like a big escalation the U.S. is pursuing is the continuation of trying to either seize Iran's, Karg Island, cut it off from its own oil production, supply, and trade. But at the same time, this has massive effects on oil prices, so much so to the point that Qatar reacted to what Israel did. They released a statement reacting to this that I'll pull up, opposing it because they have been affected dramatically by Iran's drone strikes and missile strikes that are going to target their energy infrastructure specifically, although they have been doing it to a degree even up till now. So your reaction to this, How does this play out in the war? Because this is what a lot of the mainstream media is talking about right now, is how this is going to affect the energy question.
Well, in a word, it's going to affect it badly. It was, Iran had been careful not to affect not to bomb or strike at the infrastructure, the energy infrastructure until now. Yes, storage tanks and others were attacked, but their focus was much more on ports. And that had a different objective too. It was on ports, but it was about the Hormuz Strait and about changing the geopolitical balance within the region. Ports are important because particularly Bahrain port, which has borne the brunt of this, was a home to the Fifth Fleet, but it was a home to much more. It was a home to a major intelligence gathering center, to radars, to administrative centers, to munitions. A whole intelligence infrastructure was based in Bahrain, and that's been systematically destroyed. And part of this is to reestablish, if you like, Iranian control over the whole of the Hormuz corridor. This is deliberately to, if you like, flip the whole geopolitical strategy, because this was, the Americans have controlled, the Red Sea and Hormuz through the Fifth Fleet and the Red Sea up until the Houthis started their work on it. But they have controlled that. And the object, and Trump has made this very clear, is to have a dominance over the choke points and the sea corridors, the navigation corridors of the globe. First of all, to squeeze China, to squeeze China's oil inputs. I mean, that was what Venezuela was largely about, because most of Venezuelan oil was heading to China. And it's also about squeezing in the other direction. It's been about squeezing Russian oil. If you like, the seizure of tankers, the attacks on tankers in the Black Sea and in the Baltic. I mean, all of this was quite clearly, the new war was to sort of try and suppress Chinese economic development by limiting its energy supply. And secondly, it was, if you like, to stop Russian exports of oil. So they are now reestablishing and taking, if you like, because, they even attacked ports in Oman. Oman has been friendly to Iran, but because that is part of the network of American attempts to dominate the sea and navigation routes. So that has been an important element. So by and large, they've left the actual infrastructure of energy untouched until today. And that was because Trump agreed or green-lighted, according to the Israelis, an attack on South Pars gas field and South Pars field that serves Iran. So now it's all restraint is off, and Iran feels free to attack all oil installation. Of course, it's going to have a big effect on the economy. Of course, it's going to affect particularly Gulf states. But finally, I mean, the Gulf states have to probably at some point decide where they stand on this war. I mean, until now, they've been firmly in the Washington, if you like, ambit. They have been completely, Americanized and Israeli dependent for technology and for AI and for now increasingly tourism. It has been, but all of that's changed. I mean, the business model of the Gulf is broken. I mean, some people will stay on in Dubai and other places maybe, but there's been a big exodus from Dubai, not just tourists, but other people who say they're not going back because it's broken. We went there because we thought it was safe, secure, and, plenty of money to be earned there. Now it's not so safe, not so secure, and not so much money going to be around. So the Gulf states have to decide. I mean, they will be dependent on Iran for their revenue from now, not from the United States, but Iran can either green light their vessels to pass through the Straits of Hormuz or not. And furthermore, a state like UAE imports all its food through Hormuz as well. Qatar exports its gas through Hormuz. All of these are going to be subject to the permission being granted by Iran. So this is going to continue to be a vital issue in this period. And the ability of the West to do anything about it is very, 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 very small to being almost non-existent. The reason being, and we've heard from Trump frequently, we've sunk their navy. Well, Iran really didn't have a navy in the proper sense of it deliberately because navies are sort of vulnerable now. They don't have battleships and carriers or anything like that. But what they do have is real deterrence because they have, first of all, underwater drones that move very fast, can be directed, and find their own targets. Very rapid. They're like sort of high-speed torpedoes. Very little, very difficult to do anything about those. Then they have unmanned surface drones. Effectively like a speedboat packed with these explosives. But that also moves very fast and can be steered so that it can zigzag around. And that, I think you've probably seen videos, has indeed struck an American linked tanker, and it ended up in flames. But that's not the end of it, because then they have small surface vessels, which, like speedboats, but which carry anti-ship missiles too. And then you have, beyond that, Iran has 25 submarines that can fire anti-ship missiles while submerged. So this is their navy. It's not a battleship or a frigate. It is these small, very fast vessels and submarines. And, it's all been thought through. And this is asymmetrical warfare. They didn't need a frigate there or anything like this. This would be pointless. But I wouldn't like to be the frigate or the tanker that tries to get through Hormuz. And they don't even need to use those because actually from the center point, and they're making sure that people have to move past Keshem Island now, which is the narrowest point. That's 21 kilometers from Iran, which means that the whole of that area is under fire control from back, not from the coastal areas, but further back. Artillery can reach all of that area easily. So that is, I would think it's no surprise that no one has volunteered to escort a tanker through this. The Iranians control this utterly. What they're going to do with 2,500 Marines supposedly arriving in the next week or more, I have no idea. But the coast, Iranian coast of Hormuz is 2,000 kilometers long, which means it would be about one American Marine per kilometer. over that coastline. Are they going to take that, and how are they going to suppress the artillery, let alone the missiles that are honeycombed into that shore? As I say, the Iranians have been preparing this for a very long time. This is asymmetrical warfare, and it has been thought out. And it seems, and Trump said, oh, we didn't expect this. We didn't think they were going to. I didn't think they would shut Hormuz. Come on. I mean, the Iranians have said that they would, if they were attacked, Hormuz would be shut for the long term. They said that. I kept saying it. I think I probably said it on your program. That's what they would do, and they've done it. And so what can America or Europe do about it? Nothing, except finally they will have to come to terms with Iran. But the terms that Iran will impose on the United States to get the economic crisis resolved are going to be, I think, beyond, if you like, the capacity of the United States to tolerate that degree of retreat and humiliation. It will be a lifting of all sanctions on Iran, a return of all their frozen assets. It will include also the end to all conflicts. It will include the continued enrichment of uranium, their nuclear project. And it would also include, I am almost certain, the demand for Israeli withdrawal from Gaza and an end to what is happening in the West Bank. So that will be, I think, quite hard for Washington to digest. But that's basically what they'd have to contemplate to set this right.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what Iran is putting out there as proposals, demands, whatever one wants to call them. But they are operating, Iran is, with the understanding that they are, in fact, dictating terms, Alistair. And I wanted to ask you, there was a piece in the Financial Times, and it talks about how, with what you just described, this has essentially imposed a conclusion on the world that the era of U.S. dominance and economic warfare is over, and specifically citing something we've mentioned here on this show many times before, which is that sanctions are obviously just a tool to open up a wider war like we're seeing on Iran, and that Iran has essentially flipped this against the United States and in the entire world. Now, I wanted to ask you, a lot of questions, Alistair, have been raised about Iran, given that the U.S. CENTCOM, they're putting out all kinds of data that looks very impressive. It looks like the U.S. is causing all kinds of destruction that could change the outcome of this war. For example, CENTCOM just said that they dropped bunker busters on the coastline and destroyed some of those anti-ship missile systems that you were describing there. No, of course, Iran says differently. But also they've said they've hit tens of thousands of targets. Iran says those are mostly civilian targets. And Iran has not, at least it hasn't been documented yet, for example, the F-35s that have been standoff striking Iran. Iran hasn't been able to hit them. And some have asked in this audience, Alistair, why is it that the U.S. and Israel are able to hit Iran like they have been? And what is the veracity and the validity of U.S.-Israeli claims to this kind of dominance they say they're imposing, despite the fact that you have the Financial Times talking about this very important, maybe the most important part of this war, which is the economic realm being firmly in the hands and the grips of Iran's dictated terms?
That's quite a wide area you've just outlined. But let's start. First of all, what I've tried to get across to people repeatedly. For me, this is sort of deja vu, because I saw so much of this playing out when I was in Lebanon and during the 2006 war in the south, the war of Israel against Hezbollah at the time. But first of all, the most important point to make is, you can't compare, two things that are completely disalike, apples and oranges. You don't say, which is better, which is, tastier or something. They're different. And Iran has been pursuing, if you like, an asymmetrical war. They've been planning for it and preparing for it for 20 years. They've thought about it deeply. They have established a system of decentralized command so that a decapitation does not stop the system. In fact, by establishing a whole series of commands right across the whole extent of Iran, with commanders with pre-designated targets to pursue in the event of a war or the loss of a command or communications with Tehran. They have given them missiles. They sit on missiles capabilities. They have forces, and they have, the key thing is the initiative to pursue the war according to their instructions, their sealed instructions, as soon as a supreme leader is killed. Only a supreme leader has the authority to change any of those instructions or to change the planning for the war. So when the supreme leader was killed, immediately within an hour, the targets in the Gulf states were being hit very quickly because, as I say, all this is pre-organized, pre-arranged. So, all the claims we hear from America about, that they've, killed the commander, the leaders of the military, it's been, decapitation. They killed a supreme leader who was at home. I mean, it wasn't a great sort of intelligence coup. He was sitting at his desk in his home next to his office, which is part of his office. I've seen the house. It's very identifiable. We all know where it is. It's on the edge of a forest in North Tehran. It's a very simple dwelling, a simple building. And he was there with parts of his family, all of whom were killed. I think it's fairly evident that, in a sense, and the Supreme Leader did say before this, he said, listen, I'm 86, I'm partly crippled. What I have left is my dignity, and that is something you've given to me. And I am ready to sacrifice that for Iran and for its people. And so I think he did deliberately accept martyrdom. I mean, he'd been told to move, and he said, no, other people have not got anywhere to go, so I'm staying put. So he was killed, and it created a firestorm amongst Shia across the region. The Shia are quite a tight community. Yes, there are differences. Some are 7ers, some are 12ers, etc. But it's created, and many of the Ayatollahs and Marja, the people who are emulated and you go to for advice, have mandated that it is obligatory to defend Iran. And they've mandated and said they will mandate a jihad, mandatory jihad against America and Israel if the attacks on the Majliya, the leadership continue of Shia. So this aspect to it has not succeeded. It's actually created. And one of the things I said to you earlier, there was a sort of change in the atmosphere in Israel, but there's a change in Iran. And what it's done is it's brought the Iranians together like they've never been since 1979 and the revolution. I mean, they are fully behind the state in this war against America. And, every night, it's Ramadan, and every night after the iftar, the evening feast, they go out and on the street, and even if a rocket arrives in the crowds or by the crowds, they don't run, they don't move, they just stay there, and they continue to sing and call for retribution against America. So it's really brought people together and given them resilience and steadfastness. Yes, it's hurting. I mean, that's what's happening. As to this other aspect, this is false. And this is exactly what I saw in Lebanon in 2006. You know, the American-Israeli propaganda was, these, flip-flopped, footed Hezbollah. I mean, what chance have they against the biggest air force in the region and the most sophisticated army of Israel fighting them? Of course, victory, they will just be obliterated. And of course, what happened was very different. Yes, they did obliterate. They obliterated the residential area of Dahia in Beirut. I went there, I saw it. I mean, these were residential tower blocks they just knocked them down one after the other, trying to create a sort of sense of despair and panic. And then we had all these statistics. Oh, we've done so many raids, we've dropped so many bombs. I mean, we've obliterated Hezbollah. They hadn't. And what happened? It wasn't the war of 3 days that the Israelis said it would take to do this. It was 33 days and then Israel asked for a ceasefire, demanded a ceasefire. What were they hitting? I went down, I saw the tunnels and everything. I went around the south. I mean, the tunnels, they'd put dummies there and mock-ups of launchers. And, they were striking and what was very obvious to happen. After a week, the Israelis announced their data bank was over. They expended all their munitions on their data bank and they didn't have anything else. But since the war was going on, what did they do? Well, they started knocking down civilian houses and attacking houses because we had to keep the statistics up. The war, how many bombing raids today, General? How many raids yesterday, General? And so they've got to have something, but they're not targeted. And what we haven't seen in Iran, we haven't seen any sign that they have been able to target the deeply buried, sophisticated missiles. These ones that are dispersed right across, mountainous, forested Iran, size of Western Europe, huge area. And these are buried deeply. There are no missile launchers available there because they are fired from silos 90 meters down. They come straight up through their silo tube and into the atmosphere, to their target. And there's an automatic system at 90 meters that rotates and puts the next missile into place, and then the missile after that. And so there are none of these mobile missile launchers, which do exist. But these are for the sort of more simple ballistic missile types, which are mostly used to sort of deplete air defenses, either in the Gulf or in Israel. And some of these ballistic missiles, actually, most of the ballistic missiles that Israel is using, that Iran is using at this time, they date from 2012, 2013 production batch. I mean, they are old and they are early. And that's what they're using. They haven't really, they've begun to use a few of the newer missiles, but that is mainly being the more sophisticated ones that we don't know what they are all going to be, are being reserved for the attack on Israel. So the whole thing is a phased process, and we can detect where it is. The first phase was to destroy or sort of bring out and deplete the air defenses of the Gulf states. Secondly, to strike the American bases there, but primarily to destroy the radars, to blind the American defensive system. And we know that's succeeded because the Israelis are complaining bitterly that when once they had, 3 to 5 minutes warning of an incoming missile so they could get down to the shelters, now they're lucky to get 1 minute or none. And that's because the radars have gone and it's an integrated system, so it isn't giving them the warning. It also spells why much of the, if you like, intercept capabilities of the Israelis has deteriorated, because without those radars, and Hezbollah has been actually also destroying some of the radars in the north of Israel, so that nearly all of them are gone. And so the American Air Force is doing this blind. And no, they do not have air dominance. They keep talking about bombing Tehran as if their aircraft are flying anywhere they choose over Iran, but it's not true. Nearly all of these attacks are standoff attacks from outside Iranian airspace. We saw a big performance about B-1s flying over and bombing, if you like, the coastline of Hormuz. And, the implication is they're free to fly over Iran, there's no problem. It's not true, because we can see from the photographs that they were loading up with Jassam missiles. Now, I'm not a military person, but I know that these essentially are glide missiles. They're not bombs, bunker buster bombs, as they pretend in the press. These are standoff attacks that you drop them outside of the airspace and then they glide in and hit the target. So what's the state of the war? Well, as I said to you a little time ago, you can't say, the point about, if you like, the American, visually very obvious attack is how effective it's been. Well, the answer is we don't know totally how effective it's been. You can't, knocking down residential buildings in Tehran is not effective. It's actually counterproductive, probably. So we don't know how effective it is. And the censorship in Israel is absolutely, 5 years imprisonment for photographing a missile from Iran arriving over it, and 5 years for photographing it after the event, the effects of it. So we know very little about what it is. But that's why it was, I think, so important what I said at the outset to this program, that Netanyahu is saying we're not going to achieve our objectives. We're failing. We're not going to collapse. The state isn't about to collapse. Very far from it. It's not going to collapse. We're not achieving our objectives, and we're going to have to rethink this whole idea of the Great War, and try and redefine it in a different way. So, I'm sorry, but that's a long answer to what sounds a simple question: who's winning? I think I would say, in sum, it's America's and Israel's to lose, and Iran has just got to survive it and stand firm and dominate, if you like, in the economic sphere, and also to inflict sufficient punishment on Israel, in its estimation, means that Israel will never again decide, that it's a good idea to launch another war on Iran.
Yeah. No, I think all of that was very important, Alistair, and it was a big question that I asked you, so I think you covered all of the points. And now I'm glad you brought that up to end what you were saying there, Alistair, the economic sphere and dominating it. Well, the data is showing this in many ways. Since February 28th, it is being reported that Iran has actually exported at least 10 million barrels of oil. Some people have told me it's definitely more than that, earning at least 1 billion or more, despite oil prices soaring and the Strait of Hormuz being closed. And this is kind of the graph showing showing the price of oil. And what it doesn't mention here, that particular report, is the importance of China. China actually has purchased, I believe, most of Iran's exports at this time. And so I wanted to ask you, given that there are reports about Russian intel helping with targeting, there's been a lot of reports back and forth about China's role, but what have you made of Iran's response economically for itself to this war, and how it relates to this bigger shift that I think some have minimized, which is this large multipolar shift in the world that is led by Russia and China. Some have minimized it, have of course, emphasized Israel's role in this war, but it's obvious that the United States has a big goal here of destroying Iran so it can essentially destroy this global shift. But it seems like Iran in this realm has things pretty firmly under control as of right now, and the U.S. is afraid, it seems, to bomb Iran's exports, given what that would do to the oil markets. But your reaction to this and how it fits in with this multipolar shift?
It's bombed it, and Iran is all of it.
Well, I started a little earlier saying that the domination of these seaways, these choke points, and these corridors, naval corridors for energy products, was going to change the whole Gulf. The Gulf has got, if it wants to have revenue, if it wants to import food, will have to deal with Iran and accept Iran's domination of this area. It's going to be a big geopolitical change for the Gulf, 180 degrees change for the Gulf. But the bigger picture, which you allude to, is very important too, because it changes a bigger geopolitical map. You said about China. China, 40% of the oil passing through Hormuz has been delivered to China. China is sending its tankers through Hormuz. The Iranians allow their Chinese tankers to pass without incident. However, America keeps talking about, well, they're going to impose sanctions or close it or something. Nonetheless, that 40% of Hormuz exports is actually for China, because it's such a big energy consumer, only about 5% of its total energy consumption. So, even if Hormuz was shut by the Americans taking some action, the Chinese could live with that. It's not existential at all. But meanwhile, what, again, as part of the sort of flipping the geopolitical map, Iran is saying, if you want to pass through the Hormuz today, all you have to do is make it clear that it was bought and paid for with renminbi, with yuan, Chinese yuan. And so that's how Pakistan managed to get its tanker through. India has been allowed to pass tankers through. And Pakistan made a statement and convinced the Iranians that their cargo was transacted in yuan. So this is, again, nudging very firmly a bigger geopolitical shift, if you like, for the whole of Asia and for the world to see that if in this new era, if you want to do business and you want to do business in energy, well, you have to shift and think about shifting to yuan, renminbi trade, if you want to get a passage of your vessels through. So this is a really important element of the bigger picture of moving, in a different era and different direction for both for China and away from the dollar. So dollar cargoes are not accepted. Dollar payments not accepted. Only yuan payments will get you through Hormuz. So this is an aspect that hasn't had much attention, probably because, America is absolutely determined to keep its dollar hegemony. for reasons that we can see and understand, but nonetheless are seen by the rest of the world as basically a form of coercion to extract concessions from those states, either in terms of giving money to the United States or else making investments into the United States in terms of manufacturing industries.
Yeah, no, those are great points. And as we head to the end here, Alistair, I just wanted to ask, we were talking about the Gulf states before, and you were talking about them being firmly in the U.S. camp. It seems that the longer this war goes on, though, that given that there's this shift happening in the world, given that we've seen over the years a lot of hedging, especially with Saudi Arabia, normalizing with Iran, etc., this war is kind of exposed, I think, that a lot of these Gulf states really don't have sovereignty, and they are following U.S. diktats, despite the massive damage that Iran has done to U.S. assets there, and therefore the economies of these Gulf states. What do you make of the future of the region now that, as this thing goes on, it's obviously going to have massive economic impacts on these states? And do you foresee that could then create a rupture? I'm even thinking, will they try to come together like they supposedly did before the strike started and try to really yank on Trump's coattails and say, hey, can you stop this thing? Can you actually just make a deal so it doesn't lead to our ruination? What do you make of this? Because I'm seeing a very bleak future for the likes of the UAE, even Saudi Arabia, Qatar. I mean, Qatar, I don't even think is pumping gas right now. I mean, it's a really bleak situation. So what's your thoughts on this?
You didn't mention Bahrain, but Bahrain is in the process of a color revolution, an outpost. It's, as you know, 70 to 80% Shia, ruled by a Sunni monarch and a defense force that protects him, which is all Sunni. And there's been huge protests and uprising. I think what is shaking the Gulf is the sort of idea that that this could ignite, if you like, a different but a new sort of Arab Spring, because of they feel a lack of legitimacy on the ground, and so they are very concerned about it. But they have been so, I think, thoroughly embedded into the Western, economic AI investment paradigm that it's going to be hard for them to make a transition or to get out of it. And whether, it's quite conceivable that we'll see a very different geography in the future in the Gulf region. Maybe some states will disappear or change. I'm not going to predict how or what, I can't. But I think there's going to be a massive reaction to this. I mean, the whole lifestyle. I remember going to see the head of the Emir of Qatar once, and while we were waiting for the appointment, I was sitting in his chief of staff's office. And, it was bizarre because it was like sort of being on Wall Street. I mean, all the Bloomberg terminals tracking, every movement, red, green, what's going up, where's energy, what stocks are rising. I mean, it was like a hedge fund. And many of them have actually become sort of semi-hedge funds. And is it possible to continue in that sort of mode? I don't know. I think it's quite doubtful. But it's going to, as I say, they have got an existential issue facing them. Where do they stand in this war now? Are they going to stand with the United States as the United States escalates further against Iran? Or will they decide that if they want to continue to trade and earn revenue, that they have to go and talk about a new relationship with Iran? That's for us to wait and see.
And then finally, my last question to you, Alistair, is how, since I believe this is the first time we've talked since the February 28th beginning of this massive kinetic escalation by the U.S. and Israel began. How have you seen this affecting the other major flashpoints in the world, the Ukraines, of course, the buildup toward China? How has this war altered these, I guess, if you will, areas of interest for the U.S. empire and, of course, those it drags along with it?
It depends a little bit on how this turns out. But it is already having a really significant effect. I mean, I think, first of all, the sense that, that the word of the American leadership is not to be believed. That, after 3 deceptions in a row towards Iran, with decapitations, providing for decapitations, and that there were more than that. The lessons are about the dangers to one's own leadership, the dangers of trying to do negotiations with the United States, but more than that is, I think, the effect of this, 2 things, of this language, and also the effect of that now increasingly people, as the new Truth Social comes out overnight, around the world, people are laughing at them increasingly, because sometimes they're quite absurd, and what they say is quite absurd. So I think there's that sense too. But also, I think the thing that is quite striking, the language is really, talks about the Iranians as being evil, people who cut the heads off babies and cut women in half, and that they are, people, this polarization that is implicit in this language suggests that, that you're talking about a sort of such an extreme dichotomy of evil and subhuman people on the one hand, that obliteration becomes really the only outcome. And I think this is a bigger issue, and we didn't touch on it, but this is something that is worrying a great number of Americans. Also about where do we stand in this? Are we in favor of obliterations, or are we not? And is it really, this war, was it really in America's interest, greater interest of Americans? If not, who was behind it? Who controlled it? What was the mechanism? Who's in charge? And what interests were they pursuing? So this is a debate that is opened, and I think is going to come to the forefront. And this is going to have big impact on the elections. It's going to already having an impact. Is Trump going to be able to recover? Are the Republican Party going to be able to recover from this? I think that's quite doubtful that the Republicans can recover. I listened to an American politician who was at the Republican meeting, Doral Club in, I think it's in Florida, one of Trump's golf clubs, and they were having a meeting to discuss where things are going and lead up to the midterms. And he said, listen, I think most of them know that they're going to be drowned. Some may hope to sort of stay afloat till 28, but most of them think they're going to get drowned in the midterms. So I think the unexpected element, perhaps, of this is I think it's going to induce an introspection in the United States about what is this, if you like, what is this unseen, if you like, a power structure?
When I used to think about taxes, I would just cringe. I used to use a CPA.
That takes us unerringly to war after war, when it's clearly against our interests, as expressed in the polls and in everything, that we do not want another war in the Middle East. So what is the power structure? And who's behind it? And what is their ultimate interests in this structure? We've had war going from Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya, all of these wars. I mean, was this all in American interest? Is the financial benefits that seem to come out of these wars in the general interests of Americans? I think they're demanding that, we have to try and get to the bottom of this. And we have to discuss it amongst ourselves and decide where we stand.
Yeah, I think that's a great place to close, Alistair. I want to make sure that everybody knows to
whether or not to take action he deems necessary to protect the safety and security of our troops, the American people, and our country. Yeah, I could make an argument that that's true. Okay, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence is responsible for helping coordinate and integrate all intelligence to provide the President and Commander-in-Chief with the best information available to inform his decisions. Yes, so far, that's the equivalent of saying fire is hot, ice is cold. Those are statements that we can get something out of them, but we will take a second. You said nothing. Hey, my name's Garland Nixon. I'm 5'11". I weigh 192 pounds. What have I told you about Garland Nixon? Nothing. You can look at me and see that. Yes, I'm a male. I wear glasses, I have brown eyes and brown skin and fuzzy hair. What the hell am I doing? You can look at me. So far, she's the meat of her tweet is nothing. Let's see what she gets to. The closing sentence. After carefully reviewing all the information before him, President Trump concluded that the terrorist Islamist regime in Iran, time out. I didn't know they were terrorists. I haven't seen any evidence that they're terrorists. I've heard accusations by people who don't like the Iranian government, but I have not seen evidence that they were terrorists. In fact, what I can tell you is that they fought with the United States, unknowingly, maybe at the time that the United States was sponsoring ISIS. They had fought ISIS. They have fought ISIS in Iraq. They have fought ISIS in Syria. They fought ISIS all over the place. Show me where they are terrorists. Prove me. Okay, but she calls them the terrorist Islamic regime. Regime is supposed to be negative. So they're terrorists. So she starts off by saying, okay, Donald Trump is the president, of course. He's a commander-in-chief. Yeah, we know that. He looks over stuff and decides if it's an imminent threat or not an imminent threat. We know it. Don't tell us nothing. We know all that. Then she goes on to say, President Trump concluded that the terrorist Islamist regime in Iran, well, wait a minute. If you're calling them a terrorist Islamist regime, you're already contributing to the problem. But let me continue. President Trump concluded that the terrorist Islamist regime in Iran posed an imminent threat, and he took action based on that conclusion. Now, let me start here. If you're the director of national intelligence and you're calling the government of Iran terrorist, you're part of the problem. Why the hell are you calling them? You're the one giving him information, and you're saying they're terrorists. I don't see the evidence that they're terrorists. So you clearly contributed to the problem, Tulsi Gabbard, by calling them terrorists when the evidence just ain't there. Do you call the Saudis a Saudi government who funds ISIS, who funds Wahhabism, who funds all of these problems? Oh, by the way, where were 19 of the hijackers from on 9/11? Saudi Arabia. Did Saudi Arabia literally write a letter to the people of the United States apologizing for 9/11? But why is it when you say the Saudi government, you don't say the Saudi terrorist Islamist regime? That is because that is the term that's used by the neocons to drum up war, which you seem to be doing a pretty good job of doing. And then she says, he got all the information before him. Trump concluded that they posed an imminent threat. Well, let's say you're true. Then here's my question: an imminent threat. Why did Donald Trump say it's about? Wait a minute. It's about nuclear weapons, that we've got to stop them from getting a nuclear weapon. Is that an imminent threat? Did he think they were getting one right away? Why did he say it was about protecting the protesters? Is that an imminent threat? Is it our job? If there's a protest, I don't know, I'll pick a country, Mongolia. If there's a protest in Mongolia, how about if there's a protest in, I don't know, Kazakhstan? Is it our job to say, oh my God, the protesters in Kazakhstan are being mistreated, we better go handle that? Hey, Madagascar, there's protesters and they're being mistreated. Bangladesh, protesters. So our job is now, according to Donald Trump, to handle protesters. By the way, an imminent threat. So of all of the cockamamie lies he gave us, which one was the imminent threat? Could you tell us? Was it the protesters that he had to go protect that were admitted to be CIA and Mossad sponsors? Was that the imminent threat? Was it the nukes that the Iranians have been 2 weeks away from creating since 1998? Was it the ballistic missiles that they have? Rats.
Assets in the Persian. Well, there are a number of things. One is that Iran has a very strong chokehold on Trump and the Trump regime. And that is, of course, the Strait of Hormuz and the vulnerability of Saudi Arabia, even as it exports a portion of its oil through the Red Sea. Iran can block that with missiles and drones. And it is doing that with regards to the Emirates and that portion of oil that it exports from outside the Persian Gulf. So this is a very difficult situation for Trump. Excuse me. And as he admitted, he didn't think, or his administration didn't think, it's not clear to me where the fault exactly lies. They didn't think that Iran was going to attack U.S. assets in the Persian Gulf region or shut the Strait of Hormuz, which I find extraordinary because you and I and many others, I think, knew quite well that such a thing would happen. We've been discussing this together for maybe a couple of years. So when this happened, Trump, of course, made many bold threats. He saw that they weren't working, and he, despite saying that Iran was obliterated again, he called for the entire world to help him open the Strait of Hormuz, and everyone said no. So obviously, Iran hasn't been obliterated. Iran's navy is almost the entire navy that is used for wartime is in tunnels, and they will enter the Persian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman, and the Indian Ocean when the time comes. They are speedboats with missiles. And Iran's missile capabilities and drone capabilities are endless. They haven't struck any of the underground bases. They've failed to do anything about Iran's production capabilities. So Trump is in a very difficult place. On the other hand, the Israeli regime wants escalation. And from what I'm hearing in Tehran, the operational control has shifted from the United States to the Israeli regime. And so it is the Israelis leading the war. And they are the ones who chose the targets, and the United States agreed to cooperate with it to strike these targets. So it may not make a huge difference, but it is significant. And I think the Israeli regime probably, and the United States, maybe want to escalate to see how far Iran will go. That's one possibility. I think they'll soon find out that Iran is willing to go to the very end, and it will fight to the finish. So this experiment is a foolish one. Some believe that the Israeli regime wants the total destruction of oil and gas assets in the Persian Gulf region. And it's possible that Trump will go along with it. In any case, Iran is going to go up the escalation ladder if that is what the U.S.-Israeli coalition does. So I think ultimately the big issue is that the United States is stuck with the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran really holds all the cards. Now, the Israelis are assassinating people. They may continue to do so or have successes, but it's not going to change anything. The Iranians have a very sophisticated constitution. They have a very sophisticated state structure. They have many experts and people who are acquainted, well acquainted with matters of state. So if one person is martyred, someone else will replace him. It's a loss, without a doubt. Dr. Larijani, I've never worked in government, but I encouraged him to go to China, and ultimately when he went, he asked me to go with him, and when he came back, he asked me to take care of the China dossier for him. So for a couple of years until he left Parliament, he was the Speaker of Parliament, of course, I was in charge of the dossier on his behalf. As a volunteer, I didn't receive any salary for this. But he was an excellent man, very smart, very dedicated, a very moral person, and it's a major loss. And I was very fond of him. He was a very polite, highly educated, but everyone can be replaced with someone else. And martyrdom itself boosts the morale of society. It awakens the society further, as we saw today on the streets during his funeral and the funeral of the victims of the U.S. attack on Iran's naval ship that was unarmed and was participating in a naval ceremony in India. So I don't see any success of major substance because obviously you can't say an assassination is not a success, but it's not going to achieve the results that they're seeking. And in a way, it's actually going to have the reverse effect, as we saw with the martyrdom of Ayatollah Khamenei. It really mobilized the nation in a way which I have never seen, even during the 1980s. I have witnessed things in Tehran personally, and I've seen images and videos that I have never seen before anywhere. People on the streets, huge crowds. I was there on Friday. And then the U.S.-Israeli coalition bombed the people demonstrating on the streets and murder a person, and you don't even hear about it in the Western media. But no one ran away. You may have seen. I'm sure you've seen images of it, and many of your viewers may have, I'm sure have. But it's on my Twitter account. So people are steadfast, and people have been mobilized. And the United States they had a plan to carry out terror attacks last night and riots, as they did a couple of months ago. It failed completely. People were on the streets throughout Tehran and throughout the country, and they couldn't do anything. So on the whole, I think the war is going very well for Iran. It's painful. They've murdered many people, school children. They bombed hospitals. Today they bombed key infrastructure. This is not something. None of this makes us happy. It's painful. When they murdered Dr. Larijani, they murdered all the neighbors in that apartment block. But the United States and the Israeli regime have failed so far.
Yeah. Well, what is being likely retaliation? Because I watched a spokesperson recently, 20 minutes ago or so, giving a talk about how the energy infrastructure of those who participate in this will now, I think he said, burn to ashes. But we also see now some incoming strikes on the capital of Saudi Arabia. But I was also curious, what is the likelihood that Yemen could actually be activated in terms of closing down the Red Sea as a response to this escalation? Because there's an important strait there, of course, that is the Bab el-Mandeb, if I'm not slaughtering that name.
Right.
And, essentially also a narrow strait, which can be used to sever access to the Red Sea. This is quite, a critical maritime corridor as well, because with the Strait of Hormuz disconnected, this is essentially the only access to Saudi Arabia then, all on this western coast. So did you see this as a possibility, or what kind of retaliations? Again, I know the government doesn't tell you what they're going to do, but what kind of retaliations do you think are realistic here?
Well, the government has said that they will strike oil and gas facilities in the Emirates and Qatar and Saudi Arabia. And I think by the time your viewers see this video, probably that retaliation will have taken place. We already hear that there was a strike on Qatar and on Saudi Arabia. Apparently, the strikes on Saudi Arabia targeted jet fuel depots for the U.S. Air Force because the Saudis are deeply involved in this. And it is increasingly becoming clear that the Saudis are encouraging the Americans to carry out these strikes against Iran. In the case of Yemen, they have said that they will enter the war. And we'll have to see when that happens. Obviously, things depend on the escalation ladder. Iraq, in Iraq, the resistance is striking at U.S. assets, but it could do much more. in the same is true with Iran. Iran can strike much harder, but Iran is moving up the escalation ladder based on U.S., Israeli, or what I would call the Epstein coalition's actions. So, for example, today when they struck Iran's infrastructure, the gas installations, that was something that Iran had to respond to. Iran doesn't want to create a global economic meltdown. This war was imposed on Iran. And as we saw Joe Kent resign and basically say what we've been saying all along, that Iran was no threat, and that it was the Israeli regime and the Zionist lobby that pushed the United States to war, a war that's not in U.S. interest at all. So Iran is responding to aggression, and it has shut the Strait of Hormuz to put pressure on the United States and its proxies and its allies. But if the United States moves to destroy Iranian key installations, then Iran will do the same. And then we will move to crisis mode with regards to the global economy. Because later on, if there is an end in hostilities and Iran's demands are met, if there's no oil or gas because of the damage or the destruction of the installations, and if there are no tankers, then what's the use? So the global economic crisis will be permanent, or at least it will last for many years. There'll be a global economic depression. So the United States began this aggression, the U.S. regime, the Trump regime, the Israeli regime, and its proxies in the region are all complicit. The Iranians shut the Strait of Hormuz to put pressure, but if the United States starts attacking Iranian key installations, key infrastructure, or the Israeli regime, it doesn't make a difference to us. Iran will respond in kind. And since these Arab regimes are host U.S. bases and allow them to use their airspace and allow them to use their air bases and allow them to use their territory to fire missiles towards Iran, like HIMARS missiles, they have no reason to complain whatsoever.
Well, we see these U.S. troops which have been sent to the region, and some speak of putting boots on the ground. I'm not sure if that is on Iranian soil or is it intended to open up the Strait of Hormuz, or it's also not unrealistic that it could be used to invade Yemen, perhaps to make sure that this strait, keeping the Red Sea accessible, is kept open. How are you assessing this? Do you think that the U.S. could go to this extent to, I guess, go in with troops on the ground?
Well, Iraq and Yemen are not small countries with small populations. And Yemen today is much more powerful than it was a year ago when the United States waged a war against it and lost after 7 weeks. And by the way, let's remember that during the 7-year-long genocidal war carried out by the Saudis and the Emiratis against Yemen, with the support of the entire region, except for Iran, and Turkey and Qatar also supported the genocide in Yemen until the Saudis and the Emiratis turned against Qatar, and then the Erdogan and Qatar tilted away from them. But the entire West and the region were all supporting the genocide in Yemen. And after 7 years, it failed. What brought the Saudis to accept the ceasefire? When Yemen targeted Saudi oil installations and oil exports. So if Yemen could do that 4 years ago, I think it was, it could definitely do it now again. It can end the Saudi oil exports that go to the Red Sea, and it can also shut the Red Sea. So Yemen has these capabilities, and I'm sure its missile and drone capabilities are more of a threat today than they were back then to the U.S. Navy. I don't see a scenario where the United States its troops, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 troops can make any real difference. And it's even more implausible with regards to Iran. But let's say hypothetically that the Americans somehow with this small group takes the Strait of Hormuz. They've already underestimated Iran's missile and drone capabilities, obviously. And they keep saying they've destroyed them all, and Iran keeps firing missiles and drones. But let's say that they take the Strait of Hormuz, and that the Iranian armed forces, which have been preparing for such a scenario for 25 years, they fail to dislodge them. What difference is it going to make? Ships have to come into the Persian Gulf. Iran, if anyone looks at the map, Iran owns one half of the Persian Gulf. They could strike missiles at ships from anywhere. And then missiles that Iran fires are not fired from the coast. They're fired hundreds of kilometers inside Iran. So they can take the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran can still destroy whatever it wants, whether it's ships or whether it's installations, as we're seeing right now. Or if they want to go all the way to the north of the Persian Gulf and take Hark Island, it's a flat island, then the Iranians can hammer them on that flat piece of land, and they'll take large casualties, but still they're not going to open the Strait of Hormuz for trade. There won't be any oil. The only thing that will happen is that through escalation, you're going to have more tankers destroyed and more oil and gas installations destroyed. And so ultimately, when this ends, and it will end at some point, but with failure by the U.S. failure and Israeli failure, then there won't be the oil that they're seeking to bring back to the market. And every day that goes by, Glenn, you have 15, 20 million barrels a day that are not being sent to the market. So the shortage is growing by the hour. And they can manipulate the market for a few days, for a couple of weeks, but then it's going to hit them very hard. And of course, it's not just oil, it's gas. And of course, it's not just gas, it's fertilizer and petrochemicals. And it's imports and exports, because these Arab family dictatorships are huge consumer markets. And the United States and the Europeans have huge assets in this region. Trillions of dollars. They've invested all sorts of money in these consumer societies. The losses to the United States through the rise in the price of energy, the shortage of energy or fertilizer, the destruction of their assets. A lot of the weapons that the U.S. sells, they sell it to these countries. And these countries don't even know how to use them because they don't even have competent military forces. Assad it's only like 350,000, 400,000 people. How are they going to use all those jets that they bought? Those jets are basically bribes. And also the kickbacks and the commissions by Western senators and their business partners and the royal family and all that. And the same is true with other countries. So the losses to the United States are multidimensional. And of course, the petrodollar takes a hit. So as things stand, I don't see the United States finding a way out. They're only digging themselves further in the hole. And the world is going to blame them. I mean, what Joe Kent says is recognized across the world. So people are going to blame Zionism and Trump for the misery that they are beginning to impose on the international community.
Yeah, the resignation letter of Joe Kent, it's been read tens of millions of times apparently online now. So it's quite extraordinary that essentially the second in command there would be the one who resigns and put this out there. So it does show that the narrative of this war is also not going well. But I think what you referred to as panic is probably correct, because this began. It looked like Trump genuinely thought this would be another Venezuela, quick in and out. So attack, and by the end of the weekend, before the stock markets open, then have your, the victory speech prepared. But the government didn't fall, and the army didn't collapse. And so there seems to be a uncertainty in terms of what other cards can be played. And we'll see reports that Trump was quite upset that there are no military ways to open up the Strait of Hormuz. But it does seem that, as one often does in this kind of situation, that is to prepare a proxy to fight on your behalf, that this has been attempted. But the Gulf states appear to have resisted so far, at least. That is, they don't want to get into a direct fight with Iran. Azerbaijan looked for a moment like it could take the more direct role, but then they turned. The Kurds, which were armed by the CIA, then also apparently got very concerned. I'm not sure if they were ever ready to go or if they just, didn't want to bet on the losing horse. But even the allies of the US, NATO and in East Asia, they didn't want to join in on this mission to, I'm not sure how they would do it, but the convoy to try to open up the Strait of Hormuz. So, but the last efforts we see now is we read in the American media, some pressure on Syria to enter Lebanon. That is to take, in this chaos, to assist the Israelis, that is Jolani's government, to help Israel to essentially get rid of Hezbollah in Lebanon. How do you see this scenario, or the likelihood of this being initiated and even succeeding then?
Well, first, Glenn, I want to say something, and then there are a number of things we have to unpack here. One is that, the people in the West, in the mainstream, there are two types. One says, let's go and take them out, and the other says, they're bad, but this is not a good idea. In my opinion, they're all the same. And the reason why I say this is that I won't name names, but one of your guests who came on a few days ago, he was that sort of person. He said something dishonest about Mahsa Amini. He said that she was murdered. There's no evidence of that. The footage is out. The medical report it clearly indicates that she had a condition. She was not beaten. There's no evidence of that. And when you, just like the tens of thousands of people claim that, they keep saying that Iran killed tens of thousands of people. These are all lies. And those people who repeat those lies are making the case for war. And so they're complicit in war. And they have blood on their hands. Every single one of them. And it's unforgivable. I'm glad that you invite all sorts of people. I'm just saying that I'm trying to make this point because I want people to know that those in the United States in the mainstream, it's like Maduro. Those who say Maduro is a bad guy, but they have blood on their hands. Because instead of saying, no, we're the bad guys, or bombing boats in the Caribbean, we're the bad guys for murdering 100 people and then kidnapping the president, they say, yes, he's a bad guy. No, you're the bad guys. And so these people who repeat these lies, I think usually they just want to be relevant in the mainstream, or some of these leftists, European leftists. In the global South, they're not like that at all. But in Europe, they're very hostile towards Iran. They have this old irrational hatred because the only revolutionary movement for some of these people can be them. And so obviously the Islamic Revolution of Iran is medieval and backward and evil, and the mullahs, they're crazy and they suppress women and, all that nonsense that we've been hearing for 47 years. But and for the last 18, 19 days, ever since the beginning of the war, we've seen millions of people on the streets every night. As we speak, Glenn, there are huge crowds in Tehran. Huge crowds across the city. And we all saw the footage of men and women standing their ground under missiles. That's not a people that hate the regime. That's not a people who people willing to die under airstrikes but stand their ground. That's not a people who believe that Mahsa Amini was battered to death and that the mullah regime is killing women all the time and that they're slaughtering tens of thousands of people. Iranians know better what goes on in their country than these people who live in Europe and the United States and basically lie about Iran because it serves their interests. But in any case, the point I'm making is that for me, those who say Maduro is evil, the Cuban regime is evil, but let's not do this. No, they are evil. And so are their governments. And if they have intellectual honesty, they'll point the finger at their own government and leave Cuba alone, leave Venezuela alone, leave Hezbollah alone, leave Iran alone. It's none of their business. But to get back to the question, I think that what we are witnessing is a completely new situation. And that is that for the first time, the empire has failed not only at regime change, it's failed to even take a country, because we've always been told that the United States lost the war in Iraq. It lost the war in Afghanistan. It lost the war in Vietnam. But in the case of Iran, it hasn't even been able to occupy parts of the country. After weeks of battle and with a huge coalition, the collective West is behind it. All these regional regimes are with them. Azerbaijan, the Persian Gulf, Turkey under Erdogan, he transports oil. AWACS jets fly over Turkish airspace to gather intelligence against Iran. And so US bases work as well. They're all working against Iran, but they failed. Why? Because the Iranian people support the Islamic Republic of Iran. Today, yesterday, 2 weeks ago, and 2 months ago. Today, they're more mobilized. They're more united. And a lot of that minority that was rioting, that small minority that was on the streets rioting, that the West glorifies and exaggerates and lies about, a lot of them have changed their positions because they now see that the West, which said we're democratic and we support, they're kids. They were kids, like first year university students, second year university students, like 11th grade, 12th grade high school kids. But they see that they're bombing schools, they're bombing hospitals, and their whole worldview has been shattered. So now I'm not saying all of them, but many of them are on the streets like everyone else. And I have my own anecdotal examples of that. So that's why the Republic of Azerbaijan would never dare attack Iran. I mean, look at the images of people on the streets in Tabriz, in Ardabil, in Urumiyeh, in Marand, another Azeri city. They would take over the Republic of Azerbaijan in a week. They'd overthrow the regime, the Iranians. And the same is true with these Kurdish terrorist groups, because the Iranians have warned the semi-autonomous government in Arbil, the Kurdish government in northern Iraq, that if you allow these terrorists to attack us on behalf of their masters, the CIA and Mossad, because that's what these groups are. They're owned by by Western and Israeli intelligence agencies. Then we will destroy you, and so will the Iraqi resistance, and then there will no longer be a autonomous Kurdish government in northern Iraq. So they stood back, stood down. Jolani, if he tries to do anything against Lebanon, first of all, he's shown his true colors. Everyone now who unless they're like utterly sectarian, ignorant sectarian people who just, Wahhabi, Takfiri, Salafi types that close their eyes to truth and just support these terrorists, even though they know that the Americans were controlling them and the Israelis were allied to them. Everyone knows who Jolani is now. It's, he's a U.S. asset. If he attacks Lebanon, the Iraqi resistance will move into Syria, and Iran will destroy him and his commanders with drones and missiles. We don't need our long-range drones to do drones and missiles that we strike Israel with. We can do it with shorter-range missiles and drones, different classes of missiles and drones, just like what we're doing in the Persian Gulf. So I don't think he's going to do that either. So ultimately, the United States has failed to use terrorists inside Iran. They may try something in the days and weeks ahead, but it will fail. Even if one person is killed, they'll make a big deal about it, and and the Western media will say all sorts of nonsense, Fox News and all that, but they'll fail. And the same is true in all these other arenas that we've been talking. So the United States is stuck. So all they can do is assassinate. That creates more determination. That makes the Iranian leaders more angry and adamant that we must defeat the enemy, because these are friends. These are national figures. They have, people will seek revenge when they kill more people. I just posted a woman who was a missile struck nearby, and then she was in panic, and then another missile hit her. So there, people see these clips in Iran, and the rage grows, the anger grows. Today I was at the funeral, a huge crowd for Dr. Larijani and the naval officers. And I'm not a government official. I'm just at the University of Tehran, but people see me online and rarely I'm on Iranian television, and they come up to me and say, the leaders should protect themselves more. They say they're too courageous. You saw on Friday on the National Quds Day, Jerusalem Day, the rally for supporting Palestine, Dr. Larijani was on the streets, and the president was on the streets. The head of the judiciary, the head of the judiciary was doing an interview when the missile hit. He didn't even blink. The foreign minister was there, and so on. And of course, the U.S. Secretary of War called them all rats hiding in their holes, but people saw the reality. They know who the real cowards are.
When I started my record label, the business side of things, taxes, finance.
So, so people were telling me, they thought I had access, or, tell them not to come out on the streets, tell them not to come to the funeral. They were demanding that the leaders not attend the funeral. Literally, hundreds of people said this in one way or another. I was just walking through the crowds and people were stopping me the whole time. So this is a nation that's united. So they can assassinate. It's not going to help. It's going to make things worse for them. They can bomb Iranian infrastructure, critical infrastructure. Iran is going to hit back, and that's only going to complicate matters further. Because as I said, if the United States meets Iran's demands, then the Strait of Hormuz can be opened, and after a period of time, the flow of oil and gas and everything else, petrochemicals, can go back to normal. But if the key infrastructure in Iran is destroyed, then it's going to be destroyed in those regimes where they have their bases. So the problem is going to become very long term. So that's not a solution either. So Trump is stuck in a hole, and Netanyahu put him there. The Zionists put him there. The Zionists and Netanyahu and the Epstein class has created a global crisis.
Well, it's interesting what you said about the political left and all this. You see this. I made that point earlier as well, not here, but that after the Cold War, especially, you saw this neoconservatives on the right who aspire for security through hegemony or empire. They more or less engaged in this unholy alliance with the political left as well, under the idea that this is a liberal hegemony. By dominating, will elevate the role of democracy and human rights around the world. So all conflicts are now just framed as humanitarian, and then suddenly you see the former the people advocating for peace on the left. They're now essentially, peace is we can't support those authoritarians. So this is why Maduro, the Russians, Iran, they're all regimes, and delegitimized, and they can never be supported. But as you suggested, once they are denounced, then they already made essentially indirectly the case for war. And even when you sell to people on the left that it's about liberating women, then suddenly then they're on board with war. You also see this with the Ukraine war. On the political left, the people who traditionally are first ones to take up the cause for peace, they're not talking about the diplomacy. They're not talking about dialogue, mutual understanding, or peace. They're talking about how do we send more weapons, how do we close down media of the opponent, Yeah, this is essentially what they're talking about. So it's the whole concept of peace has been perverted to a large extent. I like Jeffrey Sachs for this reason. He went to speak at the UN Security Council, and he opened up. This was before the attack on Venezuela, and he opened up as just saying, "I'm not here to discuss the character of the Venezuelan government. That's beside the point. We're talking about what the US is planning to do." And just to put that whole thing aside, because once you get, either you support this and we condemn you, or you also condemn it, then make the point for war. He just swept up this whole thing aside. But I wanted to ask about something you said. You mentioned that if the US meet the demands of Iran, and I did see the Iranian foreign minister, though. He said that Iran does not want a ceasefire. It wants a political settlement, a peace settlement. So peace is not the same as a ceasefire. And again, we heard similar arguments coming actually from Russia as well. That is, a ceasefire is temporary pause that allows the enemy to regroup, replenish, and get back to the fighting. While peace settlement would then address the underlying causes and actually find a solution. So what is the solution? What are the demands that America must meet? I mean, what is the opening position of Iran versus, where do you see possible compromises coming in?
Well, first, I just wanted to, because I was thinking, I was really laughing inside. Whenever these people, like, they talk about Iran or Venezuela, like they say, "Oh, do you support the war?" And first, they have to, for 5 minutes, they have to badmouth Iran and say, "Well, Iran is really evil. They're really bad people. They're horrible. And I don't condone anything." It's like, it's a dystopia, but I don't support war.
Yeah.
And Maduro. And, when I look in Iran's neighborhood, and then when I look at the West, I mean, it's Iran that's opposing genocide in the West that supports the tribe, and the regional countries, they're all US proxies. But anyway, I think that, first of all, this is not just going to be about Iran. Iran has said that its allies in the region, they have to be included in any cessation of hostilities. Why do we oppose this ceasefire? Just as you said, we've done this before. We had a ceasefire, and they regrouped and attacked us again. We were negotiating, they attacked us. We negotiated again, they attacked us again. And doing a deal with Americans, especially under Trump, is just meaningless. Nothing that he says means anything. A piece of paper that he signs is just a worthless piece of paper. So the facts on the ground have to change. So first of all, it has to include Iran's allies across the region. Second of all, the facts on the ground have to change. What do I mean by that? It means that the Persian Gulf must be structured. The security of the Persian Gulf must be structured in a way in which Iran no longer feels threatened by the United States. These countries cannot be used as platforms to attack Iran. And if the Israeli regime attacks Iran, there has to be consequences. So there has to be change on the ground. Pieces of paper are worthless. And there's the issue of reparations. Iran will demand reparations. And the security of the Persian Gulf in future will be different from the past. These Arab family dictatorships, if they last, they will have to deal with a new reality, and they will be severely weakened. They are already severely weakened. Emirates will never again be the Emirates that it was 3 weeks ago. That's gone. All those billionaires, they're not coming back, which is a good thing. I mean, if in the sane world, there should be no billionaires, but anyway. But they won't be coming back. And the same is true with the rest of these tiny regimes in the region. So, Iran is here to stay. And after almost 3 weeks, we've seen that the Americans are incapable of defeating Iran. And ultimately, the United States is going to have to. Iran is prepared for a very, very long war. Then, as we speak, Iran is producing more missiles. I don't know if it's producing more drones because it doesn't even have space for drones. All of its underground bases are full. They are more than prepared to go on for years. This is not a war that the United States can win. We fought Saddam Hussein for 8 years. And people in Iran are not prepared. Before the war, everyone was concerned what will happen now that there's war, people say, let's do it. Let's finish it. Let's defeat them. We have to get this. Everyone understands that a ceasefire is of no use. People on the streets know this because this wasn't 20 years ago. This was 9 months ago. And both were unprovoked. In other words, people in Iran, just like people across the world, recognize that the United States is, I mean, unless someone watches Western mainstream media, especially Fox News and what are the other crazy ones, Newsmax or whatever, I don't know. I just did an interview with one, I don't remember saying, they were crazy. But anyway, unless someone watches that sort of nonsense, everyone knows that negotiating with Trump is useless. So the facts on the ground will have to change so that Iran feels, and its allies, feel secure in the years ahead. The Israeli regime can't just bomb Lebanon whenever it wants, despite having a ceasefire. Can't just kill people, Gazans, Palestinians in Gaza every day just because it feels like it. So the facts on the ground, it has to be inclusive, and there have to be reparations. There may be other issues, and of course they can negotiate these issues in different ways. But ultimately, Iran is not going to accept a situation where it can be attacked again in a few months.
Yeah, just I had a thought what you said about this. The obligatory condemnation of the opponent, because I've been in many interviews and debates, and it's almost always starts with the same question. That is, do you condemn Putin? Do you condemn Iran? Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Maduro? This is the opening question. It's very clever though, because if one hesitates, then it's already said. Well, there's a false dichotomy. Either you align yourself with the moral posturing of the person doing the interview, or then you're with the other side. And then if you fail to, I say yes to this opening question, which allows you through the gate as being, legitimate, and now we can listen to you. If you fail to do this, then you're morally suspect. You can't be, you're already compromised. You're now, Putinist or Ayatollah apologist, or, whatever words one would use. It's clever because it forces either they are weeded out, so now we can't listen to you, or you have to buy into the premise. And if you buy into the premise, if you condemn, then you say essentially which side is a goodie, which is the baddie, which is legitimate, which is illegitimate, and also at times it indicates when the conflict starts. So, no one would start an interview asking me, do you condemn, the past decades of Israeli, treatment? Do you condemn U.S. bombing? This is not how it's intended. It always goes one way, and it's manipulative, but it's very effective. It's people have a hard time getting through that starting line. Just a final question though. I forgot who. There was a spokesperson, I think, from the Iranian government who said perhaps it was foreign minister. I get things mixed up now. Who said that there's no going back to the way things were in terms of the Strait of Hormuz. What is that? How do you interpret this? Or I'm not sure if you heard it, but will the waterways, the accessibility be conditioned in the future? Or what do you think was meant by this? Sorry, a lot of speculation.
I think you're right. No. I think you're right. I think the foreign minister said that. I think others said it as well. I don't think it was just him, but I do vaguely recall him saying it in an interview recently. But he's been doing a lot of interviews, and he's been doing a pretty good job. Actually, some people say to me that he does a smirk, and apparently I'm known by some for my smirk, and they say he does it better than I. So I should be jealous. But so I haven't watched many of his interviews. I've seen bits and pieces because so many things are happening, and the internet connection isn't great. But I think from what I'm hearing and some of the bits and pieces that I've seen, he's been doing a really, really good job. I think what they mean is that there will be some sort of control by Iran, and there will probably be a financial element to it. Whether that would be a part of the compensation mechanism or whether it will be something else, I don't know. But again, we're not going to go back to where we were before. These regimes in the Persian Gulf, they've harmed us for a very long time. When Saddam Hussein invaded Iran with Western pressure, I mean, they encouraged him. I mean, the Soviets also helped him, but the West pushed him for war. When he invaded, these same regimes in the Persian Gulf, they funded the war. They gave him hundreds of billions of dollars then. I mean, I think maybe 250, $300 billion, which in today's, in today's dollars, it would be much more. And he was able to develop, he was able to purchase chemical weapons from the Germans, and the Germans helped him build a huge chemical weapons capability, slaughtering so many Iranians. I mean, one of those really hypocritical regimes is the German regime. It's never apologized, never paid compensation. Once an MP, a number of German MPs came to Iran and they visited our university, and someone asked me to be in the session. And there was this woman from the Green Party, and she was bad-mouthing Iran. And I said, "Excuse me, I'm a chemical weapons victim. Will you apologize for what you've done to me?" And she couldn't say anything. And actually afterwards, 2 or 3 of the other MPs, they came to me and said, these people are crazy. The Green Party. I thought back then, I thought the Green Party would, because I didn't know European politics that well. This was 2009. So anyway, yeah, it was 2009 when they came, that delegation. So in any case, those chemical weapons, they were partial, a lot of the funding came from these countries. So they supported Saddam Hussein. We forgave them after the war and normalized. And, then they began building bases. Those bases were used in the previous war against us to help the Israelis defend themselves, and the Americans defend the Israeli regime, the radar systems, and to help with their offensive actions against Iran. And of course, the U.S. attack on Iran. So we have many grievances. But after this war, Iran is not going to allow these regimes, these family dictatorships, if they remain in power, to behave like they did before. That's just not acceptable. It won't happen. And of course, Iran holds the cards. And ultimately, the United States will have to leave. This cannot go on forever. And when they do leave, these regimes will have to recognize that they have to behave like ordinary countries, not with the arrogance that they did before, just because they had gas and oil wealth and they were dictatorships and they had American bases there. They could behave in any, way that they wanted. That's no longer going to be acceptable.
I know things aren't easy over there in Tehran now, so I do appreciate that you took all this time to speak with me, and thank you, and take care and stay safe.
Thank you very much, Glenn. I do what I have to do, and I'm grateful for all the great work that you do.
Power. We've got to weaken the Soviet Union. We don't care about the economy. That's the people. Let them starve, let them struggle. We don't care. That's the masses stuff. We are the ruling elite. We are the Epstein class. We make decisions based on what we want. We got to stay in power. We got to keep our money flowing. We got to rule the world. And if the American people have to be sacrificed, if the European people have to be sacrificed, so what? They're nothing to us. They're cattle, they're cannon fodder. And that was Tony Blinken's book. Keeping in mind that Tony Blinken's stepfather was named Samuel Pisar, and he was also Ghislaine Maxwell's father's lawyer. Ghislaine Maxwell's father was Robert Maxwell, and then his lawyer was Samuel Pisar, and that was Tony Blinken's stepfather. So Tony Blinken is a direct descendant of the Epstein class. Okay, he is a member of the Epstein class. So their bottom line was, look, you know, we don't give a crap about you people, the masses. We don't care about you. We're going to do what we need to do to win these power games of international power games that we play. And if you guys happen to starve, lose your jobs, or suffer, oh yeah, really, like we care. And that's where we are now. And that's Trump's a member of that class. And I don't know if he always was, most likely, but now he is basically whereas think about this. That was an indicator in a way when Biden bombed Nord Stream, because what happened the week before Joe Biden bombed Nord Stream? So the conflict was going on with Ukraine. The price of gas, natural gas, was rising, was flying up, going up fast. And the Europeans started getting unhappy. And the weekend before they blew Nord Stream, the working class and some of the trade unions and started coming out in the streets in Germany, and they had signs that said reopen Nord Stream, and that's when they blew it. When the people came along and said, look, we want our lives, we want our future, even our present, taken into consideration when it comes to your policies. So you got Nord Stream closed, it's hurting us. We demand that you open it. And what the ruling elite showed is, you don't get a vote here. You demand that we open it. Hold my beer. Boom. Now open that. That's the way the ruling elite looks at us out here. They suffer our existence, and yet we come to them and say, please, will you have consideration for our jobs and our lives, our futures and our families? They find that insufferable, an affront just an insufferable affront for us to come to them and ask them to have concerns about us. No, they're not going to have concerns about us. They don't have concerns about us. Now in America, every 4 years or so, they have to come out and pretend like they have concerns for us to get our stupid votes if we're stupid enough to support these people. Look, here's what I have to say. People say don't vote. If you vote outside of the two-party system, if you want to vote for somebody outside of the whatever it is, the normal system, or somebody, if you're going to vote outside of that system, but to vote for Republicans or Democrats or something like that, and think something's going to change. Anyway, so that's where we are right now. And we saw that on I hate to put it this way, a local basis in Europe. And what appeared was this. The appearance was the Biden administration was going to blow it because they didn't give a crap about the Europeans. That's the way, like, a lot of us interpreted it, right? The Europeans are just cannon fodder. The Biden administration is going to blow it because they don't give a crap about the Europeans. Well, my dear, excuse me, I'm yawning a lot because I haven't been getting much sleep the last couple of days. Been so busy. Well, my dear and fluffy friends, now we see the truth. It wasn't the Europeans. It wasn't based on geography. It wasn't that the Americans don't care about the European people. This was, when people talk about globalization or the Epstein class, what they're talking about is the ruling elite, a globalist, an international class of degenerates who are also very, very wealthy and who despise, they have nothing but contempt for the working class. Let's not forget, what did Bill Gates say with Epstein? They were talking about how can we get rid of the masses of poor people as a block, as a group, right? They're talking about genocide, and they might have just found their way, right? So now what happens? So now that they hate our guts, and there's too many of us, and they want us out of the way, and we have the nerve to ask them for something, anything, what happens? The Iranians say, dudes, if you attack my hydrocarbon output, everybody's hydrocarbon output is going to be hurt. And they're like, we don't care. Look, so what's going to happen? The masses will suffer. They ain't suffering. They ain't never going to suffer. No matter what happens, they'll always have enough to be rich. No matter how poor we become, they'll still have enough to be rich. So what happens? It'll just be by comparison. What's wrong if I have $1 billion and you have $10, or if I have $1 million and you got 1 penny? I'm still that far away from you, right? They want to maintain distance from us and get rid of a lot of us. So what happens now? The Americans go in, and the Europeans, and they bomb the Iranians' gas facility, their biggest gas facility. Now, one may say, wow, but that would be stupid because Iran already told you they're going to bomb yours. No, yeah, unless you wanted them to. It would be stupid. But let's just say they're not stupid, and they're like, we'll bomb theirs, and then they'll bomb ours. And then that'll be it for gas facilities. Now, from Trump and his team, hey, man, those guys in Houston are saying, we got gas facilities and we ain't going to get bombed. Ooh, we got oil facilities and we ain't going to get bombed. So from Trump's perspective, from the Epstein class perspective, gas is going to go through the roof. The poor people will be hurt. The people who are selling gas will make a fortune. That's all they care about. We are cannon fodder, and that's where we are now. And now they're going to be like, okay, next, I think they're like, okay, well, they're sending Marines. Well, and everybody's like, well, but if you send in the Marines, that'll be a slaughter. And they're like, yeah, we kind of really will want it, but we need that. We don't think we could get with a false flag right now. We teed up the false flag. We had missing drones. We had California. We were all ready to hit California with missing drones, blaming on Iran, and you stupid guys got wise to us. So since that ain't going to work, we got a better plan. We'll do it right in front of your faces. We will send thousands of Marines to their clear and obvious death. We'll put them on an island where they can't be resupplied. Oh, by the way, they'll probably get killed before they even get to the island. Ship, head on into the Straits of Hormuz. They'll be like, well, we can't go through the Straits of Hormuz because we'll be killed. Fire orders. All righty, right through the Straits of Hormuz. Boom. Oh, no.
We knew our last Verbo was going to be incredible. We didn't know the hot tub was in. But thanks to Verbo Care and 24/7 live support, they moved us. Better place, better hot tub.
Got any room for Dad?
Think again.
That's it. We've lost 3,000 brave Americans. Well, I guess we got to have a draft, and we've got to fight, and we got to pay them back for all those brave Americans. It's a false flag. It's a sacrifice of throwing a bunch of Americans in. Come on. Your aircraft carriers are like falling to pieces. They're on fire. They're pooped out, and they're having laundry room fires. Neither of which I believe, might I add. I think they're both a result of missile and or drone attacks. But okay, that's the story we're supposed to go with. Laundry room fires, unfortunate and unlucky mishaps. That's what it is. That's all we have. Unlucky and unfortunate mishaps. The enemy never ever scores a hit. We have unlucky and unfortunate mishaps. That's it. Don't worry about it. Nothing else. So my point is, that ain't enough bed. We got to hide those. We got to put 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers in so they can all get wiped out at one time. Then we can stand up, or maybe just the ship gets hit and they all go down. Then we stand up and say, are you going to believe what those Iranians did? We must all muster together. We need a draft. We need war. Now we're going to have to go all out on a war footing in this country. And we're going to stop making anything, but we're no cars, no nothing. Well, of course, they're going to stop doing that because nobody can afford to buy them anyway. And we're full war footing. Everybody's going to buy. Now, I may be exaggerating a little bit. I may be pushing it over the edge a little teeny bit, maybe not much, maybe not even enough. But it is safe to say that we have an incompetent and really compromised government, that we have people who are supposedly running our government that we don't even know about. We have people that are that are sitting in the ceremonial positions of running the government. That's all the president or Hegseth. They're in ceremonial positions. They ain't making the decisions. So we've got these people in the ceremonial positions who are stupid, who are not competent to handle their positions. who are compromised. God only knows what they did in the background, and got what they what compromise they have on them and all that kind of stuff, what money they paid out. Now, apparently, I'm hearing something about Tulsi Gabbard being in front of Congress. And apparently she was asked, because after June, when Trump said we obliterated their nuclear program, and apparently there was something that she had written that said there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. It says, though she did not repeat the conclusion during the public hearing, when pressed by lawmakers, she said she had not fully reviewed the testimony, but did not dispute its comments. So let's not forget, in the past, when Trump was asked about the nuclear ambitions and capabilities of Iran, he was asked something that said, hey, the Tulsi Gabbard and the DNI said that Iran has not reconstituted their nuclear program. What do you have to say? And Trump said, I don't care. Well, he was honest. It's like this. Here's what I say. If you ever know somebody who's lying and you catch them in a lie, they didn't say it because it was true in the first place. And catching them in a lie is not going to make them stop. Debunking a lie doesn't work with liars. Liars don't say things. Consistent, habitual liars do not say things because they're true or false. They simply say them because they were. If they were true, it would be great. So when he was asked, hey, Tulsi Gabbard said they don't have one. What do you have to say? I don't care. He told the truth. I could care less. So what? So she said they don't have one. Well, I guess that means they don't. I don't care if they have one or not. I didn't say they have one because they have one. I said they have one because that gives me the pretext I need to attack them. I made it up. If you're honest with me, if I'm honest with you, I made it up. Okay, they don't have nukes, then they got a spaceship. There we go. We got to attack them. They got a spaceship. But sir, there's no evidence of a spaceship. You don't get it, do you? I'm making this stuff up as I go. I'm going to attack them. And I got to make up any cockamamie lie I can to attack them. And who cares what the American people think? Don't you remember weapons of mass destruction? You guys don't get it. You think the ruling elite care what you think? You think we are ever going to try to tell you the truth? Not happening. So now Tulsi Gabbard just said, well, I stand by. In other words, she didn't dispute his contents. So they put him on the stand, and Tulsi Gabbard just did what she did, which is nothing. Tulsi Gabbard now, she is so weakened, she is so exposed that all she can do is say basically fire is hot and ice is wet. I mean, fire is hot, ice is cold, water is wet. That's all Tulsi Gabbard says. Tulsi Gabbard, didn't you say this and that to Trump? Donald Trump is the president of the United States. Donald Trump is entrusted with making decisions. We presented information to Donald Trump. Donald Trump then made a decision. That's it. That's all you get from her. Like, okay, well, gee, that's wonderful. Tell us nothing again. That's all you're going to get from Tulsi now. Tulsi doesn't exist. Let's face it. Tulsi Gabbard doesn't exist. There is no Tulsi Gabbard. We had a thought in our mind. We had a belief of what Tulsi Gabbard was. Look, when Obama came in, something was created. This is Obama, and we all believed that a lot of us believed that was Obama. That wasn't Obama. It was a persona that was created for us. There is no Grinch. No. That was an actor. Wasn't a real Grinch. It was an actor who had CGI and green. There never was. Our mind created what we believed the Grinch was based on data that we was fed. There was never a Tulsi Gabbard. We were fed data to believe that there was Tulsi Gabbard. No, it was nothing. It was all a psyop. And that's what Tulsi Gabbard does in the military. It's like a psyop team, literally. So guess what? This was all a psyop. There we go. And that we're still in the middle of the psyop. And now we're at the part of the psyop. See, what happens is this. We're at the part where it doesn't matter anymore what we believe. We're at the part of the psyop where they don't have to continue to try to convince us of anything because they got us where we want, right? We're at the part of the psyop where they don't have to fool us anymore because they got everything they wanted and they're sitting there in charge and they got the wheel. And there's nothing we can do to get it out of their hand. That's where we are in the psyop. The lies are unnecessary anymore. The fraud is unnecessary. They've blown Nord Stream. It's blown. They can come up with a story about it. It was the Ukrainians. I won't be surprised if that's what they do. Hey, was it Israel and the U.S. that blew up the big oil field in Iran? Nah, it was 6 Ukrainians in a sailboat. They had divers or something. One man and some women. They'll probably like do a woke thing and make it it'll be a diverse group of people. Well, who was on that sailboat that blew it up? Well, there were 6 people. There was a black person, a white guy, a gay woman. There was a Latino guy, a Muslim, and did we miss anything? Oh yeah, we forgot to have a trans person. That's right, and a trans person. Those were the people on the sailboat who sailed over to the Gulf of the Persian Gulf and blew up the Iranian LNG or excuse me, gas fields. They'll just make something up. Come on. We were told when it came to Nord Stream that like a bunch of people on a sailboat, they sailed out. And somehow, which by the way, it would have took days, they would have had thousands and thousands of pounds. They would have had to have literally tons of explosives that they had on a 60-foot sailboat, tons. And they would have had to have a way to lower them down with some kind of a crane or something. How do you do that on a sailboat? And then of course they had to have a decompression chamber like everybody has on their sailboat. And the people would go down and they do different things and decompress and come back up. And then, yeah, not a problem. That 6 people on a sailboat could easily do that, right? Makes sense. They didn't care if it was true. And they didn't care if we believed it. Their position was there's nothing you can do. So what? It was Mickey Mouse. You like that? It was Donald Duck. Who cares? There's nothing you can do. They did that, and we thought contempt for the Europeans. No. Contempt for everybody. And now the United States, you look outside. I live in the U.S. People are driving up and down the road, doing their thing, having fun, and calamity waits. I think we know that, don't we? Calamity waits. People thought that during COVID, oh man, it's rough. The shelves are empty and I can't get these things. And I'm surprised, when's the toilet paper run start? The toilet paper run start coming soon. And I guess, I don't know, but people be wearing 3 masks for some reason. I don't know why. Who knows? Just because they're scared. I think you wear 2 or 3 masks because you're scared. That somehow, I don't know, it helps you not catch fear or something. I don't know. But anyway, you look at it. This was intentional. They knew that if they attacked Iran's gas fields, Iran was going to attack gas fields, which means that they wanted Iran to attack gas fields, right? That means if I know that I do this, if there's a stick of dynamite and I know if I light the fuse that it's going to blow, if I light that fuse, I can't say that I didn't want it to blow, or I never thought it would blow. All I can say is I lit the fuse knowing that it would blow. So I whatever it was, I blew it up. If I know if I hit Iran, Iran's going to hit these other gas fields, I lit the fuse, the gas fields blew. There's no difference between me doing it and Iran doing it, which meant I wanted it done, which leads us to the question, why did they want it done? Well, let's see. What happens as a result of that? Oh yeah, economies crash. They want, obviously, economies to crash. Clearly and obviously, they want the economies to crash. Why would they want economies to crash? Let me try this. Because they already know that the system's on the edge of collapse, right? If they know it's going to collapse in a month, in 2 months, within the next 6 months, then if they come up at least with a reason why it's collapsing, to blame on the Iranians, to blame it on the war, to blame it on whatever, at least they don't have to admit that it is the nature of this Ponzi scheme that we call the stock market, this Ponzi scheme that we call neoliberal capitalism, right? This joke that allows them to buy stocks, to bet on lose. Now, think about this. I can go in the stock market and I can bet on winning, I can bet on losing, or I could bet on winning and losing at the same time. Does that sound like the free market to you? No. Where I can go in the stock market and I can sell you insurance, credit default swaps, when I don't have anything to pay it. Imagine that. Imagine if you have a car worth $10,000 and I can sell you insurance for $10,000, right? I sell you insurance that says if your car goes bad, I'll pay it off. You pay me $500. Fair enough. Knowing that I don't have the money to pay it off, that if your car does crash, I can't pay it. That's the way derivatives work. And then I can go to somebody else and say, I just sold this guy a $500 payment for $10,000 car that I can't pay. And the guy says, give me $250 of it, I'll cover it. No, and then he can't pay it. And then he sells it to somebody else. And down the rabbit hole you go. So you've got a stock market that's a fraud, that's a Ponzi scheme. Ultimately, every part of it is, and they're basically insuring things that are frauds. And that fraud is about to come due. And now I think they're desperate and they're like, look, if we go after Iran and we take Iran's oil and we have the Straits of Hormuz, then we can make up for this economy in this stock market that's about to crash. So we got to do it. If it doesn't work, then we're going to crash. And then we're not even going to have an excuse why we crashed. So either way, we're going to have an economic catastrophe. At least if we go to war, we gave it a shot. We got a chance to either avoid the economic catastrophe, but don't count my fingers. I don't have 6. I got 5. This is not AI. Or worst case scenario, it doesn't work. I at least have an excuse for the economic catastrophe that isn't, I'm a crooked, thieving bastard. So that's where we sit right now. And Congress is bringing Tulsi Gabbard in, right? Well, what a fraud. I mean, here's why. You're bringing Tulsi Gabbard in to talk about this now. First of all, if I'm in Congress, here's what has to happen. We have to define this. Is this a war, right? We define it. Is it a war? Okay, we've defined that it is a war. And then we have to impeach Donald Trump, right? If I'm in Congress, what are we talking to Tulsi Gabbard for? What are we asking her about Donald Trump's reasoning? Donald Trump said, look, for one thing, we're doing it for, what was it? Protesters. We're doing it for nukes. We're doing it for ballistic missiles. We're negotiating. No, we're not negotiating. Then we find out he was negotiating and the Iranians said yes, and he attacked them anyway. But that's all good and fine. But here's the bottom line. The Constitution still says only Congress can declare war. He didn't go to Congress. So right now, Congress don't need to talk to Tulsi Gabbard. They need to talk amongst each other. They need to open an investigation and say, is this a war? And all I'd have to do is take the language of numerous members of the Trump administration, and the answer would be yes. This is all Congress needs to be doing. Is this a war? Well, Pete Hegseth, war. Trump, this war, we're going to win this war. Marco Rubio, well, the war is, they've all said it's a war. They refer to it as a war. We'll start here. And certainly, if I look at the definition of war, it meets it. And then I say, okay, so this is a war. Donald Trump did start a war. He initiated a war. He attacked a country. Did he abide by the standards set forth in the Constitution? Clearly, the answer is no. And now, and as a responsibility, as a member of Congress, my responsibility is for government oversight. I have now determined that the president violated the Constitution or appears to have violated the Constitution. At that time, someone has to introduce articles of impeachment, and it must start immediately. That's all you need to do. What are you asking Tulsi Gabbard whether he did this, that, or the other? He didn't follow the constitutional mandates. So it doesn't matter what he did or how he did, who he asked or what he said. Those things are irrelevant. He didn't follow the constitutional mandates. Congress's job is clear at this point to hold him accountable for deliberately and willfully violating the Constitution, but they won't do it. And the reason being is the Constitution is bull crap. Wake up, people. They don't care. They'll talk about the Constitution. They'll talk about their respect for the United States and their love for, I don't know, George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and all that kind of stuff. But the only thing that matters is whether or not they abide by the rules and whether they act within the a scope of their duty. And their duty is clearly to ensure that the Constitution is upheld. And now any person can look at that and say the Constitution was not upheld. That what we see seems to be a glaringly obvious a violation of the Constitution, and you must act, and they won't, because this is not a constitutional republic. This is not a democracy. This is none of that. It's none of that. Was it ever? We can argue that it was or it wasn't, but that doesn't matter. Is it now? Is it? No, this is not a constitutional republic. This is not a country of law of any type, internally or externally. Look, they're talking about going after Tucker Carlson. They're going after, how long have they been doing it? People who say that, oh, I got a problem with Zionism. They throw them out of the country. They arrest them. And now look at Donald Trump. Who's his boys? Are they Thomas Massey? Are they Marjorie Taylor Greene? Are the people that said we don't want war? Are the people that said we want the money to spend for America? No, he hates their guts. Donald Trump's crew is Lindsey Graham, is Mark Levin, is, the most vile, most Zionists, neocon warmongers that you can think of. That's MAGA now. That's Donald Trump's inner circle. Tucker Carlson ain't in his inner circle. He hates him. Marjorie Taylor Greene despises him. Thomas Massey wants him out. Think about that. These are the people that he despises. These are the people who are in opposition to war. And Donald Trump hates them and wants them all out of his hair. He wants Miriam Adelson. He wants Mark Levin. He wants the absolute most vile warmongering, most extreme Zionist that he can possibly find. That's it. Witkoff, a total and complete fraud. I saw this thing. We were told Witkoff is some kind of a negotiator. No, he was not a negotiator. Witkoff, I saw this interview where Witkoff was talking about, he was doing a talk at some Jewish, Zionist kind of organization. And the guy who's the head of the Mossad came up and shook his hand afterwards. He almost cried. He says, "Oh, I wish my mother were alive. The head of the Mossad has shook my hand. Oh, if she was alive to see that." Think about that. Think about a guy who sees the Mossad as almost like holy. And we're supposed to believe that this guy was a legitimate negotiator. First of all, here's what we know. Not only was he not a legitimate negotiator, he was not, as we were told, Witkoff is a negotiator because he's Trump's best friend and golfing buddy. No, that's a fraud. No, it didn't. No, it wasn't. That's not why. Not at all. Witkoff was chosen because he's a hardcore Zionist. He's a billionaire, I think, or close to it. And he is a hardcore Zionist. And whether Trump even, first of all, he's Trump's golfing buddy. His golfing buddy is his handler. Was he put there? Was he, placed near Trump? Is he supposed to be Trump's golfing buddy? Is there keeping an eye on Trump, just as Kushner? Trump, look at his son, his children are Zionists, his grandchildren are raised in the way of Zionism. His golfing buddy, his golfing buddy is a Zionist. His whole cabinet is Zionist. Come on. For those who think that Donald Trump is some kind of, the idea that, remember they used to say he's a blue collar billionaire. The idea that he is anything other than a Netanyahu protege is to be extremely naive. How do we get here? You know what I'm saying? How do we get here? We got here because Donald Trump stumbled along and lied, cheated, put on a McDonald's uniform, pretended to, but I mean, not pretended, he understood how to communicate to everyday people. He did, he understood. He was well financed. And now when he got in office and he knew he had to tell people, I won't go to war with Iran. And he told people, I won't go to war with Iran. He knew he had to tell people that, and he did. He knew he had to tell people that he would focus on bringing money home. He knew he had to tell people that he would end the war with Russia. And what did he say recently? They said, hey, what about your sanctions? You released the sanctions, you relieved the sanctions on Russia, really? And he said, oh, only until after this crisis is over. That's what Trump said. He relieved the oil crisis on Russia. And what did he say? Only till this crisis is over. When this crisis is over, we're putting them right back on. The whole thing is a fraud. The only problem is this. He knows what I know. This crisis ain't going to be over. It's not intended to be over. This crisis is intended to shaft us to know not what. This crisis is intended to put the working class in their place, probably to get rid of a lot of us, to make sure a lot of us ain't around anymore, maybe hungry, a lot of mouths to feed. Look, one of the things that's happening is they're going to have trouble with fertilizer. Well, gee, that's going to make it hard to grow food, isn't it? What happens when you don't have enough food? You run short of people, don't you? And they already feel like there's too many. So they got to do the food crisis thing. And that keeps us in line too. It keeps us in line. The food crisis thing keeps us in line. We're hungry and, we'll get some now. Don't get me wrong. We'll get an app. And they'll say, yeah, this is really bad. We're going to have to give you some money, digital currency. We'll put it on your app. Everybody's on your phone. You get money on your app every month because that's the only way you'll survive because economic meltdown. I mean, I'll put it like this. Is there anybody looking at this saying gas is heading $10 a gallon? Gas is heading towards that. Is there any scenario in which we're not in a 1929 style at $10 a gallon? Is there any scenario where we're not in a complete and total depression worldwide? Is there any scenario where we got $10 a gallon in the United States? What can people afford to eat? And it snowballs. First, they're like parking vehicles, food is too high, nobody can afford things, they can barely, the bad news is food is expensive. The good news is there'll be plenty of it in the market because nobody will be able to buy what's there. Hunger, people living off the land barely. It's going to be bad, a bad time. And so what? So what? Okay, they impeached Trump. Okay. Trump is going to be impeached. Really? And what's going to happen? Well, remember Nixon, instead of impeaching Trump, what we'll do is if he'll resign, we'll promise not to press charges on him. Oh, well, he's going to get it bad. Yeah, he'll go to Mar-a-Lago and play golf daily and hang out at the beach. What a joke. That's going to be his punishment. His punishment is going to be go to Mar-a-Lago and play golf in the sun because you don't have to be president anymore. Boy, that's rough, huh? That's rough. So ultimately, he wins, they all win. And a lot of them will just leave and go somewhere where, who knows, the Maldives, whatever island they go to, they'll make sure that there's plenty of gas and oil and everything there. They'll make sure that their island that they go to, that the billionaires are all, that number one, we can't get to them because they're on some Pacific island far from everything. So we can't get to them to cut their heads off. Number two, that they got everything they need there. And they'll live there and enjoy themselves. And we get to eat each other. We get to live in some dystopian, Mad Maxian environment. I think that's the plan. I don't see how there can be any other plan. And now they are taking out the oil infrastructure. You ever heard this term? The Great Reset? You'll own nothing and be happy. Well, okay, they're half right. You'll own nothing, but you won't be happy. That's the direction we're going in. And as I said, I don't see another scenario. I'm going to look real quick and see if I see any news. I don't know. I don't see anything of any consequence. And that's just where we are now. The Israelis and Americans are going to keep striking, attacking Iran. Iran's going to keep hitting back. You know, what's interesting is Israel, wherein the leaders of Israel and the leaders of this thing even view the Israelis just like they do the Ukrainians. They view them as cannon fodder. Because right now, oh man, Israel's getting torn to pieces, right? They're getting really, really torn up. But they're not really allowed to leave. The dissent is shut down. They're not allowed to take pictures. I mean, man, being in Israel is a prison camp. It is a prison camp now where you just have to stay there and get bombed. It is almost it's turning exactly into Gaza. Whereas you can't leave and you get bombed every night. You know, when all of those Israelis were out there cheering, remember when the people in Gaza were getting bombed and blown up, which they're still starving, I mean, killing them, might I add. The genocide goes on, but they were laughing, ha, 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 look at them. Oh, they were celebrating. They were living a good life. They were living their best life as the Gazans were killed, and they were laughing, take them, kill them all. And now, guess what? Man, the universe has a sense of irony, if nothing else. And now, the same Israelis that were dancing and having cookouts as the Gazans were subjected to torture, murder and torture, are now facing their comeuppance at the hands of the same leaders that did that to them. The same leaders that did that to the Gazans are the same leaders that are doing that to the Israelis with equal disregard for their lives. They view them as no different. And Israel right now, I think they may know it's over, that Israel at the end of this collapses or whatever, but they don't care because, look, at the end of this, they'll have done what they wanted to do, which is kind of collapse the global energy structure so that lots of poor people starve and die so that they can then rebuild it the way they want to rebuild it. That's all it is. It's Jenga. They're yanking out the bottom, little bottom thing so the whole thing falls and they can start over again because they know it's about to collapse. And then they'll be like, well, this isn't going to work. Let's come up with a new way of doing it in another plan. Their plan is not good. It ain't going to work, but it doesn't matter because the plan they got now ain't working. And that's where we are, my dear friends. We're in a place where economic calamity, economic catastrophe. Here's the thing about it. A, it's assured, but B, it's intentional. That's the thing about it. It is assured, but when you look at it, it can't be an accident. If I bomb this for Iran, they'll bomb back, and I bomb it, I know they're going to do that. And you know what? They'll do it again. They'll say, well, you know what, Iran, if we may bomb your oil fields. And Iran will say, well, we'll bomb the Saudis and the UAE's oil fields. And they'll say, that's exactly what we want. We want to wipe out all the oil fields in the region, but we can't get away with it. So we'll bomb you. That way you'll bomb it and we'll get what we want. That's it. And as for you and I, we are collateral damage, my friend. We ain't even collateral damage. If they could get away with us, they'd put us on the ship and send us to die over there, or our kids. So it is what it is. Thanks a lot, everybody. I want to thank all of my Patreon people, whoever can afford to do Patreon, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. Hey, man, that's greatly appreciated. Also, I got
coffee. Follow me.